So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you fail big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you fail big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener, a good listener. You will never understand what you put me through, and you never be a good lover, a good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself, fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live alone for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again, hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need. You're all I'm. You're all I'm. You're all I need.
Tell me lovely. Tell me love me. Tell me lovely. Tell me love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Got the best of me.
Hello everyone and welcome to Challengers North. Here at Polaris, we're on week 6 and 7, our super week of the league. It's all to fight for as the play-ins are only a week away. I'm Billy, your host, and I'm joined today by Echo. Hello Echo, how are you doing?
Yeah, no, really good. I mean, I'm so excited to see Super Week this week. It's going to be a very intensive 4 days for these teams. So excited to see how that plays out. Very, very, very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to get stuck into it. It's going to be an exciting week ahead. But before we do start getting stuck into any of that, I believe we are actually going to invite Pavlos and Ryan onto the desk so that we can have a quick chat about things that have been going on. So, hey guys, what's going on?
I love that we're being invited while it's you guys that are making your debut on this league. It's awesome to have you. New faces, excellent faces at that, as in new people to bring in. Also very beautiful people, that's what I was trying to bring it whole circle. Anyway, I'll stop talking now. Yeah, it's great to be here. And yeah, awesome to get going on for more action in a super week.
Why are you getting so flustered, Pavlos? It's like you're the one that's like losing your composure. Like, I can't do it. I can't. I'm stressing out too much. But yeah, like it's good to be back. We had a bit of a break, and frankly, I'm really happy to see that we're moving over to 9.0, so we get to bypass the like ISO stuff, right? I guess we're going to be touching on that a little bit shortly, but like it's an interesting like meta, and seeing how the rest of this group stage is going to go into play-ins and playoffs. It's the time to be watching Polaris for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So whilst we have you guys here, I thought it'd be good for us to have a quick little sort of recap of the previous play week. You know, obviously the previous play week was way back 15th of June, kind of business as usual for a lot of teams in here. But of course, the closer that we're getting to play-ins, the more hunger these teams are starting to have to be getting those missed points. So there's a big upset in there that we'll obviously dive into. But Pavlos, since you were casting on the very last play day of that week, Why don't you give us a bit of spice as to what actually happened?
I wish there was spice on that last play day, but I think with the week itself, one that stands out to me the most is Requiem losing to NXT, because they've been on a roll ever since losing to Apex on their first ever match. They seem to be unstoppable, right? They find themselves into this league for the first ever time. All of these players are having a taste of what Tier 2 gameplay looks like, and they're actually destroying on the server. So finally that has been put to a hold with NXT's performance. They've looked stronger as the season goes on, and I think thankfully for them, if they want to be contending for playoffs and that upper echelon and maybe getting into the semi-finals and finals. But yeah, good to see NXT back online.
Yeah, and the attitude as well was good. Like it just felt like the body language, I suppose, was good. Like we had a good interview at the end of that series too, with just how good they were feeling. I'm saying good way too many times, I just realized, but it's the British heat. It is just absolutely warping my brain. It's just toasting it.
I'm flustered, you're messing up with your words, it's the heat. We got it.
That's to blame. But yeah, I think for NXT, it was like they started off so well this stage, had a couple of losses. It felt like it was going to be a repeat of stage 1 where they just miss out from their own volition, their own performances. But from last week, now they have a bit of time to fix some of the mistakes they were making. But honestly, from the last time we saw them play, it wasn't that many.
Yeah, and let's have a look at this week's schedule as well. You know, we have 4 days back-to-back of games, which of course we're all looking forward to. And it's a big week that could end up altering playoffs. Ryan, is there any sort of teams that you're keeping your eye on?
I think a fair few of them as well, right? Because we have got play-ins looking at the standings of Split 1, so even if a team like OnlyFins doesn't necessarily perform that well this stage, the fact that they finished 3rd place in stage 1 really sort of boosts them up a bit. I think for the likes of Formulation Gaming, they have some tough opponents of like Requiem and Apena Orchestrary to try and get their points on the board to make play-ins, so there's a lot riding on them. I think really you're just sort of looking at the likes of Metasport having Sweet and Sour, and then Apex as well to finish on. It's a tough sort of fixture time for them, but it is like how well Sweet and Sour can do. Can they actually finish top of this group now that they have that win over Apex? Can they go and have a perfect stage, which would set them up amazingly for playoffs, not only to make the top 2, but also for the seeding as well?
I just realized, yeah, week 6 and week 7 are combined, right? That's why we're calling it the Super Week. It's just that I was like, if it's one Super Week, why is it 2 weeks? Yeah, anyway, that's what we're doing. But you're right, I feel like every single of these matches is exciting. Everything sort of goes into how much capabilities each of these teams have got going into playoffs. Given, you know, the big upset that we talked about, Apex, it's all over for them. It's no longer a green a carpet for them. They've got a bit of red in there, you know, and now it's time for them to get rid of that stain. And for other teams showing that they can still keep that fight going, even though they didn't look as great. So every single one of these matches means something at the end of the day, and the teams know it best. Every map, every round, every matchup counts, so they've got to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in and giving us newbies a bit of flavour of what's been going on and what we're to expect for the rest of the week. We're going to say bye-bye for you just now, and we'll come back to you a bit later. Okay, I feel like we've got the insider scoop on everything now, Echo. I don't know how you're feeling, but we've got a little bit of a flavour of it now.
Yeah, we're starting to get to grips with what's going on. Obviously, like we said, this week is very intense. Everyone's playing 2 games, which is a lot more than they've played previously. So coming into this is going to be very intense. And specifically, there's big changes as well. That break is probably really useful for them because we're going into patch 9 now. We've got the ISO buffs and then the nerfs immediately. We've got the neon changes in as well. This could change everything and what they play and how they play it.
Yeah, obviously you've got the kind of tweaks to ISO, some minor bug fixes as well. But I think the big one for me with this patch that we're playing on is the fact that Haven is in and Breeze is out. So I think that could alter a lot of things when we go into that map field, but it's all to play for and we'll soon see it, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see Haven. Obviously, we don't see Abyss. Obviously, Abyss was mentioned on that graphic. Abyss is coming in, I think, in play-ins instead. But for now, in this, like I said, Haven, really want to see it. Pavlos mentioned in the pre-show as well that, you know, Haven, really exciting. Always wanted to cast it. Hasn't managed to cast it in VCT MEA yet. So hopefully we get it here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. You'd like to think they've been cooking something up. But in saying that, we are going to have a look at our first matchup, Echo, which will be OnlyFins versus Apex. Now, obviously, OnlyFins, kind of the community favourites of Polaris, I would say, coming up against a majority T1 team. What are you expecting from this matchup?
This has got to be very close, and they talked about it before, like, so Pavlos and Ryan did. This is a very important matchup for both of these teams. They're fighting to be, you know, in the top kind of, you know, what, first, second, third positions. They want to get up there, so I'm expecting this to be close. We've got the star players, which we'll talk about a little bit later, who are just going to battle it out. The support is always there as well. Apex, incredible mechanics. Like I said, they're basically all from tier 1, so they have the power, they have that kind of the mechanics, the headshots coming on through to really run away with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And thinking about those two teams as well, let's have a little bit of a deeper dive into OnlyFins' roster. As I said, one of the sort of long-standing community favourites, have been playing Tier 3 for years now, and OnlyFins being a brand that's been consistent in the region through Beacons and Polaris for a very long time. The one thing that I'm looking at when I think of OnlyFins right now, Echo, is that introduction of Ali and how his experience in Polaris is going to add to the team when coming up against a team like Apex. So what are you thinking? Tell me what you're thinking about this roster at this moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking absolutely incredible. They brought Ali in, like you said, their first actually non-Finnish player, so maybe this should be mostly Finns now. But Ali is looking absolutely incredible. Top of the board in almost every stats, or very near the top, as we'll look at later. Cannot wait to see how powerful he can be, specifically with Snowy backing him up. Snowy has always been so consistent, getting the assists to allow Ali to go aggressive, get the kills, and then have someone like Jesmo, as we can see on the screen right now, clutch it out with such a high clutch percentage.
Yeah, I absolutely love the addition of these player cams that we have here at Challengers North. It's just so nice to have that addition to the broadcast and just elevate it to the next level. But yeah, OnlyFins looking to come into this one with a bit of fight, I'm hoping, considering that they are coming up against Apex. And speaking about Apex, let's have a look at the rosters that we've got here for Apex as well. As I said, a majority team that has T1 players. Could argue that they should be the best players in the league. But after that loss in the last play week, what do you think the bounce back is going to be like for Apex since this break?
I think they've got to have a bounce back because they lost a map and then they went ahead to lose a series, and that's, you know, like, it's steadily getting worse for them. We're seeing this downward curve, but they've had those 2 weeks off to scrim, to improve, to work together, and we've seen what most of these players can do at that tier 1 level, like you said. The bounce back, it's got to be playing together, playing off of each other, and not just relying on their mechanics, but relying on each other to support themselves. Their fundamentals have been a little bit off in the 2 games they lost. Specifically, they lost their bonus rounds. twice in the last one against Sweet and Sour. They need to make sure that they're winning against those bonus rounds and keeping themselves strong going forward, because as soon as they lose that momentum, it seems to just go down. We can see Morris's got that vitality chair. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think Apex as an org even is just been known to kind of bring in those players that have that VCT experience and get them together and really nurture and have that nice sort of environment where they can kind of bash their heads together and everyone has contribution as to how they'd want that team to play out. So we've kind of touched upon the fact that both of these teams have star players, but let's have a look at these two players head to head. We have Ali and Kajak, the two sort of duelists of each of these teams. Tell me why, Echo, that you wanted to put these two up against each other. Is it the fact that they're both on that duelist role and both the sort of star players that we will be looking at, or is there any other things that you can tell us about these two?
Yeah, I mean, so we can see Kajak actually there played Gecko 4 times this split already. Not just a duelist, but able to flex about. But like you said, they are the duelists. They will be fighting out the first blood percentage. They're so even in almost all of these statistics that I wanted to highlight them, because this battle, I think, is what could tilt it to either person's or either team's favor, right? However this battle goes, I think decides how the match might go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a major one for me that I'm looking at right there in those stats is the 35.9 headshot percentage. As you said, it's just prime example of the players on Apex having that mechanical ability to be able to go in and take those fights and have confidence when they're taking those fights, because they know if it's a 1v1 aim duel, they're just going to win it. They're just going to have that confidence to be able to do that because they also have that experience under their belt.
Yeah, and it's not just like, so Kajak's 35% headshot, absolutely incredible, but he's actually third in the league right now on headshot percentage. The first and the second is, or I think he's might be second actually, but the first is Avova on controller. So like Apex have the top 3 headshot percentage players on their side, like I said, the mechanics for everyone, not just the duelists. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how that matchup goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of touched on fundamentals versus mechanical ability. And I think two good players that we can have a look at when we're thinking about these things is Snowy from OnlyFins and Soulcast from Apex. So these are players that are probably likely to come in and trade off of their entries and their initial duels that the teams are taking. But first of all, I want to ask you, Echo, what does that clutch percentage tell us about Apex?
It tells us that actually they haven't needed to be in any clutches. I think that's the biggest thing about Apex is, yes, they've obviously lost rounds. They've now lost 3 maps this split, but they don't often need to be in clutch situations to win them. They'll just win them based on the beginning of the round will usually go their way, as we saw from the first floods beforehand. Snowy on the other side, OnlyFins, they've done pretty well. They're sitting pretty happy currently in the standings. But they still need to rely on clutches sometimes, and I think Snowy is one of the people they can really rely on for that to happen.
Yeah, and it's so important to have those teammates that you can rely on in those clutch situations. And do you think that loss last week is potentially going to put Apex into these clutch scenarios where they're maybe not learning from mistakes? You'd like to think, right, that they've hopefully gone away and done their homework and have learned from those mistakes, but also they might be feeling a bit on edge. So how does the nerves kind of come into that?
Yeah, the nerves absolutely, I think, should play a part. Obviously, like I said, a lot of these players have been at the tier 1 level. They're able to play on stage consistently. So they should be able to control those nerves mostly. But you've got to think it's sitting in the back of their mind that actually Apex, as an organization and this specific roster, aren't used to losing. Obviously, the first split, undefeated. Second split, they've started it. And when you're not used to losing, like you said, those nerves can really come in and play a part. And I'm hoping that it won't. But we could see some little bits of flakiness here and there.
I think on that note as well, because they've not really been used to that loss, and if they do indeed get to Ascension, which it is looking likely, do you think that's going to potentially hinder their performance when they do get to that point, if they do?
You've got to hope not, right? Because obviously, we're not biased casters, but we're going to be a little bit biased towards our own region, right? We want Polaris to do well, and we saw this last time. Apex, like in Ascension, they were not used to losing. They weren't used to losing maps, let alone losing games. And then when it got to those grand finals, they started to falter, and it continued. And I think having the losses for them here, when they're already pretty secure for play-ins, is good, right? At least they had the losses early, so now they can bounce back. So I think it actually might be in their favor overall for Ascension. They can really start to learn and improve on that aspect of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Echo, I am glad that you brought up the fact that Apex did have a bit of a loss last time they were in an Ascension. A bit of a loss would be a bit of an understatement. And I was thinking going into this map veto, Haven being in the map pool, potentially a sore spot for Apex, right? It was the first map that they played in that grand finals of Ascension last year against Gentlemates. Obviously, it was a different roster of Apex, but that was a map that they'd only dropped once to Le Petit Buffon prior. And I mean... OnlyFins looks like they're going to be playing into that. What do you think of this?
Yeah, you called it into existence, Billy. And yeah, we're going to go to Haven. And I think Haven, like you said, that little bit of a sore spot. Obviously, the roster has changed a lot, but the organization is still there. And these players, they will have watched that game. They will have watched that match. And they know that this could sit so dangerous for them. I'm very excited for Haven. Sunset specifically, though, when we go there, this is both of these teams' best map. They both look absolutely incredible on Sunset. They play very different compositions, so I'm excited to see how they match up when we get there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I was looking through OnlyFins' vetoes from the previous Playdays, and one of their instant bans, I mean, I think the only instant ban that they had was Breeze all throughout it. So do you think the fact that Breeze has been removed from the map pool could potentially be an advantage for OnlyFins going into this veto? Do you think that, well, I mean, to me at least, it looks as though they've tried to ban out Apex's stronger maps and have gone to play against Apex in the sense that they're countering them. But what do you think? Do you think the map veto has actually favoured OnlyFins here, having Breeze out of that map pool?
I think so, because like I said, it frees up that ban for something else. Lotus was a bit of a sore point for OnlyFins throughout the earlier parts of this split, so it allows them to ban out one of their weaker maps, and it just happens to be one of Apex's better maps. You know, they play that Fnatic standard comp, it's a very good comp, and it's very good specifically against the Breach compositions, which actually is what OnlyFins played. So I think being able to ban out that Lotus is such a huge advantage for them, like you said. Haven, I'm expecting some cooking. We've got to hope that something special is coming out here, right?
Absolutely. Well, we will just have to wait to see that though, as we're going to go to a quick break before we jump into that agent select.
Look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah.
And we're back. Apex and OnlyFins will be our first matchup for today. But Echo, I feel like we didn't really get to speak about that map VO for too long. I'm still shook over the fact that we're going to Haven. And I mean, I know it's a completely different roster for Apex going into this Haven, but how do you think they're going to play this one? How do you think, you know, there'll be people in the org that are maybe thinking, I don't know about this one.
I mean, we can see it right here, right? We're going to have that Neon coming out for OnlyFins, and they've enjoyed playing very aggressive compositions focused around the Breach, the Sova, the Neon before. Getting to see that on Haven, where we've seen Neon work, you know, safe. Oh, I think it was Runner rather than safe playing it in Tier 1. Apex on the side, they're going with Omen standard. This is the old Haven comp, and I don't blame Apex for doing this, because all of these players know it. They've played this map with this composition for so long. It makes sense they're going to play it standard, not try and change too much.
Yeah, I think what I like most about this matchup and this fact that we're going to this map is it'll be something that we've not seen before from these teams. You know, Haven's been out of the map pool for so long, so I feel like not only have we got fresh eyes on Polaris from it being our first day on the desk, but we've got fresh eyes on the fact that we're getting to see these two teams cook up some comps, cook up some strats, and play against each other on Haven. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, I cannot wait to see how this game goes. It's going to be such a good opener of how the rest of the series could go. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's throw to casters. You know what, Pavlos, Ryan, get us into the game. We're ready. Let's chuck it to you guys.
Sure, yeah, I'm excited about this one. Now, Ryan, I've been doing my homework a little bit. I've practiced being an analyst, right? So I need your feedback on this.
Right. Probably asking the
Sweet
worst
and Sour
person. But
lost
yeah,
to
go on.
OnlyFins,
Right.
And Apex. Wait, I lost my train of thought there. That's the wrong analysis.
You got
I was
5
gonna do.
seconds in.
I got 5 seconds into my analysis. What I wanted to say there is that OnlyFins have beaten Sweet and Sour. Sweet and Sour have beaten Apex. Does that therefore mean that Apex are going to lose to OnlyFins?
It's sort of
That's
like
my
the circle
analysis.
of suck, right? That's what people call it, with just Team A beating Team B that beats Team C that beats Team
Exactly,
A.
sure. It's
But,
the
like-
best kind of analysis.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for OnlyFins to get revenge on them, really. It's been a while since we've seen OnlyFins even take a map off of Apex, never mind winning a series. But now, I wouldn't necessarily say that Apex is weak or bloodied up after losing to Sweet and Sour.
Sure.
That break couldn't have come at a better time for them, especially with this new map coming in. With the comps, the one thing I'm worried about, it isn't the Neon on the side of OnlyFins, it's hype on the Killjoy, right? Because Killjoy's radius of, like, the range of a turret, what it sees is a lot worse now than it used to be. A lot of teams have moved over to Cypher. Apex have opted to stay on the Killjoy.
A wake-up call perhaps for Apex. Let's see if they can get back into their winning ways, taking on OnlyFins. It's OnlyFins on the attack. They're taking their fight directly into the B site. Apex looking to pressure from all sides. Paranoia instigates this attack, and it's 2 kills to nothing so far. Nixon on a higher end, hiding within his own smoke, but it wouldn't be too difficult to figure out if you're Apex. A standard play at this point. They focus out into mid, but Nixon, oh no, Nixon, no! Ah, my eyes! My eyes!
Oh, it was a really sort of good idea from OnlyFins. It's a round that we see a lot in pistols, right? Where you think of like the A split over on Ascent, trying to push over towards like A Link to go in that direction was what OnlyFins were hoping to do. But Apex seemed to plan ahead. Like Kayak was there all ready to go fight. He was able to dash out and then re-engage. And it just ended up being a scrappy little silent film that we got to enjoy for a second.
Well, while my eyes were hurting, my ears couldn't hear anything. So that's why we're back into cams to try and fix that out. But yeah, exciting early start. It kind of gives us an idea of what OnlyFins want to go for and with how much style they want to take on this this matchup. And it might give us some time to talk about the comp, right? Bringing in that neon. It sort of gives us an illustration of what they're trying to go for here, Ryan.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think we can sort of talk a little bit about that as well, because obviously the changes have come in. I'm not, I like the changes that they made to Neon in the right direction, but I was like, wow, this looks really good. And then I see the, like, reducing the stuns from 2 to 1, and I'm like, never mind. Like, that loses it for me, especially when you think of, like, this Neon Breach sort of combo, this, like, almost like shipping that you can make of the two agents working together synonymously. It loses a bit of that punch when you only have that one stun, which is still an amazing bit of utility, but it does feel like Apex, all they need to do is sort of try to bait out the stun early, try to get that bits of utility out of sync for OnlyFins, for them to be able to, like, claw things through. So I'm really curious to see how it works for OnlyFins. We're going to see a lot of teams move over to play more Neon now naturally, but I do think that the Jet, especially if Kai can get that operator out early, that's going to be enough of a problem to deal with.
Well, OnlyFins, let's see if they can get themselves right back in action. It's Apex that have got themselves some sort of guns to work with this time around. It looks like we've got sound back on the server. We can also have a chat about Apex overall here. Ryan, you said that Apex's loss couldn't have come at a better time. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, so for me, it's been able to have those couple of weeks to be able to fix the issues, because it feels like it has been creeping in for Apex. Not only dropping a map against Formulation Gaming, which was a middle-of-the-pack team at best, if you want to be nice. It's also, like, even some of the series that they won. I think of that Requiem series in week 1, where Requiem came out with a stand-in playing a lot of duelists, right? The Reyna, I think there was a Clove in there as well. Just being super aggressive, and it did feel uncomfortable from Apex after they had had a flawless year up until that point. So I do feel like now that they've actually lost the series, for one, they could just be like, okay, we got it out the way. We've lost. We can take a lot from that. And also the map changes, right? The veto. I'd say the only negative here for Apex is having to show their Haven early, because last stage, if you think about maps like Bind, we didn't see Bind from Apex until weeks into the year.
Sure.
And even then, they picked it. They were willing to show it at that point. There was a lot of maps even going into playoffs that we'd never seen Apex play, because they only played 2 maps in a series and got to show what they wanted, which was a lot of Icebox and a lot of Sunset. So the fact that we see Apex's Haven early is good for everybody else that has to deal with them, either for playoffs, because Apex are booked in there already, but even stuff like Ascension in the future, right?
That's true. That's true. There's a few things that we can unpack from there. I'm going to start off with one of the first points you made. Apex, you know, having a little bit more difficulty the past few games we saw them, and it's sort of this loss crept on them, and it was sort of an anticipated result. It would have happened at some point. A big difference to how they started off this year, right? There was a bit of an attitude, we can't drop around, we can't drop a map, we're looking to go for as many 13-0s as possible, we're looking to be as clean as possible, given that there wasn't as much competition around for them. But now it seems that other teams are starting to learn, and now they're getting to fight back. And it's a good thing to have teams like Sweet and Sour that are challenging them so they can be at their best form heading into the upper stages of play. We can unwrap it as we go. It's a long series today, hopefully a long one, right? We're looking at a 3-map affair if everything goes well and we enjoy a good match of Valorant. But it's OnlyFins map pick that will continue to be going underway. Solcar seems to be taking in some approach over to this A site. Forced to drop back, and he's got a defender with him as well.
Ali having to back out a little bit after putting some initial pressure is the eco for them. And for Apex, if they're smart enough, they don't want to be trying to push and fight for Suez. It's a scary place to go up against a lot of pistols there. But he's just going to sit up with a Marshal on top of the box. Heat coming in. Nice 1-2. No utility used to actively show things up. And actually just did be pretty much giving up other than that Killjoy utility. Just stacking sides, rotating the breach to where they think they need it. And OnlyFins cutting noise for out.
Oh, the stun will allow the cross, but Kayak won't. Has to drop back, though. might have another chance to shoot his bullets, and that's exactly what happened. Onlyfins try to make it look scary by explosively walking in, but Soulcast has got an intuition of a madman. Beautifully done, 2-0 for Apex.
Really didn't need to worry about it too much. Even had the breach rotating away, so it was only 2 players on site, but the crossfires were in there. The one risk, of course, when you're playing Sober Breach with a Neon is just that a lot of that utility can be a bit telegraphed. It can be really obvious what you want to do, and you can't really fake utility on other sides of the map. Like, you can throw a KO knife from C to A, for example, to just try and pull the rotation there. But with the Breach and the Neon, every little bit of utility that comes out on these executes has to be for the execute itself. If Apex is allowed to sit on site and play and just win the duels as they come in, that's a big problem for Onlyfins.
Apex looking to take the fight. Good piece of utility there from Evovo with a paranoia to keep him back.
Yeah,
So
off the
an early
alarm
kill
bot
goes
too.
their way. And with Apex moving on the left-hand side as well, Onlyfins are in trouble of being pincered.
Yeah, Apex switching around the default, having a killjoy towards A, the alarm bot. As soon as it goes off, paranoia comes through. And Onlyfins out of sync, really. We'd seen that problem happen quite a lot for LA2, where he's just ahead of the rest of the team. The only non-Fin on this roster, out of sync with the others. Navova TPing on top of the box that we just saw a kill from Kayak come through in the last round. In a lot of value.
Indeed, and one of the downfalls of Apex is losing a lot of bonus rounds. Now, if they're able to win this bonus, it could mean wonders to them, but Molesey looks to creep up here. He hears the commotion. Whether an engagement comes through with him will be a different affair, but it allows Apex to rotate in time. We'll be looking at the whole stack of defenders being ready and waiting. I think Soulcast is able to avoid that recon. Super important for him to keep this position. Yezmu does get a kill against Molesey, an important one, but the fact that Soulcast is still alive and well, and a menace in the back line, it just complicates the endeavor a little bit too much for Onlyfins to deal with, and that's Apex with a beautiful bonus win.
Yeah, Apex, risky, right? Kayak had pushed all the way for like Sea Dragon, got caught out. Onlyfins made the obvious call of let's go see now, it should be open. Those steps being heard by Molesey allows Soulcast to get in on site. He gets into the corner, the recon dart doesn't hit him because of the box that's back of C site. He's just able to play in that position, but there's definitely a little bit of Apex overstepping them boundaries a bit and almost be punished for it. But winning a bonus, you're going to be happy with that. And Onlyfins, just, we know what this kind of comp does. We saw it even before Neon was buffed. But it's still running into the same issues that old Neon ran into, which is if you don't get that utility timed well together, if you don't get those team fights going together, and you use that utility too early, it feels like you have so little to work with.
God, I've missed Haven. Good to have it back. Good flash. Hype will move off the back of it. Ale gets caught off again. Not the best economical situation here for Onlyfins, and they know it. But the fact that Apex have got it all under cover does make things a little bit more tough for them. Avova in trouble of being caught off, but Molesey does come in on time to provide an extra crossfire. Fika makes things damaging. Commits to the neural theft, and he realizes where the 2 remaining players are, but also realizes the predicament he's in. 2 different positions, 180-degree turns required of him. And with Soulcast repositioning, Kayak aggressing, there wasn't much he could have done. Apex, 4 on the board for them, and none for the Fins.
It's the right thing for Apex to be doing as well, even though I just criticized Kayak for overextending. When Onlyfins do have a Cypher, having an Omen being able to TP over the trips, having a Jet to just updraft and fly over them if they're far enough away they won't get heard. Being able to flank and punish Onlyfins is a good move for them. With the op, it's definitely interesting. But Onlyfins, even on a lower buy, showing a little bit about that punch power. And Apex is happy to match that kind of pace, right? They actually have the breach over towards C, maybe expecting a fast C execute.
Oh.
Here.
Okay, yeah. Stand still. Go to the safe site.
Here.
And that's exactly where Onlyfins are heading towards. Ooh, not able to shoot in time.
Zabby's dash.
Ooh, good spray down here from Feekan, allowing Onlyfins his first kill as a first blood, really. Looks like Soulcast is forced back, and Apex going to have to wait for a rotation of Hype to be relevant again in this post-plant.
LA is still fighting on angles that he can't really be helped on. He's doing his job as a duelist, all his utility being used up, so he's an extra body, wants to be that first bit of contact. And a 3v5 retake needed for Apex.
And the thing is, 2 players lurking towards Hype's position. Beacon is the one to deliver on that end of over. Good for one. Somehow gets away with his life. But it feels like the creek has run dry here. And they've realized it. Nothing to collect. They drop back. And a good round from Olifins. This time opening the round and being able to seal it down as well.
Yeah, again, like a bit of an overstep, right? The dash being used to get the operator onto an aggressive angle. But it means that once those stuns and flashes come in, there's no way out. Nobody was in a position to help because Apex, they want to get that operator on A long, and then everybody else can rotate away because you have all of that information, all of that control, and the solver can move over to B or C, wherever they may be needed. So Kayak just in positions where he has already used a lot of utility, and he doesn't have any help to get out, so a bit unlucky to be killed through the smoke. But at the same time, OnlyFins put the right amount of pressure in there. And it still means that Apex have the operator, but OnlyFins getting around on the board, and now ultimates are on the way too.
Sure, it doesn't feel like they're too far behind on the ultimate game, even though they've lost the first 4 rounds. Rolling Thunder available and a few away from the rest, crucial ones. Apex have got a read on this though. 3 defenders on this right-hand side. Could be a toughie. The stun coming out does make sure that the Apex players are a bit... well, not lined up together. Again, it's the spray that allows an early pick for Fins.
I mean, OnlyFins dealt with that nicely. The Omen smoke just on long. You saw the Neon dash out, the Aftershock forcing them out, but because of that smoke, it meant that they were fairly safe. A bit greedy maybe for Apex to try and go for the orb there. And a lot of the mistakes Apex are making are them just getting a bit too comfortable.
Probably a story in that. Somewhere. A learning, a lesson. Kayak.
Nice shot.
Mighty quick! Oh, a chance for a second. Ale has barely had time to breathe at this game. Every time he finds contact, he dies straight away. Rolling Thunder is good to catch off a couple of players. Nixun manages to get out of way. Over to the back line is also doing a marvelous job at taking players down with him. And Soulcast has found himself to the back line of things. And I'm not quite sure how aware Onlyfins are. Well, now they definitely know with the shock dart coming from his direction. But they're both lined up together in an awfully difficult situation to take on.
He's got his ult.
Recon. Is he going to use it though? That will keep him on a difficult spot. Recon destroyed. The fact that he's low, and with Onlyfins grouped up, doesn't look too good for him. Bit of a miracle required, really. Oh, there's a world where Yasmu's life would have been short-lived, but no. Onlyfins have the numbers superiority and managed to conceal this round without an issue.
Yeah, Soulcast just trying to isolate the fights together. I mentioned the ult because I thought that OnlyFins, because they're trying to stack up and play this high-low, never know, there might be just a chance to send it out and get a couple of pings in, or at least to create a bit of space for yourself. But you're right, like 1 versus 2, it's incredibly tight. And OnlyFins definitely being allowed back into this from Apex, but OnlyFins much better with the aggression, much better at playing off each other. The chaos is suiting them nicely, and the balls in Apex is caught to right a few of these wrongs.
Well, this time they won't be greeted with too much aggression towards his right-hand side. So, free real estate for Onlyfins taking. And it's one of the first few times we see them pressure out in mid as well, make sure that Apex haven't got any sort of rotation heading their way. Drone, I think, is this a patch where it's up to 100 HP instead of the 60?
Isn't that for console only?
Yeah, that could be right. I'm not sure.
Because I remember seeing that change, you'd be like, whoa, that's a crazy... Oh, it's console.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, then I'm mistaken.
You'll be the first person to make that mistake, but I promise you, you will not be the last.
Maybe. Hey, look at this. Kayak going on for a walk. Bit of an excursion. Fancies the weather.
You can get over this trip.
Will he, though? Because if he does, he fears he'll make noise that will be heard from mid, but that's not where Onlyfins are. Deep in garage, looking to take on C. Apex seem to have a good read on it, given Kayak's push. Hype moves out off the back of his teammate's flash, and it's working like a chime, but Onlyfins need to get themselves out of this difficult situation because they're lacking the players to take this on, and they can't wait for Kayak to get onto the back line as well, because that complicates the affair. And Snowy, the final player alive for this Onlyfins squad, as he's got his hands out as Soulcast swings out from the shadows, and it's Apex to get themselves back into winning ways.
Much better from Apex. I think one of the things that they're doing, whether it's intentional or not, is they're playing really well off of teammates being almost used as bait, right? Like you had the Omen there, like back sight behind platform, gets hit by the recon, aftershock gets used, he can obviously just shadow step out of there if he needs to. But whilst that's happening, you've got Hype peeking around like the close side of the box by logs and stuff. He takes a fight where everybody's focused on the other side of the C site. So lots of focus for OnlyFins going on in a particular direction, and then Apex almost sideswiped them with a nice little pick. We also get to see Dumbbell as well. I think his parents really wanted to see some coach cam, from what I know. But it is also nice to see the coaches, really. Like, we get to highlight some amazing players, but there's some really great coaches that have played in Polaris or have been in Polaris in the past that definitely need to see more of.
I'm not sure if we have a Danito cam this time around for Apex.
Is this the OnlyFins boot camp as well? Behind him, all of those PCs.
Maybe. Well, things look equally dicey economically. I think Apex have a little bit more comfort on their end and thinking of only investing in half shields to keep that ball rolling.
Yeah. So Yesmi doesn't really have that freedom with the Hunter's Fury to use it on an execute when you have that lockdown holding out for Hype. Neon Ultimate's going to be a big one. If Ali can get a kill, he's 1-6 at the moment, but he's been doing a great job of an entry, but just a little bit ahead of the paranoia.
Yeah, Nixun mistimed that a little bit, or Ali mistimed it. You could take it either way. But Avova's got one of his own, which prompts his teammate to move in with. That stun is superb. But OnlyFins seem to be the only ones fighting kills. Kayak has somehow sneaked past the madness. Snowy ends up dropping. Oh dear me, not optimal for the Finn side. But still, they've got more players alive on the server. It's Solkas on the hot seat. Two different angles, and the fact that Feekan's gone all the way around, it just makes Solkas' odds winning this round that much lower. And OnlyFins go toe-to-toe with the legends of this region.
There's OnlyFins just going for the fights, also trying to insert Feekan on that like mid-lurk now. It's hard to keep up, right? Just the pace of this. Like, you know that Haven's back when you get these like aggressive team fights happening. But OnlyFins, I mean, their comp is great at that kind of like playing at pace, and at least they're using that now. There's still elements that are a bit out of sync, but when you're playing this fast as a team that's only really been playing with Ali a couple of months at most now, still a lot to work on.
Oh, look at the ping on the minimap, seemingly aware of what potentially could come out from Kayak.
He's been punished for it again.
Brilliant read! Brilliant read from OnlyFins.
Neural theft as well to get this information, which is forcing Apex into a bit of a spiral, rushing over towards A, or at least maybe faking it with those pulses of info coming through. That is where OnlyFins are going to be heading. There is that lockdown to worry about, and the Hunter's Fury from Yesmi was used last round, right? So they have to have a plan on how to deal with this.
You could have made the decision to hold back and go for this retake. Instead, Apex are bunched up together.
It's 4. Everybody's here.
Finding strength in numbers. Oh, the lane has been created and Solkas finds himself within the midst of it. But do they expect two more? Hype has revealed themselves, so has Avova. So OnlyFins might have a read. They wait for Faker to make his magic, but no.
Oh my
Mosey is the gatekeeper with Avova holding his hand. It's an incredible stomp on this A site, allowing Apex to gain superiority.
Well, like, if you're OnlyFins, are you ever going to consider that? Of like, okay, yeah, now we've used the ultimate, they're going to panic on rotations, let's go A. Never mind. Everybody is here. Because, like, OnlyFins is going to be like, oh, were we too obvious? Did we make any noise? Did we step? Did we give away our plan? No, it just sort of felt that Apex went and gambled on it, and it paid off. I'd say that Ali being 1-8 looks rough, but he is doing his job as a duelist. He is getting people to play off of him. It's just like I keep mentioning, just if he dies and nobody's in a position to trade, things become really hard for OnlyFins.
Like that. Saw that coming a mile away. Oh dear, no. Well, Ali didn't, I guess. Apex are quicker to this, and they can just collapse with the numbers that they have at hand. I mean, look, OnlyFins weren't meant to have an easy time this round, but they were given a very hard time instead.
Flawless from Apex. Makes their jobs a little bit easier when OnlyFins dedicate to something aggressive early, because then Apex don't have players out of position, right? They're just basically in a first 5-second default, and then, oh, they're going B, let's all rotate across. Kayak 13-6, but Evova's 12-4. It's the more surprising one, really.
Yeah.
But he has had, I think, a fantastic showing in Tier 2. And I feel like he was hard done by in Tier 1 last year. No, there was a lot that was wrong with that old Heretics roster. I wouldn't say that he was part of the problem.
Sometimes just puzzle pieces don't fit together, you know? Sometimes it just doesn't work that way.
It could just be like Boo's more comfortable on a controlling IGL. So Evova being a controller player has but you look at the results from Heretics this year and you go, you know what, fair enough. Like they saw something when you bring in players like Woot and Rians and even Patatech to stand in.
And the fact that Boo can mold them into whatever he wants, well, Evova and a player like Mixwell, for example, would have a hard time molding into something completely new, being very well seasoned in the Valorant scene.
Yeah, but you say that, but Molsey's IGLing has been like that. He's had to learn, yeah, and I think he's done a good job. First time IGLing on Haven, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, yeah. Might be right, unless there's some obscure moment in his previous teams that you'd have to pull up the calling pants. Oh, well, Apex are going to vacate the A site entirely. Ali gets caught, but it's all an obscurement. Will just be irrelevant for the remainder. I'm just looking at the Apex ultimates here, Ryan. It just looks too scary of a prospect.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Now that they have the lockdown, everybody's like, okay, places people. So excited to do a lockdown retake. Are they going to do it from a different position or the usual one? There's not much to stop it, but there's still an aftershock for Molsey. So if everybody from Moneyfins goes into that corner on A long, the one that's being pinged right now, they're going to be mincemeat.
Blinded.
Nixon's going to wait with the paranoia, going a little bit closer forward, opts out of it and ulting out of the lockdown. Has he been able to stay undetained? Snowy, though, is close by. Aftershock to be sent onto the spike. The Rolling Thunder is sent in next up into the OnlyFins attackers. Still, Kayak looking to push through the smoke, and that's exactly what he's able to do. They win on every single end. It didn't even look close. Apex play this retake. Oh! I take that back.
It was
too late to the party.
It was perfect. It was just too late from Apex.
Look at the giggles from OnlyFins as well. Dumbo has a smile on him. It's more like a smirk, isn't it?
Yeah, it's yeah, we kind of got away with that one. Because Apex played that perfectly, and you got the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder out of them. Two of the biggest ults for these retakes. And you still lose 0.05.
Goodness. I thought they were on the spike diffuser for a while there.
Didn't show up on the UI, but that...
Yeah, maybe not. Very, very aggressive from Kayak and Evova to peek that. And OnlyFins took that fight determinedly. Molsey looks to drop back. Flash to at least keep him well. Hype there to defend him. So there are some trades coming back from Apex. Ale overstepping. He's having a hard time this map.
Yeah, he was trying to hold out for his teammate as they were getting out, but in that position, you got Omen TPing on top. Just a 1-2-3 peak might be the difference. Those get traded out here at least, but it's still a 2 versus 3.
Ooh, Soulcast does miss that fight, so it puts Molsey in a really difficult spot. With not much health to him, and OnlyFins looking directly towards him. Yeah, his chances nullified. 7-5. Half is over. By the end of it, doesn't look too bad for OnlyFins, given they lost the first 4.
Not too bad at all. What was it, 4-0 start for Apex?
Yeah.
Last however many rounds now, from 5 to 12. Yeah, 5 rounds won, 3 lost for OnlyFins. After the timeout too, which made a huge difference. And even then, it was still mired with problems for sure for OnlyFins. And I think one thing as well with like Ale playing the Neon, it's hard enough to have people trade off of you as a duelist when you're playing Jet or Raze. It's even harder when you're Neon because you are so fast. There is genuine an argument. Duelists will love to mention this, but like sometimes it isn't them going too fast, it's everybody else going too slow. And in some cases, finding that middle ground is incredibly hard with any duelist. With Neon, it's even worse.
Yeah, it's hard to keep all the players together. Ale going very far forward. This time he makes it work. The accuracy on dashing now has increased, and he's made it show up by doubling his kill count on the round 13. And the rest of OnlyFins look to follow up on that extravaganza, making it a flawless start to the second half.
He quadrupled his kills in one round. I think he's 4-11 now, but that's kind of what you want to see. Not only with just getting the kills, finding the confidence to take those duels, but OnlyFins making their conditioning known early. We're going to fight for A main a lot and aggressively. Either you try to fight us head on, or you give up that space and we can take the rest of the map. Like, the Neon on this defense is so good for the fast rotations. You can play them on A long because of the stun there, but also stuff like G2 when Mixwell was on that team. You'd play out of Garage because you can fast rotate anywhere on the map. It's like a subway station for Neon.
That's when Evovo was on the squad, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Apex spread out on their attack. OnlyFins seem to have a good layout.
Oh, look at
Here on
Omen,
the
though.
speed side.
Look at Vova.
Oh, Yesmu is in big trouble. Oh, no, you're not going to go for the knife. Evovo's the type of person that would go for the knife.
He's got like Habibi behind him as well, doesn't he? The plushie that's like, do it, do it.
Yeah. I think the delay there was more just to allow his teammates to get into position in time.
Might allow OnlyFins to go even deeper, like towards Garage and C as well, to get more information.
Not too shabby by Apex. A Bulldog upgrade, having player superiority. Let's see if they can recover the two players out in hell. Still, OnlyFins favorably trading. It's Kayak left alone, but that's the best player you could have in this situation. One of the strongest performing out of any Challenger League. Ooh, only good to take one down with him, as OnlyFins were quite spread apart on his screen. The defuse this time will be successful as the Finns square things up on round 14.
Yeah, Apex making their eco round work a lot. So for OnlyFins, you have a decision to make. Do they buy up and don't bonus this next round, just to make sure that they have some good weaponry and just go all in? Or do they really just have like the worst bonus in existence to work with? In which case, Apex retain the lead now that the scores have evened up. And it seems from the look of the money at the moment that OnlyFins, yes, still dedicating to bonusing this as much as possible. And it's a absolute full buy from Apex with the damage that they've done. Full rifles, full armor, bits of utility missing, but that's not going to matter too much.
In maps and series they lost, Apex have been losing the bonus rounds. So I'm just going to keep an eye out on this one.
There's
I don't know if
no
OnlyFins have
chance
seen
they lose
stat.
this one. There is absolutely zero chance that OnlyFins can make this bonus work.
I'll stop you there, Ryan, just so you don't make a fool out of yourself in case it happens.
Bodog's not around this week to jinx things, so I wanted to take a turn.
Was he around every other time that Apex dropped a map this season?
I think so.
Sure, okay. Well, if that's the case, maybe...
He actively cursed everybody else other than Apex, and then it happened for Apex when he did it.
Okay, alright. But it has nothing to do with the fact that Apex have got a massive advantage firepower-wise. They nearly walked into a vacant C site, but they've thought against it because they've heard nothing, and it's eerie. Ryan, do you change your prediction?
No.
No. Well, Apex have made the call. And OnlyFins, not only have they got 3 defenders, but now with Beacon approaching, make it 4.
Ali almost has his ult. If he gets 1 kill, that's a great ultimate to have in a round like this.
Great recon onto Yesmu. They know there's one player nearby. Neon Wall actually super helpful, but it's Kayak to find a kill off the back of it. Beacon returns. He's brilliant on the Sheriff shots. So if there's anybody that's still alive to be able to do that, it would be great if it was him, but not anymore. It's Team Apex that seem to taken over here. And slowly but surely, Apex take over, getting themselves an 8th round. There's no craziness this bonus.
No.
All within the realm of normalness.
Jokes aside, there was definitely a world where OnlyFins could have won that. But what I really like is that you have got Nixon with the Bucky that was trying to get the planters. They were putting the spike down. There's very little time. So if that kill came in, maybe OnlyFins win on time. But Hype was like body blocking it in the smoke. He was trying to put himself in between the Bucky and his vulnerable teammate. He did a great job. I think Hype has been like amazing for this team. You look at like Kayak being obviously the new shiny duelist for this team. Everybody else having moderate amount of tier 1 experience. Hype does kind of get ignored a little bit, and I always want to try and wax lyrical to show that he deserves to be at tier 1 just as much as everybody else does.
Ale, ale, ale. No, never mind.
It's good information.
If he would have continued walking forwards, that song might have progressed as well.
Is it like a record scratch now? He's just shuffling side to side. He's in a great position, but like he wants footsteps, right? He wants to hear if there's a lean towards C, but hearing a couple of them, but now they don't really tell you that much.
Oh.
Are they going to clear him?
No. Well, yeah. But Avova loses his life. That's a great stun, Ali. If he kept his gun out, that could have been a possible kill. Hype. Down low together with Soulcast. Now, that's a trade, but how much damage is really realistically be done here? Because Avova no longer being alive, they can't really allow on smokes for this take. But thankfully for them, this A site is vacant.
Yeah. I mean, there's not that much time as well, so OnlyFins opting to just give up the A site and play for a retake here in a 4v4. Soulcast is low. And a lot of utility has to be used from Apex, and because of that Cypher, the Cypher could be playing anywhere, and he could have trips anywhere. So they have to use a lot here. OnlyFins like, alright, use your stuff, we're going to beat you on the retake. We have more util now than you.
Both nanoswarms were used as well to clear the back of the site, which usually are the crucial ones on this post plant. Hype on the bottom end. Knows he has to be the sacrificial lamb, used everything already. Stun out, flash as well. They're trying to keep out OnlyFins as much as possible. Delay this retake. So make sure that the time is a matter of attention here for the Finns, but it's Molesy to open things up, but it doesn't take long for the treats to come through. Kayak on the sideline is making this site his realm. Beautifully played by the star of Apex.
Important for him to keep shining, really. The novelty is worn off those first couple of weeks, but he's just having astronomical high ACS. Now, especially after a loss, like, how are you going to perform? In his first map, great. He's 21-10. Compare that to like Ale as well, which like I think has been doing great with the Neon. Still, it's just even then it felt like OnlyFins had the right utility, but it still sort of came into a bit of just a gun duel. Apex are very good at those.
Yeah. And just by the gun duels alone, it's been enough for them to be superior by not dropping a single map on the first stage. That hasn't really carried out or carried over as much.
I got the spike. Spike dropped.
Camera taken out.
Not much.
OnlyFins.
Playoff is
looking. Yeah. I would have given some seconds of silence here, but no. OnlyFins want to take their fight directly towards them.
It's working.
Feekin again does a lot with the Sheriff. Feekin, oh, in trouble. Rolling Thunder doing its job. Oh, Snowy, that's not too bad of an angle with your Bucky, and his Aftershock finishes off for the deal. Apex realize we need to get the hell out of here. Molesy is stunned up as well, so it will delay the plant for him. Hyper stuck around, but that in the meantime, Snowy lost his life, so it's all down to Yesmu.
Might get good timing here. It's just whether he checks this corner. This is
Hype.
Hype.
Pinged.
Yeah, Hype's protecting the guns as well. That's the other side of it.
Oh, Yesmu, you've got to check this. You won't. Never mind. What's that skin line called, by the way?
Oh, I don't know. The shiny butterfly one.
Yeah, the shiny butterfly, cute, plushy one.
I think Snowy played really well there, right? Like just the kill that he got. I think the Rolling Thunder was a good decision, but I just think he tunnel visioned on chasing the footsteps, I guess. And Hype did so well to just go through C-Long to find the timing. Like he has been a security line, I think, for this team, right? Like if I think to like when Ale was in Nest in B and he gets the kill and he takes a fight on Soulcast and Soulcast is brought low. Soulcast doesn't re-peek, it's Hype that goes for it, right? Like to just, I've got higher health, I can go win this fight, we know where he is, we can't let him get out. Like just the decision making there, how he will throw himself at the opponent if they need a body, or whether he's going to find a timing and stuff. That's something that's been working really nicely for Apex. Despite this being the first showing of Haven, there's a lot of stuff in there that's like, yeah, you could tell that this team has been prepping this just in time. And I'm very excited to see what they could potentially do on Abyss as well. You're going to have to wait for that one.
Yeah, we will. Unlucky. Tech pause.
Kayak has doubled the kills as the highest player for OnlyFins.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, Apex, they've got a streak going on ever since they've had guns on the server. So it hasn't seemed like OnlyFins have had too much of an answer. Most of them have come down to retakes that were quite close, but it never felt like Apex were under too much trouble. Maybe struggling to make the neon work in circumstances such as these.
Yeah.
A lot of
Question.
ultimates were used the previous round as well.
Actually, do you think that the meta is going to change a lot on Haven? Like, we've got Apex here playing the old comp, right? Viper's been nerfed, so seeing a lot of the double controller stuff on Haven is pretty unlikely, I'd say. But we have seen, obviously, a lot of ISO in EMEA, at least. We've seen Gecko fade from teams like JDG in China, which was pretty interesting, and obviously the Neon here. So I am curious how much the meta is going to shift, or whether we stay on the old stuff like Apex is running.
I mean, meta shifts in order to counteract the current or previous meta, right? So I definitely see it evolving. You've seen it in most of the, the most stable of maps, such as Ascent, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some sort of difference come
these trips.
underway. Really important trip, which Hunter's Furies could do quite a lot of damage towards, at least, but Apex are quite patient. Don't overstep their welcome.
They have
only
to
take
be.
a bit of chip damage, and only just now get the spike down.
Ali's going in now of the paranoia. The break flash is amazing, but the trade's even better.
Speedy Gonzalez. OnlyFins finally making it work when the spike hasn't even gone down yet. Excellent reaction timing from them. And keeping Apex on edge. Soulcast wanting to relieve pressure here. Allow his teammate Molesy to make way out into long. Feekin might have the better angle. No. Down to a 2 versus 2, but the time pressure is on for Apex. So what do OnlyFins do with it? They group up, bunch up. Ooh, Soulcast, he's thinking about moving out of the smoke here.
The stun's nice.
Catches one, and Nixon isn't there to react. How have Apex been able to get kill by kill? Isolated fight after isolated fight. Apex, that was glorious.
The 2 initiators coming in massively clutch for Apex there.
How do they do that?
Molesy getting a kill, like Feekin just getting caught out in that position. It's the best example of just isolating these fights one at a time, not panicking even if you have player disadvantage. And really the pressure being all on OnlyFins at that point. You could definitely felt that they were uncomfortable, that they knew that even though they had the player advantage and the spike and time on their side, that might still not be enough, and it wasn't.
That's actually a very deep smoke from OnlyFins towards A, which prohibits Apex from moving aggressively in that direction. Could funnel them into a fight, perhaps. Bit of a desperate affair. Given that they've only got pistols here.
You've also got the lockdown. Hunter's Fury used in the last round from Yesmi with that little tripwire play. Just on A long. So there could be an argument for Apex to use it now, but probably might be better to use it for the next round. You might not need it for this one. It's risky for Soulcast to be going alone in sewers.
Right here.
Especially with all of these right positions that OnlyFins could be playing from, but Soulcast might find the perfect time as they're moving in, and no, he's caught out.
Alice come alive. When it doesn't involve dashing, you'll know he'll be accurate. Smoke blockading the short play from OnlyFins, but doesn't really matter. Nixon up close to this fight, but Kayak's got the better angle to it, and making the Phantom shine! Whoa! It got out of control for Apex for a while, but Kayak said, hold my juice box. Apex. They've got this all under control here. With a spike down, but Feekin dropping with a superhero landing. Oh, what is going on? Hype is left alone. At least he's got the Vandal, the better weapon from the lot, but Feekin's found himself an upgrade, trying to find a longer position here, but they are taking fights one by one, but doesn't even matter. Feekin crouch, peeking his way to success. Try breaking that one down.
Can we get a replay of Kayak's almost 3K there? That transfer was insane.
Probably one of the best transfers I've seen all year.
Yeah, like I feel like this is crazy. It's not that far off, and Snowy's fighting with a sheriff of all things. Look! even like Dumbbell can't really believe it.
Oh, that's my boy, he says. That's my boy. Look, OnlyFins are still under pressure, right, regarding this season. Yeah, they got a win against Sweet and Sour, which everybody thought, nice, that's pretty decent. Getting a win against one of the finalists, because they were up for grabs for it, right? They dropped in the lower bracket finals. OnlyFins did. But they've lost to a few other teams that they really shouldn't have. So they want to be challenging for the top spots. They need to be doing a lot better, and a win with Apex here wouldn't be too bad. Oh, Snowy snack past.
Oh,
Snowy has
got
let them
two.
walk past. Oh, what is this? Check your corners. Ah! Yeah, the past 2 rounds have just been unexplainable.
I didn't know if you did the Paper X play where the smoke is a little bit into double doors, so it gives you a bit of a pocket hiding, but I don't think so. The smoke was perfectly placed. It was just on an angle that Apex weren't expecting, but OnlyFins, they're clawing this back. They're looking good. These retakes are solid. It really is just a case of if Apex can just have inhuman shots here, because the mistakes for them are still showing up, right? Like Soulcast going alone into sewers and just having some of these duels against OnlyFins of worse weaponry. Yeah, it just felt like OnlyFins had the right read. They dealt with the ulting Omen really nicely. And Snowy finding 2 in a really ratty position as Breach. Does a lot.
I mean, if you're OnlyFins here, you know you're up against a pistol, you know you've got superior weapons. Normally you just go for a spread out default, but no, a bit of a group up setup, knowing that there could be a potential quick crunch from Apex that you want to avoid.
Yeah.
We'll be able to have the fight on your terms at least.
Vova's been spotted. He's taking the attention of 4 players over towards A. At least he's taken down early, but it has provided a lot of space for Apex to go for a C execute. And OnlyFins, I guess, just happy to play for a retake again.
Not too harsh of an idea. It's what's been working. So,
Expected more.
Is like, you better not come alive after this, or they've been playing against too much ISO the previous season, where the first bullet just is not enough.
Everybody's coming from the same direction, though. So this position from Hype, he only is a classic, but it might be great.
The fact that everybody has full shields is going to complicate the affair for Hype, and he opts out of the angle as the Neon Wall was everything to allow OnlyFins to cross. Feekin does run out of bullets eventually, so it will get shut down, but he's the only casualty. OnlyFins, double digits reached, and it felt like they had a really hard time on defense right from the start of the half, but now it feels like a completely different story.
Oh, definitely. Like, now they're starting to come alive. The belief is there. And
the fact that that first kill wasn't a headshot, it got me scared for a second.
Oh, for sure. If the Volva is a better weapon, it could have been a little bit more difficult. But it's still a bit nervous from OnlyFins, like how much respect and space they gave up. Luckily, in that capacity, it worked out well. But if Apex, they consider trying to punish that a bit more, like flanks and lurks could do so much. Also, no timeouts from Apex, despite being this close.
Oh, true. I wonder why. Maybe they feel like they've still got it covered, or there's no significant read, an addition that can be made to the scenario. I'm just looking at the ultimates for Apex, the fact that they can lay this one out as they please.
Right there.
But again, Snowy is looking to stop any shenanigans, any quick ones towards his side of the map. That's not where Apex are heading.
Vova's done a good job of just being a nuisance over towards A long. He's not really done much. He hasn't fake TP'd or anything. But still, 3 people are set up, and the Rolling Thunder is in hands for the breach on defense. They're still not convinced. They're expecting some form of A play.
And they're probably right.
Kayak's in a great position now. He's inserted here, and it's still the same thing.
You can see the potential lines of a Rolling Thunder heading towards Apex's direction, and you just get scared. Kayak could be a beast, though. And the fact that he's been left alone in this area makes him think they're probably not around. They don't want to challenge for the space, which means you couldn't get in here without much difficulty. And it's a good call to make, good adaptation. They knew there was something off about that A-hold. Spike goes down, a 5v5 for the post-plant with a lockdown to delay OnlyFins approach.
It's going to try and grab a little bit more space as well, though, but he's been spotted. Does mean that if OnlyFins want to go for this retake, they kind of need to take Garage.
They do. But Apex have spread out all across the board, knowing that Rolling Thunder could prohibit the ability to shoot back. Trying to minimize the risk here. Kayak so good and explosive to holding things back. Mosey comes out of the shadows and says, peekaboo, goodbye. And all of a sudden, OnlyFins are dropping players left and right, side to side. And Fegan He's backing off. Realizes he's up against too much pressure there. Might be able to hold back Solcast here. Wide angle taken as Solcast was a little bit noisy about his approach. But that puts Apex on that point. And this was Onlyfin's pick, by the way.
At least it's close, more close than we usually see. And now we're starting to watch opponents take maps away from Apex and even series now. Us might not do justice here. But I loved how Apex played around the map there. Like getting Kayak inserted really nicely into Garage. You've got Hype watching C long. You've got a bit of pressure towards A. Either expecting the defenders to push C long, getting caught out by Hype or Kayak. Apex just go, well, they haven't taken this space, so we can just get it for free. Lockdowns buy a bit more time. The only thing is retakes aren't able to find too much at the moment.
And Hunter's Fury was premature, and I don't think it found a single tag. Molesy only now just spotted towards B.
This is a brilliant position.
Yeah, pays dividends for Kayak.
He did that just to dodge the Hunter's Fury, and he just ended up in a great position to hold the line. Rolling thunders on both sides.
True, Snowy avoided using it the previous round. Already didn't have the chance to. A little stun. Only has one of it. Oh,
he's in and out.
That's a good read. Get out. Molesy, though. Yeah, will back out of it as well. No spike to come their way, but the aftershock was used as well, so there's not really much prohibiting utility left on the side of Onlyfins now to keep him back. So they're going to have to make it work with their firepower and the overdrive. Soulcast a little bit labored in his efforts to shut down Fika, but at least he got Snowy down. Apex are winning all of the fights. No. This seemed to be decent for Onlyfins, but Apex, turn it on. Amp it up. Yesmu needs to get a 1v2 here.
Ooh.
That shock that could have landed and killed the Vova, by the way. So close, 12 seconds. Time pressure for Apex, but they can be safe to get the spike down for now. Yesmu, stay silent to put the question mark in Apex's head that he could be coming in from Garage. Not happening this time around. One player remains alive to shut down Apex's map. Beautifully done on Haven.
Marvelous showing, debut of this team on one of the oldest maps in the game. Onlyfins maybe thought that they were being coy to try and bring Apex over here, show the map off early. And to be fair, like Apex definitely had their issues on their defense, overstepping the mark, being out of position. But on the attack, when you've got Kayak getting 300 plus ACS, he was 29 and 17 at the end. And just a lot of individual shining moments from the whole of the squad. Still, it was close. Teams are really catching up to Apex now.
Yeah, you start to feel that, right? And it wasn't just a one-time thing. It wasn't just formulation gaining a map because Apex weren't feeling it. It wasn't because Sweet and Sour won the entire series against them. The wake-up call has already come, right? Yeah. They're already awake at this point. So that's where you start to wonder how much labor will it require from them to close out this split and make their way into Ascension cleanly. We'll have to figure all this out and more after this break.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. You're so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love
Well, Echo, what a series that was so far. I mean, I feel like we're only just warming up into it. A 7-5 half, ending up in double digits. That map was certainly a lot closer than what I thought it was going to be. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, Apex starting out 4-0 right at the very beginning, and then just the timeout coming at just the right time from Dumbbell led to such a streak from OnlyFins. Obviously not able to close it out in the end of that second half, but absolutely incredible.
Yeah, definitely. I think after getting those first 4 rounds from Apex, they did start making some little mistakes here and there, maybe perhaps getting a little too comfortable, which was allowing OnlyFins to kind of get a couple of rounds on the board there. So yeah, I mean, interesting game to set us up for sure. I honestly don't even have words for it. Like, I'm so surprised that it even went to double digits.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, there was a couple of little mistakes there from Apex that allowed OnlyFins, using some ultimates specifically, to be able to get a few rounds onto the board and really start to build up a streak, especially in that second half. But Apex, I mean, look at this scoreboard. 7 first bloods from Kayak is just, that's just crazy, right?
Yeah, I think looking at that scoreboard, Ali was a little bit quieter than we were perhaps expecting. You know, a player that was still being able to utilise the role in which he needed to get that space. But I think it's fair to say that we were maybe perhaps expecting a little bit more from that player.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of things there on his Neon that were really, really nice, right? Especially when we kind of switched over the sides onto the defense. He looked really good, but it was definitely a little bit quieter, like you said. And the attack side getting 1 kill, the entire attack side. Yes, he was entering, and I think Ryan mentioned this on broadcast, the trades were usually coming through. But you still want to be getting some kills when you're on that Neon.
Yeah, and so when we think about that Neon, what do you think about the Neon pick now after seeing it in action?
I like it in theory, and I think one thing that specifically OnlyFins are really good at, they played their macro really well. They were using Neon as that late rotator because she can hold onto a site and then run away and catch up with everyone else before they even get into the retake. So their macro was good on the defensive side, but there was so many micro mistakes. We actually saw Ale getting flashed quite a lot, stunned quite a lot by the team, and you can tell there's a few little things there that need a bit of practice.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the opposing duelist on Apex, Kajak's op, how much impact do you think it had on Apex's defense?
Yeah, not as much as I was expecting. Picking the Jet and going for the Jet instead of switching up with an ISO and Neon or something like that, it's a statement to make, and it usually that statement is, I'm going to go for the operator and I'm going to go for the kills in the defense. I think we might have seen 1 operator kill coming on through, but when he switched over to the attack side, he looked very comfortable on the Jet, as we know, as we saw in that scoreboard there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing that's fair to say is Apex are a team that were perhaps crumbling a little bit when the time started to tick on the clock. And I know that round 11 in particular is something that maybe showed this. So yeah, I mean, we need to talk about the fact that it's Mosey's first time IGLing, right? And the fact that Apex's reads have been really nice throughout this map. You know, they had really good protocols in place. This round being a sort of perfect example of utilising that Killjoy lockdown, having that breach rolling Thunder as well in their back pocket to be able to get that space back. But I mean, we'll see the run play out. It obviously wasn't enough for them to get this one on the board, but what do you think the issues were here, Echo?
Yeah, so you can see it's at this moment here, the time is going so low, and everyone's fighting, everyone's trying to get the kills. They tap the spike and then come off of it, go back onto it, but it's just too late. And it feels like in those minute minutes, those seconds on those retakes, they were a little bit delayed. The miscommunication, a little bit of panic came in, and they started diffusing way too late. And that's the kind of thing, the protocols aren't usually there for that specific level of detail. The protocols look good, but there was a bit of communication, miscommunication, a bit of panicking going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think round 16 is another round that we've seen that in when we were sat in the green room watching it, where Apex, they had a sort of post-plant utility panic where they were just throwing like breach utility to delay only Finns coming in to have that retake. And that's partly because Avova was the first pick of that round. You know, you lose your smokes, you lose your controller, you use ability to be able to stop those players funneling back into that site. So how do you think that Apex's defense was in comparison to their attack?
The defense was pretty good, right? They had a lot of nice retakes, and obviously that was where they got those first 4 rounds, but it didn't seem as protocoled as I'd expect. I think overall OnlyFins' defense, it looked better on the macro level, but I think at the end of the day, Kayak is just going to get a bunch of kills and win you the rounds, and that's really what happened there.
Yeah, definitely. And we did just see a quick graphic pop up on the screen there about the series so far and what we've got to come. And it is Sunset that we're diving into. Echo, what are you expecting from Sunset?
I was excited for this. This is what we said kind of as we were prepping for this game. I want to see Sunset between these two teams. Neither of them was going to ban it. OnlyFins almost always prioritized it as their pick, like kind of before this in Split 2. And actually Apex pick it here. I think that's a really interesting dynamic where Apex 3-0 on it so far, incredibly strong. 3-2 for OnlyFins, but they've looked really good. Specifically though, they've looked the best on their attack side, but they're starting on the defense. OnlyFins chose to start the defense here. So why they chose that, not too sure. I'm expecting a comp change again.
Yeah, potentially. And I think the fact that, you know, OnlyFins, the fact that they've played it only 2 more times more than Apex, but do you think that that was something that was in Apex's mind when they decided to choose that map? Do you think it's, okay, we've got enough coverage on OnlyFins where we can kind of anti-strat how they've been playing this map? Or do you think it's because Apex feel strong enough that they're like, oh yeah, it's one of our best maps?
I'm expecting it's the strong side, to be honest, and it's a very interesting map for Apex because specifically they don't put Kayak on a duelist, right? They have Kayak on Gecko, so that's an interesting aspect of it. They've got the Sage in there as well. We'll see if they keep that the same here, and they've kept it exact same. OnlyFins as well, no changes on their comp. So like you said, there's a lot of coverage, a lot of footage here for both of these teams to try and get some anti.
Yeah, definitely. I think even you mentioned that Sentinel pick from Apex there, that's one of the sort of key big differences here between this Apex and this OnlyFins. How do you think the Sage and the Cypher are going to come up against each other? You know, Cypher is able to get perhaps more information than that Sentinel on Apex's side, where if you look at a Sage, you just think maybe, oh, just wall something off, just slow something down.
Yeah, the Sage can be really good. We've seen to great success in Tier 1, the Sage coming on in. I'm very excited to see how this does go, because as we can see here, 100% win rate for Apex so far. They play this composition most of the time. They love it. They love this map. They love this comp. The Sage, honestly, I'd probably compare the Viper and the Cypher instead in this situation. The Viper's going to be doing the same kind of job.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for all of that insight, Echo. We've loved breaking down that map for you, but we're going to chuck you guys back to Pavlos and Ryan. Take it away, guys.
That we will. I'm honestly excited about this one. The first map sort of gave us a bit of an idea of how the series would go, and to be fair, it was quite close. A laboured attempt for Apex to close out the match in the end. Do you feel at any point it felt like it was out of hand for them, out of control?
Not really, but I do feel that OnlyFins were playing catch-up throughout the majority of Haven. Though, the last time that we saw these two teams play, it was in OT in the last series that they played. They played Sunset, and it was OT win just for Apex 14-12. But that was back when they were playing the Euro, and since then, Apex changed their comp to be playing this comp that they're running today, and they're on 6 wins in a row. Sorry, one of those does include OnlyFins, but after that like overtime game that they played in the group stages of stage 1, that's when Apex changed to this comp. It's been undefeated since. We have at least seen OnlyFins move up to this comp with spatterings of good results. They beat Apena Orchestra, Requiem and Medispop, and lost to Formulation and Sweet and Sour. So it's going to be a bit of a tricky one. This is a map that Apex are very comfortable with playing on this comp. Some dominant records, and OnlyFins just trying to keep up with the go-to meta, I suppose, at the moment.
Well, for the first few seconds of this game, we won't be seeing any gunfights being taken, as each side has chosen to push a different position in the map. Well, Apex will move into the A side. OnlyFins' push in mid will illustrate the absence of their opponents, and therefore by elimination, they'll proceed to defend A. Nixon looking to go in on the side, but the fact that Apex have gone for an aggro plant themselves, maybe holding it out from spawn to the back of the site as well. Wingman sent in to try and clear out some of these corners, but that's not where OnlyFins are. This is going to be an odd one. Apex not quite able to put his shots together to get the first kill, but is able to reload in time to get one kill nevertheless. OnlyFins are the ones winning out their trades. They've got side control. Moldy in trouble, hurt substantially. Avova brings it back, and somehow so has Moldy. Oh, this is a tough one. They know they can group up against the smoke and try to do damage towards it. Feekin finds out the swing, but Moldy is there to return. Can he find the finishing by one to Nixon? The answer is he can't. It's OnlyFins to win the pistol after what was a very chaotic fight.
Yeah, scrappy round. I think we've seen this pistol before from Apex, so it felt like OnlyFins were like, okay, yeah, they've walled off, they're pushing and fighting towards alley. Let's just try to take A link, let's try and wrap around, make sure that we fight together. And they just dealt with the wall. A really powerful bit of utility for Sage in a pistol, and OnlyFins sort of knew how they wanted to play around it at that point. A great pistol for them to pick up. And Apex, I mean, like I said, they've played this comp quite a lot, so if OnlyFins have a bit of an anti-strat on how to deal with this, now would be a great time to pull it out.
Evidently, both teams have got a sort of a different ideology. They're just a couple of main compositions circling around for this map, aren't there, Ryan?
Yeah.
Which one are you most a fan of?
Probably out of these two. I think OnlyFins' comp is used a lot more, but I think if you're going to play Breach, play Silver Breach, or play Silver KO like Team Heretics. I'm a big fan of Silver on this map. I think for OnlyFins with their comp, you're sacrificing a lot of like hard info for just pushing power with flashes. And when it comes to slow rounds like this, where you're playing the information game, that's where Apex can potentially start to shine. You don't have recon darts, you don't have owl drones, so it does allow Apex on a low buy like this to just find jewels and make it a 3 versus 3 on an eco.
It was important that Ale got the kill over towards that B side just now, because otherwise Apex would have had the numbers advantage. Kayak already upgraded to a Bulldog, so it's a scary prospect to deal with. Solcast unable to find the kill against Snowy. OnlyFins seemed to be stabilizing a little bit. It was a hard and labored start to this round. It could have gone wrong, right? A few 1v1s more for Apex, and this could have been a completely different story with a second round going to them, but no. It's a doubled up score here for the Finnish side.
Especially because Snowy took 2 of those fights with only a ghost and was able to win up against Sheriffs. So the 3 Bulldogs, I think it was just 3 that OnlyFins brought into the last round, they're taking into their bonus. That means that Snowy and Nixon can maybe buy up to rifles if they want and to work with it. But Snowy actually going to be opting for the Judge, interestingly enough. Good little thing for Apex to be doing on the eco round 2, sort of pushing towards A, showing that they can just walk up, full contact. Means that OnlyFins might have to stack bodies over there a bit, that they shouldn't be too open to rotating away completely.
And I think this map also creates quite the pace change from the previous round, right? When Haven, you'd expect some really fast crunches onto different sites. Sunset, pretty laid back. You sort of need to have a good lay of the lands before you take any aggressive stance anywhere. At least that's what teams have been doing. That's exactly what Apex has done as well. Ball out, cross to the B site, not coming through just yet. Hype trying to keep players busy towards mid. OnlyFins have rotated over. Spike goes down as a 4v5 looks to commence.
Yeah, 4 people already here to fight for this retake, but it's an Omen v Omen in mid actually. Nixon was trying to wrap around, maybe to go for B main or just try to catch a late lurk, but Avova getting that kill is massive. He could flank all the way around, but instead, he's jumping up with the rest of his team in a 4v2.
Still, with 2 players remaining, the utility isn't that bad from Apex. It's delayed them substantially, whether that was the Thrash or the Paranoia. These flashes keep on going. Onto the spike, the Wingman goes, but you can't move into the smoke without having to deal with every single one of them. Avova, a Quadra out of thin air, wins the round for Apex.
It's so hard to keep up. You said that it was more laid back. I don't think that's going to be the theme, really, of this sunset. Apex on their like anti-bonus, their full buy, go for an open B plan, not really too much to contend with it. It gets scrappy, and that should have probably been Onlyfins winning up on their bonus if it wasn't for some like Avova getting the kill in mid for 1, and then the other 3 kills in that B main post plan.
I have no idea how that happened. And I was referencing the start of the rounds to be quite slow, but obviously Apex want to make sure that the rest of the rounds are high octane, if you will. Back to a reset. Only 1 player surviving by the end of the previous round, though, right? So it keeps the economy on nice edge for both teams.
Okay, and I've used for B main to see if the operator had pushed into B main a bit more, taking that space. The weird setup for Onlyfins having the Cypher and the Raze over on one side. But I think they're hoping that Apex go, oh, the operator's on B? Surely the Cypher's on A then, in that case. But no, both of them are together. Both of them are playing to just sort of stall this out, find some kills. Apex don't really have much to get them off this angle, really. No, he gets a kill for the smoke!
Because it's Ale. Finds his hands on an operator and makes good use of it. Wingman can't be quite interrupted, so Apex can now play the safe game, the slow game with Hype in the mix. Did Ale just find another shot through the smoke? I think he may have.
Possibly.
Or at least he thread the needle.
Yeah,
Hype
wall is
has
still
also
up.
found an answer. Ooh, how about that? Showstopper. As soon as he gets it available for him, will drop in, although opts out of it to find safety within the smoke. Diffused halfway. Hype finding spray damage. It's really comfortable for Apex in this position. And Onlyfins are forced to get into killing ways, but they're not able to find a thing. And it's Nixtu, the caller of Onlyfins, trying to do it by himself, but Avova has stepped up this game and is making his shooting prowess work out.
It's what was that, a 5v3 for Onlyfins at a point?
Yeah.
Ale getting 2 to begin with. I mean, Hype does well, just played in mid, gets 1 kill on the rotating players. And these just B main post plans are too good. That's Ale getting 2 kills and then using a showstopper and finding very little off the back of it.
Here.
Haven definitely felt like it was Apex just being the better team in a lot of those cases. But here, like, Onlyfins have just been unlucky or just outplayed in some minor moments. They're forced onto an eco.
Poison's off.
It's a tough world here for Onlyfins. As soon as they feel like they have an inch, Apex, they're turning it all around. That's a great paranoia, but Molsey was so close that it didn't hinder him at all. And now Onlyfins need to find an answer. Ale seems to be not doing too bad on the race so far. But how much damage can you realistically find, given you've only got Sheriffs? He just weaves in and out of battle with such finesse and always ends up with a kill.
He's king of timings. Now he has Yesmu to play off of him too that gets a pick. Rifty Man might be good here. You got the player advantage. The spike's still not gone down yet. The neural effect is going to show these up.
Oh, huge. Sokos expected some bullets to go his way, but I don't think Onlyfins expected him to be that far forward. From the shadow was unable to get the spike down on the other end. But look, if it was any other player, I'd say it's over. But it's Avova.
Cover going out.
It's not Avova till it's Avova.
It came to my mind the moment I was saying, and I was like, that was no pun intended, but I could just leave it there to settle.
Well, if he has a crazy
clutch,
clutch, you can put it at the end, and we could be like, wow, you just wax lyrical.
Sure.
Cover going out.
Let's do it. Smoke out. Paranoia as well. It sort of reveals where he is. The spray is successful for the first kill, but Feekin's going to stick on the defuse. That's going to be a double kill for him at the end fight, triple overall. But it's a thrifty round, and I think courtesy by Allay's first 3 Sheriff shots to get them this win.
Yeah, I think if you're Apex, if you're rewatching that, you can't really say that you did too much wrong there. It was just LA finding unbelievable timings, peeking through the smoke like that. But the first shot, just a bit of an off angle. Obviously, something that you need to bear in mind when you're doing that Gecko flash.
Look at that.
There's a bit of a blind spot. But that second kill where he just peeks through the smoke, most times the player goes down there.
It's those moments where you're like, this is not a good decision for you to do tactically, but I feel it and I'm going to do it.
Now I'd win, pretty much.
Yeah. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. That's the type of thing he'd say in this situation.
I mean, when he's playing like this, it's hard not to trust him.
Ultimate's built up for only Finns, as they're pretty slow and steady for this one. Not challenging any extremities. Apex, on the other hand, doing some feeling out here in the mid.
Neither team's money is great. Whoever loses this will probably have to eco afterwards. So, no overstepping, no big boundaries. Ally finds another first blood. And onto Kayak.
That's ridiculous. At least there's a resurrection available to bring him back to life. But Ale is feeling it. He'll be an honourable Finn by the end of this season.
One more?
He played so good he got a Finnish citizenship.
That'd be funny. Still.
Cypher setup's good. You got these trips to play from, but he's hit by the KO knife, so now he's really like up shit's creek without a paddle, maybe.
Sure, but the setup is back online. Great thrash as well. Hinders a couple of them. Bouncing and jumping up and down, but still, Sokas looking to leave out of the smoke. Oh, and the concussion is still there for the two players at the back of the site. Snowy, you can't recover that Odin on time. That's an ace by Sokas to give Apex the dub.
Team Liquid Soulcast as well with a name. A great fights. All set up, of course, from Kayak's ultimate, which was only allowed to go out because of the ultimate that was used with the Sage to res him. There's a couple of these rounds that only Finns are losing, that they are getting the first kill on, and they still can't really capitalize on it.
You've opened a bit of a conversation topic here, Ryan, with TL Soulcast, you know, the TL being on his name.
Yeah.
You know, with Team Liquid not having the best of performances on VCMA, it makes you think, is there a chance he gets called up here? And if he does get called up, what does this mean for Apex, right? Because they're going to be down their start, potentially, right? Given that he was the MVP of last season as well, big aspect to their win and the success.
Surely it's planned in place that, you know, if they make playoffs and make Ascension, then maybe Soulcast can go and help Liquid if they say make champs.
Yeah. Be a double agent.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll have to see, I guess. For now, it's just Law. Hi. So good in this position. Played it perfectly, and now he's still got 3 to deal with, but still feels dangerous. For good reason as well. Might have just taken them down all by himself. A one-man army. Yesmu, though, will make sure he takes a couple down to the grave with them, as Apex are able to find the lead. But it's a bit of a back-and-forth game so far.
Oh, definitely. It's definitely more scrappy than you'd like from either side. But make no mistake, Apex is very good at playing in the scrappy. Like, the positions that they take, like just Hype's position here, such a lovely little angle. Sort of expects that he's going to be peeked by multiple players. Maybe not expecting all 3. But, like, he's just so ready and prepared. Volva 11 and 4. Actually, Kayak bottom of the kill feed for both teams alongside Nixun. Rolling Thunder's going to be used on the defense to crunch, but it only hits the Omen, and the Omen TP's out.
Whoa, a bit overzealous there and a bit disjointed, causing Apex to take charge. And now they've got plenty of decisions to take because they can take it all together. They've got clear number superiority, so if they even play the trading game, it should be all sunshine and rainbows. And that's exactly what happens again. Nixun faces way too many bodies ahead of him. And he can, let's call it off. They know where he is. The dagger's just been broken right in front of his eyes. And can't recover in time for Soulcast's aggressive peak. I think this is the first time we see a 2-round difference in favor of this Apex side for this map.
Yeah, at least for this map, for sure.
Yeah.
But that was the full buy for Onlyfin, so they're onto an eco again. And we've seen a lot of those kind of examples, right? Like pushing with the Rolling Thunder, maybe having a showstopper, which LA has now, to just go and like crunch down on players, but it only hit the Omen. The Omen got out. Everybody else from Apex was in a good position to deal with that. And kind of like you said, Pavlos, it did seem really disjointed. It seemed it was just a raise went in and everybody else was slowly following. Had there been a showstopper alongside that, well, it makes it a lot stronger. But it really did feel like Apex were sort of expecting some aggression, positioned really nicely for it.
Yeah, good read. Props to Apex for handling it correctly. I mean, they were given a really close battle, and I don't think they want to risk losing any more matches. They want to be tested, and they want to make sure that they get clean wins here. After all, the goal of this org wasn't to win Challengers North. The goal of this org was to reach the height of the previous season, but one step further as well, getting to the finals and winning it.
I mean, like,
reach the heights of heights.
Also, when it comes to talking about Apex, that they sacrificed a lot to keep doing this, right? Teams in other games have gone to the wayside to focus on this as a main thing. Apex is serious about being involved in the EMEA.
But there's always someone to cause them trouble, isn't it? Whether that was Gentlemates last season or Ale right now. Well, Mosey taken down to a lot of health. Solkov is already down, right? OnlyFins, not the most optimal situation money-wise, but they still have got plenty of players to throw at this problem. You're left available for Feekin as well if he ends up with another pick. He gets up close and personal. Wingman not going to get that spike down anytime soon, so the pressure's on Apex to swing out into the open. The flash was perfect, and OnlyFins are able to capitalize it off of it. Even better is Hype out into the open himself now. 1v3. The good thing for him is that no upgrades have come weapon-wise for OnlyFins, but the distance is close, and it's smooth work from defending here for OnlyFins.
The only rounds that Apex have lost have been up against pistols, right? Like round 1, obviously, and then the Thrifty in round 5, and Thrifty again, round 9. When it comes to full buys, they've been won out massively in favor for Apex.
They should play with Sheriff's and Stingers more.
Yeah, just don't buy.
Just don't buy.
There's a flash again for Yesmu. No command. Big stuff for if a plant goes down for Apex. Obviously, with no duelist, it is hard for them to try to do like a fast execute. But this is looking like there's a setup for it. A Mosh has been thrown for the lineup. It's gone through market. And there's the null command. Lovely little set play.
Well, the Sage Wall allows the cross, but it's broken already by Snowy. And Apex is ready for it. 2 players at the back of the site, dismantled in a second. Beautiful work from Hype. Snowy thought he found a gap there, but Mosey anticipates it and he keeps it going. Okay, a ray of confidence has just shone on this Apex side. And I don't think OnlyFins were ready for it at all.
I think if we see Apex winning this series, an interview question I'd like is like, who cooked up this round for Apex? Because it was magnificent. Just the whole execute, the utility used. I think Apex is probably the only team in the world running this comp. There's cherry pickings of things like the Sage from the likes of Paper X, but having the Viper and stuff too. Very unique to them. And you can tell why they like it when they have rounds like that.
There's plenty of options with it, right? Can be quite versatile. I guess you lack the explosivity like you can gain with a Raze. Doesn't seem to matter all that much.
Kind of reminded me of when the old FPX, when it was, you know, the Navi team, the European FPX.
Yeah.
And they run like triple initiator and chamber back then. Because you still lack the duelist kind of. But because you have those 3 initiators, you just have so an abundant amount of utility for executes that it's just hard to play up against it. And when you've got players all on different roles, that all of them could be duelist players because the mechanics are so good, very hard to deal with it. And that's kind of how I felt then. Because I said, like, Apex, like, they don't have a Raze to satchel in with a showstopper and stuff like that. What they had then was just really good timings, like a Mosh that takes like 10 seconds to land. But as it lands, that's where the null command comes out. That's where a flash comes out too.
And it also came down to the pre-fight crosshair placement as well, right? It felt like wherever they were looking, the players were there, ready for them. And obviously with Apex holding the line, they were quicker to react to them. So
yeah,
definitely amalgamation of things.
I want that VALORANT page. Stat, Apex. That was lovely.
Yeah, sure. Now, Dumbbell did have a word with his players here. Last map, the tac pauses rather, were quite influential.
Right there.
Probably having a couple of reads in play. Snowy, great intuitive play. And again, Resurrection available for Apex to bring themselves back into equal footing. Enemy lines conquered here by Avova, and Snowy's not looking at the right side. Oh, they might be missing each other. Doesn't really come down to Avova. As Mosey was quick enough to take that fight. Ale might be in trouble, though. I don't think he realizes how quick Apex can get close to him here.
Ale's always going to gravitate to the fight, isn't he?
Doesn't want to be away from any fights at any moment. But this time, he is called to action. Apex have literally made a line in the middle of this map, split it in two. And I think Feekin might have just created an opening, an area of relief.
Usually when you have these chaotic moments, Apex cutting noise, seeing where the dust settles. But still, 30 seconds has passed and they still have no idea what OnlyFins are doing, because OnlyFins are just finding these little pockets.
30 seconds
Nixon
left.
was able to hide away just in time, and
Did
I
he
think
see
so,
him?
Cuz.
Must
I think
have
he
done.
did, because he's looking in his direction, and he's going to go right after him and play the trigger, discipline play. Oh, doesn't wait a second more, knows that he wants to hand over the advantage to his team. No funny business here. Avoid the risk of an extra player coming in through mid. From the shadows, coming out. OnlyFins grouping up together. A three-player death ball approach with Avova trying to catch him off guard. Feekin was out by himself, and Avova caught him napping. Smoke onto the spike. Nixon touches, Mosh to their feet. It will be diffused halfway. Nixon getting out of dodge. Wow, actually without a bullet to his name, Avova. Really strong this entire series so far, and he's good enough with a triple to solidify the round for his team.
Crazy work from Avova again, just to save the day. OnlyFins really just had wild positions and caught a lot of Apex players alone in these 1v1s. But you gotta look at Feekin just peeking in front of everybody else. Nobody could play together. Apex just playing these individual moments perfectly. But a major kill for Avova, the first one, and then the trade afterwards. Another close half, though, similar to Haven.
That's true. The game was defined on the second, as it nearly always does. Nixon, good paranoia. That catches all three. A potential for a second kill there, but Mozzie is able to do his acrobatic work to avoid any damage.
Rush is going to be used. Brief bit of information. Don't want to throw it out too far that it gets broken and they have to awkwardly pick it up. They just wanted to see if anybody else was close. Apex using it as an opportunity to reset, play more towards mid. OnlyFins giving up a lot of B main just because of the camera there. The top mids, you can tell that they're nervous about holding this on the defense. It's not comfortable.
Oh no, deep positioning outside of the smoke as well, and it only pays off on one angle. Nick Feekin is a perfect player for this endeavor. He's been such a standout player for this team, especially in that first split. This one, you know, he might have been overshadowed a bit with Ale's addition, but always a dangerous prospect. It's Nixon, though, to top the charts on this round, particularly as we move out of this half the same way we did the previous one, I believe, 5-7.
Yeah. And OnlyFins won the pistol on Haven, and it was 7-0 very quickly. That seemed to sort of be about where it ended in that second half. The problem when you're playing up against Apex on this map is their win rate is crazy good on both sides. Like, literally, like 75% good.
Damn.
It's been a great year for them on both types of comps. It's a map that they haven't dropped yet at all, despite Apex dropping series previously, and even dropping a map or two. But this wasn't one of them. And OnlyFins have got them close before.
Can they make it work this time around? Hyper aggressive. Something that Apex haven't been able to do with their comp. Although Ale did start off leading the charge, they have slowed down a little, which has allowed Apex to circumnavigate their way to the back line of this attack. Avova avoiding the stun, although he's blind as a bat, Feekin will make sure he'll fly no more.
Perfect timing.
My eyes are down.
Yeah, they've come through. The trip has broken, so there will be wariness in this direction, but to what extent is the question. Hype, good to take one down with them, as OnlyFins try to see how much presence is coming out from the other side of this take. Nixun can't survive for long. Kayak is making that ghost work pretty damn well. Feekin, though, he's the best pistol player in this league. I'm going to call it right here, but this will complicate the endeavor so much more. And with a wingman taking charge to defuse, and with Molesy acting as a human shield, things actually get quite close because it needs to be defused halfway, but Ale comes alive eventually. The final player standing, giving OnlyFins the pistol win.
A really nice idea from Apex. All things considered with the wall and the wingman. But OnlyFins in a very uncomfortable position, but the call on attack, the protocols for this team was really well done from OnlyFins. You got Apex flanking. As soon as OnlyFins catch wind of it, they start to punch A-Link. They really win a lot of those like important fights. That's a major one that they end up losing. But Feekin and Ali being massively impactful here. And on the attack, you want to see both finding important picks because Apex have been really hitting their shots today.
Yeah, Feekin was the main player we were mentioning the first split. But OnlyFins haven't been seeing the same success, at least. Kayak nearly closed the round for his team the round before, and he opens up the round at least this time around. I like the transitioning from Apex. Seem to have a sort of a good idea of what their opponent's doing, navigating with them on the other side of the map, sort of reflecting it.
Yeah, it's good defaulting from OnlyFins. They're not panicking with just losing a player early. They're still putting that pressure towards B. KO knives come in. The rotations for Apex might go back, sending the KO more towards A. And with this Cypher trip, it means that the gun can be picked up from Apex. They've had to respect it, and have always been here the whole time keeping an eye. Has a bit of support from Kayak. Paranoia is going to come out to just try and stall.
There was a deep push from a couple of these players, so they weren't really hindered to stop in their tracks too much still. Traded. A trade of the Geckos. OnlyFins still lacking the numbers, though. Apex have proved tough. The issue is no access to weapons. Wingman getting the spike down. Deep smoke coming through from the Apex side to prohibit one of these angles that OnlyFins could hide within. And finally, OnlyFins are finding the kills that they need. Wingman wasn't able to get the spike down. Instead, Yezmu trying to put it down himself, which keeps his teammate exposed to the elements, and it's over to try to do it by himself. The Mosh is throwing at his feet. Yezmu's got the better gun. Avova tries to close up the gap, but no, Yezmu's Quadra will be enough to find the equalizer up against their opponents.
I feel like this is the exact same as Haven. Like, even the anti-eco was similar from OnlyFins, that they only have one player alive. Because I remember saying, what do OnlyFins do on the bonus? Do they buy up and not have a bonus, or do they just have that one gun? And it's the same here, that it's just a Bulldog, and it's half armor of classics on the side of OnlyFins. Both teams have their thrash at least. And yet again, you're sort of looking at this going, okay, Apex should probably win this round, but they have been prettied a lot so far on Sunset. Yeah. So I'm nervous, I'm sweating a bit, and it's not just the British heat.
No, it's not. It's Northern Europe heat.
Yeah.
Generally, it's heating up on the server as well as in real life. Apex have got the best read. And I think OnlyFins have gotten a gist of it. Feekin, in the meantime, has crossed deep, nestled himself into a little corner, made it his home. But it doesn't seem like Apex are willing to get past them at any point soon.
The door closed. It's a nice little pocket. And if this is something that OnlyFins can keep doing and keep conditioning, if it's Kayak that's playing this position in top mid consistently, you effectively take Kayak out of the map for a bit. Oh, the second he got hit by the KO knife. So the thrash is gone on the attacking side.
Really important. That was the way that OnlyFins were hoping they'd get themselves back into the A site. Feekin swings out without any assistance of Snowy. Not even a peek or a flash. Ali at the back of the site. The strongest weapon that OnlyFins have. And he's made it work so far, but he needs to make sure that Hype is shut down, as he's going to be quite the menace to the back of the site as well. Ale upgrades to a Vandal. Can't quite provide the Bulldog to his teammate. Nixun is trying to go for that instead. Oh, Hype just pushes through smokes, and I don't think OnlyFins would have expected that for the world of them. Avova make sure that Snowy can't approach and cause any more upsets, and it's going to be Apex gaining the lead.
Yeah, you know, they knew exactly where Snowy was at the end too, because Snowy tried to go through the door in market. He broke it trying to lurk mid. Instantly Sage walled off. So no way in for them in market if the Sage is going to keep playing there. Molesley does good. And Onlyfin's at least getting a plant in and doing a bit of damage on their bonus. Now they have a full buy. But losing that Thrash is a big loss for them on a round like this. They do have a lot of ultimates on their way. But it's just a neural theft for Feekin at the moment. And the Thrash still nestled in with Kayak on the other side.
Box and screen down.
Slow and steady. Again, Onlyfins feeling out the waters.
I think Onlyfins need to be breaking this door too. When there's no Cypher on this defense, letting that door be closed for this long, I think it's something that Nixion's going to be wanting to hopefully do, but it's risky. You've got Soulcast playing top mid. Nice sight line. You got a Cypher camera keeping an eye on stuff.
Feels comfortable.
Yeah, 40 seconds have passed. And all Onlyfins have done is put a bit of pressure towards B. Now they're congregating mid.
And the wall has only just been broken, the door, rather. Oh, Ali, drive-by, like he tends to be doing this game. How much more will they like to push? Looks like a lot more.
Great area of the map to be pressuring.
Left-hand side, Soulcast looking to hold it. He's been good to do it. Again, Onlyfins have moved apart from each other, not grouping up together, causing them to drop players. It's uncomfortable from Soulcast, but gets it done because Yesmu decides to peek him nevertheless. Good Thrash to come in from Kayak. And it just guarantees Apex to win on every single front. I don't know what happened there, Ryan. It felt like Onlyfins had a good read on how they wanted to play that, but then everything just spread out and got shut down.
Maybe a bit overcomplicated in some senses. They get that kill towards market, the door's open, it's the Sage too, so they can't Sage wall it off and protect. And they just try to fight like top mid and A main to try and crunch those positions. Maybe trying to think 2 steps ahead, but Apex were already matching them there. Right positions for them, and like maybe sometimes the obvious play is the better one for Onlyfins. Just going through market, going for a B split. I mean, that Viper wall on defense is scary to deal with in these post plants. But name a part of the map that isn't scary when you're playing up against Apex with this comp.
Yeah, not many places that you'd find comfortable. Oh, great Dizzy. Actually, it felt like Molesley wanted to go for an early sneaky peek. But no, we'll just drop a wall down. Make sure that Onlyfins aren't as comfortable to get pushing. But again, Apex putting presence on both extremities, full control over mid. They don't seem to be shaking at all here.
Just Ali's showstopper, but so far he's 0-2 with using him on this map. Not quite connecting.
His Sheriff has been a little bit better than that, hasn't it?
It's also weird that Snowy's sort of been playing mid quite a lot. Seeing Onlyfins go for like a B execute as a 4-1 like this, and usually he'd want the breach with everybody, right? With the stun, the utility. Almost like he's a mid-lurk, but I think he did just stun across A main, which is going to pull that rotation, but it doesn't seem like Apex are buying it.
The stun was put up with the smoke as well, so it did slightly make Apex unaware of what was going on, but they still held their guns to the defensive of this B side. Molesley and Hyde put their bullets together to make sure to melt Onlyfins to the ground. The hot lead will do its job. And Snowy, 1 bullet to his gun. And no more life left in them either. Apex seem to be running away with this one. Ryan, you made a comparison with the previous map a couple of times already, and I'm going to say this is looking very similar in the way things are transpiring.
Yeah, close until it wasn't, right? Ali missing the showstopper again. I think he was killed just before he was about to fire it, but even if he didn't fire it, the KO knife would have cancelled it out anyhow. But yeah, like Apex have been playing this map really well. Had the right read there. I do like what Onlyfins were trying to do. Like having Snowy playing towards tiles, because you can get into this spot that DRX like where you're sort of tucked in on tiles and then you stun across A main like short and elbow. And they went for that, and you could sort of see the Apex like it must have been Soulcast, I think, on the KO that was starting to rotate. And then suddenly it was like, no, wait. And they guessed correctly. They still had 3 players over towards B. Maybe one of those instances where OnlyFins went too fast on B, like essentially right after when the breach stun was used. So there wasn't enough time for Apex to really consider it an option and then make the call to rotate. Or there just wasn't enough utility used towards A to fake it that Apex were like, it's just a stun. There's no follow-up, there's no footsteps, there's no omen smoke, there's no like gecko flash. It's just a stun. Hold fast. And they wait a couple of seconds and then suddenly a showstopper's used over on B and everybody's there waiting for it.
Evident trouble. Again, timeouts have been seemingly trending on the positive way here for OnlyFins. But the lack of explosiveness has allowed Apex to read them quite well. Always seemingly to have players at the right positions at the right time.
Yeah, and instantly OnlyFins breaking the door this time. That feels like maybe one of the things a dumbbell, sorry, a mix of Baba and dumbbell up. I think that was one of the things that they mentioned in the timeout, is just get that door broken. Because either they have to use the Sage Wall early, in which case we could break that. They're getting so much Sage utility out of it by just breaking this door. Now they need to move into doing something else. They don't want to waste too much time on it. There's the Sage Wall. Can it be broken again? Are you going to push top mid? In which case you're running into the KO and the Gecko.
Well, one left behind. It's Ale on the case, keeping Molzy busy. At least no rotation will be coming in from him, as he'll keep an eye out from mid. But Apex, they've also spread out, polarized in their positioning, leaving mid open for OnlyFins to take, but that's not what they're going for. They're moving into B. Good timing of the Poison Cloud as well to prohibit OnlyFins from moving in comfortably.
Yeah.
These angles will be super hard to take. For the smoke, this allows Hype from seeing any of this. Apex will have to allow OnlyFins to get the spike down. Whoa. Wingman was also shut down together with Yasmi there.
It's the right idea for OnlyFins. With all of that stuff on market, they've made it so that Molzy has no utility to slow them down at all.
Oh, look at this. Saleh wants to go in. Great flash, but he doesn't aggress off the back of it. No!
Again.
And it's the spray down from Apex to keep on giving. And OnlyFins are running out of players. You can't lose them left and right like that. You cannot afford it. For how long can this be sustainable? Feekan, as much of a tremendous player as you may be, nothing is going for you here. And Apex are on their way to close out this map. Only 2 rounds remaining.
And the money is bad for OnlyFins. Another eco required. It's just a dominant defense. Apex, 3 out of 5 of those kills, I think, were through smokes. The right intuition. Bit unlucky for OnlyFins, but there has been a constant issue for them, whether it's been through error or just unluckiness, of getting kills and not being able to even try to trade. Feels like Apex sometimes just get gifted a kill, and the OnlyFins don't really know how to reset that sometimes. It'd just look a bit down and out.
They do, as if there's nothing much they can do, but Ale will give it a good old college try. Nixu trying to back him up here. Avova somehow still good. These flashes, where are they going? Soulcast there to assist. It's incredible how Apex are playing together. If one seems to be dropping the ball, the other somehow comes out of nowhere. And Feekan, he's got the information he needs. Cam to keep Molzy busy. A 1v2 that could keep OnlyFins in contention in this map and series.
Careful now.
Troop gets a bit more information that he's been flanked. So how do you isolate these fights one after the other? You might not even know who is where, but there's the kill onto Molzy, sort of expecting it, knows that the last player is flanking. Hype trying to up the pace, and Feekan deals with it great. It was a scrappy fight for OnlyFins to win, but a big one in the end.
I mean, this might be OnlyFins with a Swede, but they all know Spanish. Vamos being shouted out from Dumbbell. Yeah, look, if it's Miracles that take them closer to Apex's score and give them a good go, a good run for their money to try and guarantee us a 3rd map in this series, I'm all for it. It's a matter if you can replicate it on many occurrences, right?
Sort of shows how close these rounds could be when there's like active trades, when everybody's fighting together. Much better, much more compact from OnlyFins. With a comp like this, you want to be playing that style. You've got so much good utility that can cut through anything. Losing players slowly and one at a time, that's like the death of this comp, and that's where it really starts to struggle.
Without much margin for error, OnlyFins group up in mid. Again, Apex have sort of built up a fortress over this B site and just reinforced it with some extra wall. This crossfire mid is also very dangerous. And whenever OnlyFins try to cross it, they did always find their demise. Tempted to move to this A site. A little bit of a fake. I think they're going to try and pull off towards this A site like they've done before. The stun together with the smoke. There is a ping to the back end, but Moldy's push out in mid is good enough for a double. And Snowy, yes, does find the answer, but Apex seem to be winning out on more ends, and Snowy doesn't really have Feekin there to defend him, at least on time. Soulcast is ready for it, and Apex look online right now and ready to shut down this map and series right here.
You gotta say too, for Apex running a comp without a Cypher or any form of Sentinel outside of that Sage, it really does feel that they're in full control of the map. Like they're dealing with top mid nicely, A main they're keeping an eye on, B main they don't need to deal with too much because that Viper wall is just so scary to push and deal with. OnlyFins haven't really tried it. They haven't gone for like a fast A play or a fast B play because of how well Apex have been defaulting around the map and slowing things down.
Kayak in trouble. Good paranoia to delay any reinforcements for Ale. Although that's a good suppression to come through with a dagger to realize the positioning of the OnlyFins players. Doesn't really matter though, as Soulcast did attempt to push her out of the smoke. Why does it always feel when OnlyFins get an early kill, there's the resurrection available? Why does it always feel that's the case?
One thing I'm confused about, Rolling Thunder came out from Snowy, but I didn't see it on the minimap. I don't know if that's like a 9.0 thing, but I also don't know if that's the KO knife coming in at the most perfect time that it might have shut it down. I don't know if that's even possible.
Might be.
But nobody got stunned from Apex.
And safe to say, OnlyFins, even though they've dug deep into their pockets for some extra cash in this, it's not going to be favorable.
Oh no.
Thrash, really important. Avova has got an extra TP as well. Oh, dear me. Kayak finding an alternative angle, and it's good enough for two. OnlyFins are bleeding. And Apex know to press where it hurts. Feekin, oh dear, misses the first shot. It was a crucial one. It could have given OnlyFins an out. But the longer the OnlyFins wait, a pinch is being created around them. They're about to get pinched in the middle, and it's gonna hurt.
You're gonna be.
And Hype is there to greet them. Ale no more. TP to the other side. At least there might be an opportunity for a plant here, but 2v4 with only Feekin, with only Nixun rather having a weapon. Not an easy one. Apex close in. Elisa Vova will take some time to join in, and Nixun is not going to be patient and wait around for it. Taking matters to his own hands. Hype aggressing, and this time it works out. Nixun, that's the drop on the other end. Apex have done it. It looked laboured for the first map, and maybe a little bit difficult on the first half of the second map. But no, the moment they got on defense on Sunset, it never looked anybody else's.
A dominant defense as expected. That win streak on this map keeps going for Apex. To mention for that last round, Molsey played terrific. He was just buying so much time and attention, so much focus from those two alive players from OnlyFins. It allows that space for Soulcast to go for the flank there. Really good calling on this. Apex really showing that they've bounced back after that sort of shock loss against Sweet and Sour last week. And OnlyFins hoping to sort of do something similar to what Sweet and Sour are able to do. Keep them within the top two with missed points and stuff to make it straight into playoffs to fight for Ascension instead of playing play-ins. But this, it feels like Sweet and Sour, Apex, all but confirmed for top two unless some crazy other stuff happens for this last Super Week.
There were some faces of concern there for Apex, because they know there's a lot more to do here. Yeah, they won that first map, but they won this series, but that was off of a defeat against Sweet and Sour. And, you know, surely there are questions in their heads. Are we really going to make Ascension? Because that's why they joined this project. That's why this project was created by the org itself.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if they can keep that performance up.
Yeah, it's just, for them, it's going to be one step at a time. And this is a good step to bounce back from after the last loss.
Well, there's another match coming out after this, but before that, there's an interview with one of the Apex players. Make sure you stay tuned for that, and as well with a match following after.
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it.
Well, welcome back after a quick, brief break and a very exciting series. Very back and forth on Sunset, I have to say. Same halfway scoreline as that first map, and even the same sort of timeout from Only Fins on that round 18. And Apex being able to win that follow-up round this time. What do you think about that one, Echo? Do you think even off the back of that timeout, Apex just knew what to expect and how to adapt to it?
Yeah, it felt like Apex just had the better aim, the better mechanics, and like you say, a good adaptation around what the adaptation was coming out from Only Fins. And specifically, the round after, Only Fins looked a lot better. We saw the clutch coming out over from Feakin, which was really, really nice. But Apex, they just had their number the entirety of that second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we look at this scoreboard right now, Avova maybe not coming out as the top player for that side of Apex, but definitely a standout player for us in the green room.
Yeah, I mean, multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill coming out from the controller player. I called him out earlier as, you know, the highest headshot percentage we've got in Polaris North right now, and we could just see that time and time again on that, like the entirety of that map. And yet, Hype getting a moment to shine. You saw Ryan actually talk about that on Haven, that Hype hasn't always had those moments to shine, and I think that map there on the Viper was so good, stalling and lurking in such good patterns to support their team to victory.
Absolutely. Well, we are actually ready for our interview with Kayak, so let's get him all in here. Hello Kayak, how are you?
Hello. Pretty good.
Good. You be feeling excited after that win?
Yeah, it's nice win since we lost last official, no? It's kind of good boost for our morals, I would say.
Yeah, well, definitely will be after that defeat the last time that we've seen that you guys play. And also, I have to apologise, I have been calling you Kajak on today's stream, so apologies for that.
Problem.
I was going to ask you something that Ryan had mentioned that we needed to ask you whilst he was casting. Who cooked up round 10 on Sunset for Apex that caused that Only Fins timeout?
Can you ask again, actually?
Yeah, who cooked up round 10 on Sunset that ended up causing that timeout from Only Fins?
I don't remember round 10 even. Like, I don't know what was the round 10.
It was the one where you had the set player. It looked like set play where the Gecko Molly landed in market, the Sage Wall, and then the Null command to kind of run. Like you had that lineup thrown from spawn.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, who cooked? Probably Desmordane. I don't remember. I don't know. But I would say Desmordane probably.
And so, just a kind of a generic question here. So how are you finding it over in Northern Europe? Obviously, you've been here for a good 6 months now. How are you finding it compared to working in East beforehand?
I would say it's pretty good. I would say. I don't have any problems with it, so it's good. It's maybe even better than East. The format is good.
Do you think the skill level is better? Do you think we're stronger?
Skill level is for sure lower, I think. But yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a strong statement. Do you think Only Fins on that last map were utilising the composition in the way that they would have liked?
I'm not sure. Like on their attack, they were not taking A, and maybe they were starting to take A at the last runs, and it was kind of working for them. But we were super prepared for that. We had good responses every time. They didn't surprise us at all. We were in control all game, I think.
It definitely looked like it. And so, obviously, coming in as the duelist for Apex, you play Gecko on that map, and your Gecko looks extremely good. It's one of your most played agents right now, this split specifically. But we didn't see you switch over to the ISO or the Neon on Haven. Have you got something with ISO or Neon cooked up, or anything you want to share there, or anything you can share?
Yeah, we'll play Neon for sure on some maps, but for ISO, I think not. Like, especially after the nerfs. I mean, we tried ISO, but I don't think we're gonna play it after the nerfs, because before nerfs it was super OP that you have 2 kills and a gun shield, and yeah. It was really good.
Well, Kayak, we have stolen way too much of your time already, but one last question before we let you go. How are you going to prepare for the next matchup that you've got? Because obviously you've got 2 matches this week.
Who are we playing against next?
You got NXT next.
NXT? No, we play against next
no,
next
No, you play Metasport.
Metasport, okay. I don't even know who's playing there, but we're gonna win probably anyway. And yeah, I think that's all. I don't have to say anything more.
No worries, Kayak. Well, it's been lovely speaking to you. Go and enjoy and celebrate that win, and we'll see you later on in the week.
Yeah, thank you, Yuta.
Yeah, we're gonna win anyway. Spoken like a true hero just then. Oh yeah, it's fine. Are they gonna prepare? I don't even know. I should have asked if they were gonna prepare.
I mean, to be fair, the way they performed today, I don't know if they need to. We're looking at the highlights there. Kayak's score, like performance specifically here as well. 43.2% headshot percentage in that series. Absolutely incredible. And you could see the comfort on the Jet, right? He looked so comfortable on that Jet, and then switching over onto the Gecko, which he's always been really good at. Just absolutely incredible. And Apex, I'm sure they have got some prep to do, but you can see they don't really care who they're up against. They're just going to win anyway. Yeah, spoken like so boldly, so boldly. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. Even after that setback in the last Playday that we had, it was, yeah, quite a confident interview. But I did ask Kayak about OnlyFins composition, but I also wanted to ask you a little bit more about this, Echo. Was do you actually think that they were utilising it in the way that they wanted to? You know, you could see some rounds what they were trying to achieve, but it just almost hit the mark some points. Yeah, I think you're right. It definitely didn't hit exactly how they wanted it to. There was a lot of counterplay coming out from Apex, and it feels like they prepped against that composition. We mentioned beforehand, neither team changed their comps. So Apex would have had the VODs, would have had everything ready, and like actually Kayak said there, they were ready for the A-hits and how the A-hits were going to come in. I think that the way they were looking to play the composition was correct, but they just weren't kind of having that additional reach that they need to. And I think Ryan mentioned they were playing quite split. And as soon as you lose 1 or 2 people in OnlyFins' comp, it's all just going to start to tumble, all going to start to fall apart. And that's what we saw. Apex just individual mechanics coming out on top and shutting down the composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Apex grab another win here at Challengers Northeast, giving them even more missed games points as well. So the next time they'll be playing, they will be facing against Metasport. But until then, we just need to wait and see what they're going to cook up. Can't speak. Words are hard. Yeah, we're just going to need to wait and see what they will cook up. But Echo, do you have any sort of final thoughts on the series that we just watched?
No, I mean, Apex are looking like they've come back to strength. Obviously, the last Playday, like we said, didn't go too well for them. They look like they're looking so much better, and if they can take that into the game against Metasport, then yeah, I have absolutely no doubt they're going to win that. I want to see the Neon though. That's my main thing. I just want to see Kayak on the Neon.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's not the last that we'll see from OnlyFins, because they will be playing NXT on Monday as well. So make sure that you check in for both of those games that are occurring in just a couple of days. We get to see so much Polaris going on here this week. But until then, let's have a quick break and we'll jump into our next series of Apena versus NXT.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm and you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
Well, Echo, we're on to our final series of the day. Up next, we have Apena versus NXT, and one could say it's the old dogs versus the new dogs.
Yeah, no, the oldest team or one of the oldest teams in the league at the very least, versus the youngest team, the youngest roster at the very least. And like I say, NXT, they've been around in some form forever, since 2022, right at the very beginning. And they've always looked like they're pretty good, right? They've always been, teetering at the top. Maybe not Apex level, but still pretty good. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they match up this split.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, NXT, they're a team that's had a lot of history in this region and just not so far been able to set out what they want to. So it's going to be interesting to see how that older team kind of finds their footing coming up against one of those younger teams. But either way, we're going to dive into Apena's roster. So talk me through this. We have our debut on the VCL, but we also have Stolen's debut on the VCL as well.
Yeah, no, Stolen coming up from Germany. VCL debut, replacing Chuckle specifically, and looked incredible when he was over in Germany. Looked top of the leaderboard almost every single time, and joining this roster, this could be the change that they've needed, right? They've always been pretty good, this roster, very experimentational. They change what they play quite frequently, but as you can see, Stolen is now in this roster. Whether or not this settles them down, or if they keep flexing, because Stolen's a pretty flexible player himself. So whether or not they lean into that, or if they start to settle, we're not sure yet.
Yeah, well, Stolen is a player that has played Sentinel previously, so what kind of impact do you think that he's going to bring to this team that they maybe otherwise didn't have?
They definitely need someone to kind of be an anchor. They need someone to be able to hold down those sites, to be able to pop off when they are holding down those sites. Like, I'm thinking Althea hero kind of level on Cypher on Haven C, right, as an example. That's the kind of thing that they're really missing, is that star player in the late round. They have a lot of players that love playing in the early. They love to go aggressive, find picks in the early round. Late round, that's where Stolen in the past has been really good, and hopefully for him, that's what he can bring here as well.
And do you think it's maybe still too soon? This team hasn't really had the opportunity to build up that synergy just yet, especially with someone potentially having a role swap on this team with Stolen coming in.
I don't know if it's going to be too early. Like I said, they like to change their compositions quite a lot. So they're not a team that likes to get stuck onto something and get antied. They've played, I think it was something like 5 different comps on Sunset. So they like to change. They've played that map 5 times. They've changed their comp 5 times. So it's going to be interesting, like I said, to see if they settle or if they don't. I hope it's not too early, because they beat NXT last split, so if they can continue doing that kind of dominance against this specific team, that would be very good for them and kind of should build some confidence up that they definitely need.
And speaking of NXT, let's have a quick look at this roster as well. So NXT, a team that, if you take into account how they've performed during Split 1, they're a bit of a slow burner. They've had the tendency to improve in their results later on that we get into the split. So do you think now is the time that we're going to start to see that upwards trend? It's the opportunity now where they need to start winning out these games.
Yeah, and they've kind of already started that upwards trend already, right? They beat Requiem last week. Back in week 5, they beat them. They've now got to try and continue this, because they're not in a good position right now in terms of the league. They're currently 6th. They were 6th last split as well. They need to start to build it up, and like you say, that turnaround, that could be everything for them.
Yeah, and I guess the sort of main comparison between these two teams as well is the fact that Apena are not afraid to change up role swaps and things like that, but NXT perhaps maybe holding themselves back because they've been very consistent in the roles that they've been playing. So what, in your opinion, do they think that they could be doing differently to kind of get these better results?
I think they really need to start looking at their attack side, because it's always looked like their weaker side on almost every single map. Obviously Ascent you're expecting, but their Lotus, their attack side, you'd expect it to be really, really good. And it's just not. They're playing kind of the Fade, Gecko, Omen, Cypher composition there, typically, and their attack is just not strong. And that's where they really need to start turning it around, is building up the attack side as well as the defense. And then that should start to build up into a kind of a more well-rounded team.
Lovely. And you wanted to put these two players up against each other. Our head-to-head will be Billy versus Viti. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, no, so these players, both typically the controller players for this roster. You can see 10 times on Omen, 8 times for Bully, and they're very similar. They match up really close and well to each other in almost all of the stats you can see here. The big difference though is Bully is kind of like a feast or famine kind of player. He goes aggressive, he finds kills. He used to do this on Sentinel back in the day as well. Goes aggressive, finds kills, but sometimes gets shut down. You can see that in the clutch percentage, really high for Bully, because when he goes into those late round moments, he can win it out. Vito on the other side, super consistent. Just always there, always in the background, doing work and doing the best that he can in the moments. But there's a little bit more he needs to try and find. That's what I want to see from him. Is, you know, his headshot percentage is pretty good. He's overall a really good player. He just needs to hopefully step it up that little bit more, and maybe with Stolen, he'll have a little bit better of a synergy with Stolen than he did with Chuckle, and they can play in that late round together, because you often see the, you know, the controller and the Sentinels playing together. But we're seeing Viti, the man of the hour, up on the screen now, and him and Apes, they really want to really start to push forward, because they're currently 7th. They finished 5th last split, so they need something. They need to win this, and they need to win against Formulation next week to put themselves into a pretty good position.
Yeah, so what you're saying is there's perhaps a bit of comparison in consistency between these two teams?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the players, the teams, the consistency is very different. NXT have the highest highs and the lowest lows. Apes on the other side, they're consistently kind of like currently middle of the pack, and they're looking to push themselves past the gatekeepers.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are ready to jump into that map, Vito, and have a look at what these teams are planning to pick in ban going into this best of 3. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, no, as we fly through Haven, I'm not sure if that's an omen of where we're going to be landing early on. Actually, okay, no, we're going to Ascent. We're going through all of them. Never mind. What I would like to see, and there's a similar storyline as to win our first game here, is Breeze, NXT, they always banned it. Very similar to what OnlyFins did. So now that ban is freed up, NXT, they've chosen to ban Icebox. One of their weaker maps, they played the Reyna on there, and it did not go very well for them at all. So this ban makes a lot of sense to me. Ape, they almost always go to ban Icebox or Ascent. So Ascent coming on through, and now the picks, this is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, I think when we think about Apena, we need to think, you know, they have a new player, we're in a new map pool. That's maybe what we're seeing here. You know, what does that Vito actually look like? And considering the role changes that they might have made, what version of them do you think that we're going to see Echo?
What version of them? I'm hoping that we'll get that honeymoon phase, right?
Yeah.
You have that new player come on in, you get the honeymoon phase, and we're seeing Haven again for the first map. NXT, they decided to pick into it instead of going to something like Bind or Split. They want to go to Haven, and Bind coming up next, Apena picking that. Pavlos is going to be happy.
Yeah, he certainly is. And when we come across the other side and think about NXT, you know, it's probably going to be a bit more difficult for them to prepare on what they might be coming up against due to the changes that Apena have had, right? So do you think that's potentially impacting this Vito? Do you think that it makes more sense for them to focus on themselves rather than the counter?
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't know what to expect when you're up against Apena. You may as well have practiced Haven a ton yourself, be good at it yourself, and play your own game. That's kind of the vibe we got from the interview just before, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing here as well. It's just playing your own game, playing to your own advantages, and Split's going to be the final map. Both of these teams like Split.
Yeah, I'm liking this map pool so far, and if we do get to Split, it'll definitely be an interesting one for both of these teams. But before we get into that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll dive straight into Agent Select.
Gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
So we had a quick break and we've been thinking, what agents are they going to play? But in saying that, we've still got a little bit longer until we get into Agent Select, but we'll get there as soon as we can. So let's have a quick chat about the map video that we just saw, because we didn't really get to expand on it too much. I did rush in throwing that to a break. But yeah, Echo, what do you think? We've got some interesting maps. We are going to see Haven again. Do we think it's going to go the same way the last series did? Or do we think it's going to be a stomp? I don't know. I'm theorizing.
I think Bind to me is the really interesting point. But like let's start off on Haven at the very least, because that's where we're going first. We're going to Haven. We don't know anything about it, obviously. We've seen some unusual duelist picks coming up from NXT in the past. They played the Reyna on Icebox, which I know people at Liquid have done, but it's not exactly normal. So they don't mind experimenting with their duelists just a little bit. And with NXT starting on the defensive side, the duelist pick matters so much. We saw before that the operator should have a lot of impact if you're on the jet, but it doesn't always work. So whether or not they go for the jet and play around that op, or if they switch it up, go for the neon, go for the ISO, that's going to change how that map works.
Yeah. I think the thing for me with Haven is historically it was always a sort of double initiator map, but now that we're seeing this double controller come into play a lot more, I'm more intrigued to see, do they opt for that double initiator? Do they go for that double controller, like both of these teams? Because of course it's the newest map back into the pool. We don't know what to expect going into this Agent Select.
Yeah, and we have seen quite a lot of Viper in the past coming out from teams like NXT. They don't mind going for it, but I think people are uncertain of if the Viper Harbor, Viper Omen, typically on Haven, right, is as good as it used to be. We've not really seen teams play as much. I think we saw Heretics doing it, or K-Corp. I think they had the Viper Harbor, but I'm not expecting too much of that double controller anymore because of those Viper nerfs. I'm more focused around, like I said, the double initiator or potentially go into the double duelist realms.
Yeah, okay, double duelist. Interesting. Very interesting. And of course, we kind of briefly spoke about, well, I say briefly, we kind of spoke a lot about the fact that this team has brought on Stolen, Apena. Do we think that he's going to stay on that Sentinel role, or do we think that we're going to see a whole shuffle, or do you think it's potentially going to be one rule change, or do you think they're like, do you know what, it's not exactly been working out for us in the way that we intended it to, let's just have a complete reshuffle and restart from the very beginning?
I hope for Stolen's sake that he's going to be still on that Sentinel. He looked incredible. His stats were really, really, I don't have them up right now, but his stats were really, really high where he was playing before. He looked incredible in the leagues that he was in, and, you know, top 5 across a lot of the statistics whilst on Sentinel. So he's obviously very comfortable on that role. I'm hoping he sticks in it, and if he does, then actually, you know, Grady and Kalkuna typically go onto the initiators anyway, and then Vitae and Drog control over entry. So it shouldn't change too much. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them switch, because like I said, Sunset, they've changed every comp, Lotus, they've changed every comp. They enjoyed switching things up as much as possible. So Haven, I want to see Stolen on a Sentinel, you know, a typical Sentinel, a Cypher, a Killjoy, because that's what he's comfortable on before. And I think Apena, they need to really start leaning into comfort.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, when you're sort of like implementing a new player into the structure that you already have, it's really important to kind of get them up to speed, which was why I said earlier, you know, like, do you think they've had enough time to kind of build that synergy? You know, people work in different ways, and so trying to have that onboarding process of bringing Stolen into this team might prove to be a challenge for them. But again, like we said earlier, the comparison of NXT, not really making any changes, you know, been around for a while, and well, it doesn't even matter because we're going into agent select anyway, Echo, and we're going to see exactly what they're choosing. And you got that double duelist that you were talking about, but from the side of NXT.
Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting this. I think Maxim going up here onto the Euro, we typically see players who like playing that flash role, that flex initiator role, going onto the Euro, because you can still kind of do that same second entry play patterns as you do on like a K or a Breach. But you just don't want a Euro, so you've got some extra duelist tools at your disposal. Very excited to see how they play this out. If it's a tool similar to how Fnatic did the Euro in the ISO, or if they actually play it very differently because they've got that jet in there.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to see these two compositions, and they're quite contrasting almost, I would say. You know, they have the same controller on there, but even the rest, and the same Sova pick as well, but I mean, Sova's kind of a given when it gets to Haven at this point, I would say. So yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how the contrasting picks work, for sure.
Yeah, and like you said, the double initiator, like you kind of expected, might be coming up. It's that old composition, the classic composition that everyone's used to, everyone knows how to play. We saw how well Apex did using this typical composition. There's not been many changes to the agents in it, so it's not surprising that it's going to be pretty good. Very excited to see how that works for them.
Well, Echo, you don't have to contain that excitement any longer, because we are going to get stuck right into it. Pavlos and Ryan, take it away for us.
Well, I'm excited, and you guys guessed that I would be because of Haven again. But yeah, props to you guys. You filled up quite a lot of time there, and yeah, quite honestly, very well as well, I might add. Thrown into the deep end straight away. But yes, we are looking ahead into the game. NXT versus Apena Orchestra. Two midfield pack teams looking to make playoffs. What is the vibe here for you, Ryan?
Yeah, this is a really interesting series. I think Apena Orchestra got a really nice result against NXT last stage. But this Apena Orchestra, whether it's that the quality of teams are better this stage than last, with like Requiem coming in, like Apena Orchestra have really struggled to get stuff going. Only one win so far this stage. This would be a good one to get on the board. But for NXT, it's a little bit of revenge as well, right? Like, it was the difference between them making playoffs or not. So, yeah, NXT hoping to not make the same mistakes as they did last time. When we spoke to Bully in the last series we saw from NXT, and he was like, they remember losing last time, and they want to make up for it.
I don't know what's happened with my camera. It's extremely dark. I'm sorry, I've got to fix it. There we go.
The brightness, it's
levels.
tricky.
Yeah, what's happening? It's later in the day, so sunlight's gone. I was relying on that earlier and stayed with the same camera settings anyway. Enough mumbo jumbo about the settings, but you're right. Look, it's a different endeavor, this split. the teams have gotten better. We've had new additions that are seemingly stronger competitors than previous ones, like Hookast, for example, didn't quite perform to the level that everybody thought they would. I think Formulation coming off of Eclipse as well, with the addition that they've had on their end, it looks even better for them as well. Now, you may think that Metasport is a completely different deal, but the fact that the points that a team like Metasport has been able to gather makes still the fight for playoffs that much more competitive. So, you know, it's these little bits and pieces, these rounds, these maps, and let alone the series that can make a massive deal, and especially when head-to-heads can have a difference as well, such as a match like this, two very close teams. There's a lot to play for.
Yeah, I think so. And especially when you're looking at like NXT, like they got OnlyFins later this week in Super Week, and then Apena Orchestra having Formulation Gaming. So it feels like, without doing all of the napkin maths, like Apena would have to win this series, I think, and win against Formulation to have any chance of making play-in. So losing this, chances of Ascension might be done.
Yeah, might be indeed. It might be indeed. Look, it's really, really close affair. Unfortunately, there seems to be some tech issue going on, so we'll be trying to get that fixed as quickly as possible for you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We'll be back as soon as possible.
You love me. You love me. You love me. You love me. Tell me you love me. tell me you love me.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, tell where you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
Well, we're back. Hopefully, with all issues resolved. Apena now everything is sorted and everyone can play with their best capacity possible for this matchup. Ryan, we already talked about this is an interesting game with implications to playoffs qualification and standing. Let's have a little bit of a repeat for anybody just joining in, what we're expecting from this and, you know, the stakes sort of involved.
Yeah, for Apena Orchestrary, really it's about keeping their chances of making play-ins. For NXT, it's solidifying their spot and also a bit of revenge as well. Apena Orchestrary was the team that NXT lost to at the tail end of Stage 1, denying them a chance of making playoffs and allowing Apena Orchestrary to survive for another stage without being relegated to Eclipse. The NXT, not really the better track record out of the two. Only one more wins in their belt. Playing on Haven, their choice, and defending first, looking to fight very aggressively C-Long.
Oh, well. That was a big surprise for Kalkina there. They don't double back from it. They expect that the stun will be quite substantial, and that's exactly what it is. Res Q. Rex, rather. Will have to drop back here. And already a standstill. 2 versus 2. Now, Jog and Stolen have been hurt quite a bit. Bleeding left and right. Spike touchdown. Now, when do NXT try to walk in? They're going to be moving in together for good reason. But somehow Stolen makes it look explosive. Thankfully for the NXT side, it's Transformer to line up the final 2 shots to allow them to get first blood on their own map pick.
Yeah, I think for NXT, it's really a case of seeing how much their Haven and their maps overall have glowed up over the last couple of weeks. But their camera setups have improved a lot too. But Transformer's got his jersey on in the background. He's moved his camera. Ollie is just vibrating on his chair. Excited to get involved and get their revenge. Strat was a nice, simple one. I think Apena Orchestra definitely made it very costly. Transform and the IGL winning out in the 1v2, even though it was brief, means that the buy isn't necessarily going to be there for Apena Orchestra, but it's not really that much of a buy for NXT either.
Okay, second shot transition for the Outlaw to allow for an early pick for Apena Orchestra. Love to see it. Keeping things competitive, even if it's the second round already. Endeavor seems that he wants to go in for an extra bite. And he does damage. The kill is also secured. What is this? Apena Orchestra will find a Baron A site to waltz into.
Everything's opened up. Actually, they're just cutting noise and waiting. Rotation's going to go across. Bully managing to get one, but traded out by the new Apena Orchestra player, Stolen. Apena Orchestra now using this as a chance to just cut the noise, force NXT into more awkward fights.
And Transformer left all to himself, the savior of the previous round. Will try and do something this time around. There's a world where he would have collected another extra kill there, but no. Second round going, and Apena Orchestra have got themselves around another one at that. I'd like to look at the calendar for these two teams a little bit, Ryan, because it feels like both of them had a bit of a rough start. Now, looking at the scores for Apena, it's 1-4 overall. But for NXT, I think the hardest challenges are behind them. Now I think it's on the up for them, right?
Yeah, they've got Formulation Gaming as their last game, right? Or is it OnlyFins? It's OnlyFins, actually. So I wouldn't say it's, like, easier as such.
Yeah.
And both these teams have played your Sweet and Sour, played your Apex. But it's really a case of outside of those two, who are the top 4 teams in this region? Sure. Who are the main contenders for Ascension coming from Northern Europe?
Yeah, I think actually NXT were a little bit unlucky playing against Metasport when they were missing one of their key players, right? I think it was...
Transformer.
Transformer, right? The caller. So that complicated things.
To be fair, Metasport were missing players too, right?
Sure. Yeah, Marky came in. But I guess losing an IGL might have that much a little bit more impact, really. Grouped up, Apena Orchestra. Walking into a very held up B site. 3 players, 3 different positions. The Aldrome will be clear things out. So, realistically, won't be spotting out anyone. Look how far forward Maxim just pushes through his smoke, ends up with 2 kills. And the Sheriff round from NXT seems to be pretty damn successful. Drug, the better weapon, held and shown 2 kills already to his name, with Stolen left to do it by himself against the 2.
NXT looking to try and group up together a little bit, find bits of information, but it does come down to a lot of 1 versus 1s. Devo, shot in hand, Bully a judge in the other.
10 seconds left.
Let's see how Stolen's debut for Apena Orchestra goes. Paranoia is going to connect onto him, but he's still playing close.
Oh dear. Shorty doing quite a lot of damage. Well, not quite. Stolen couldn't quite recover it on time. He was so damn close. Valiant effort, but no cigar. It's NXT with a comeback.
2 back-to-back thrifties on either side. Now the money should even up for both sides at this rate. But NXT just had the players stacked in the right position with 3 players surrounded the B site, Maxim finding 2 nice kills, and the Sheriffs, the pistols, hitting and doing a lot of the damage. Apena Orchestra piecing together a buy, some half armor in places, but what's the crazy thing for NXT is they have the Operator and full armor here. There's barely anything for Apena Orchestra to work with here. It seems that they're trying to save, but they haven't quite decided. Maybe it's a buy next.
Yeah, looks closer to that line. Cloudburst making sure that they are close enough to the fight without being spotted. Although NXT have fortified extensively. Not a comfortable site for Apena Orchestra to simply walk into.
It's just trying to get on the angle and clear it just before that smoke blooms, catch people by surprise. We've also got the Yoru with Maxim in sewers. He had the TP set up all the way back in his spawn.
Oh.
It's disappeared now. 40 seconds past, Apena don't have much to work with.
That's fair. There was a world that Maxim took an early fight, but he's slowly walking inwards. Kalkin is there to stop him. Ooh, elbow peek. Kalkin, a good little spray. The owl drone was there, and NXT would have loved if an extra player could have been there to counteract that play. But instead, Apena Orchestra find the lead. Not only that, but they may have found an opening into the site, moving into Garage. And with the recon sent out into C, potential to figure out that the C site is open as well. But no. Look to fall into plan A. Well, NXT is still holding strong, right? This is still not a bad scenario, given that there's 2 players, make it 3 now that Bully's approaching as well.
In the right place at the right time. Operator on the angle.
Right corner. Wow. And instantly equalize with 20 seconds, and Apena Orchestra can't really make another decision here. They're going to have to commit to the play. Devo again walking in. Brilliant shot. Rex at the back of the smoke, though, won't even need to come alive because Apena Orchestra are walking directly into him. Devo's done everything in this defense. 3 kills to his name, make it even 4, a shorty to land on top of Drog's head. And NXT keep on winning.
Yeah, the vibe seems to be really good for NXT. We saw that, I guess, with Bully talking about it. People feeling in good motives. Devo's been really good this stage for NXT.
Cool.
Like the kind of performances that you want from a duelist. Things seem to be coming together nicely. Apena Orchestra had a good position to try and like clear the spot, and even like Apena Orchestra finding the first kill. NXT's timing on like clearing A main was a little bit rough, but they worked it out in the end.
I mean, you mentioned Devo here, and he's been a veteran of this league for quite some time. Hasn't quite made the step up into playoffs, into big runs. And it's sort of a player that a team like NXT would rely on, really. Here. And you want to see him show up. We've been accustomed to seeing them on many different rosters. But this is where he'll aggress. Oh, he's feeling confident, but has to save his life. With the Cloudburst, won't be happening. Vitti's there to return it. And the Apena Orchestra are keeping the pressure up. It's Shock to double up. Somehow it's a Shock to find a reply. But NXT are failing to win off in this engagement. And Apena Orchestra look to pivot into the C side.
Not necessarily open, no, because you have got that Cypher camera there. There's no kill trip for Transformance playoff, but he's still going to try and engage and slow this down. He is alone now.
He is, but he can hear all the commotion, and he wants himself a piece of the pie. Gives himself a one-way that he walk into himself. It's a dangerous one to maneuver.
Oh, nice.
But it's Rex to find his way into the fight, getting into the back line. Making Jog feel uncomfortable walking out into the open. A nice little play there by Jog, a good idea once the Hunter's Fury is enabled. But NXT recover it.
I mean, the Hunter's Fury is a little bit risky, but if they can just confirm that round, it means that Apena Orchestra's money is going to be rough again. There is a lockdown available now that could be going down uncontested from Apena Orchestra, but an early timeout is required from them. No surprise, really. They've struggled to get stuff going. The only round that they've picked up was a Thrifty, and then they get Thrifty the round afterwards straight away.
It's safe to say that it's troubling for Apena Orchestra. I feel like they're the team that has struggled the most with their re-addition into Stage 2.
Yeah, honeymoon period is over, that's for sure.
Yeah, the thing is, they were able to get some odd wins here and there, but this one, it feels like all the other teams around them have improved a lot more and a lot quicker than they have. And you can't really afford to do that, right? It's sort of like they were happy with that middle of the pack situation that they were in, while other teams like NXT know that they've got potential to keep on pushing for even greater heights. Now, yeah, they haven't had the best of starts, but they are contending for playoffs.
Yeah.
And by being able to shut down Requiem the last time they played their match, I think that was an important display of that they are here for a reason.
This goes here.
I also wanted to add, while we have a second, Stolen, being able to see his mouse as he moves, his sensitivity looks so low, it's uncomfortable.
Oh, damn. I'm a low sensitivity player as well.
Yeah, just with your whole arm.
Yeah.
NXT have been quite good at like clearing A main, like the last round when they're crunching it, the Aldrun play with Maxim pushing the round before. Now, however, the move in the Cypher over towards A off the back of Apena's timeout. These kill trips can always do a lot.
Kalkina spotted and Transformer takes good advantage of it. Right place, right time. Spike down. Now, it's not too bad of a hold here for Apena Orchestra if they manage to get the lockdown safely.
You should run.
And with Hunter's Fury as well to delay, fine damage. Disallow the spike from being diffused. The only caveat is this backline of Maxim.
Your ultimate to actually get past the turret is nice.
Keeps the TB back as well and will be challenging Stolen here. Hunter's Fury enabled. And Maxim hasn't even had a chance to get onto the spike, but at least it holds a choke and disables Bully and Devo right off the rip. Maxim finds a really cool corner, but Viti somehow makes it work himself. Transformer, superhero landing, but knows he's run out of time. Won't be able to connect any of his shots as Apena Orchestra that get in the right position and able to perform to shut down an attacking round.
And the two players survive at the end, actually. It rolls into round 7 just before the spike blooms. So it means the money they keep. They also have the operator too that they just picked up. So Kalkuna's going to attack off. He has the Blade Storm 2 to work with as well as a Rolling Thunder. Definitely catch them out if they want to go for a fast execute with a Rolling Thunder. Having your duelist be with operator in hand can all cause a lot of issues. Naturally, the money's still good enough for NXT that Devo still has the operator. He's playing more towards sewers. And it's not been contested this time from Apena.
No. It's a bit of a switch up from their play every so often, putting pressure on different points on the map.
Well, he's had to use both his smokes as well. So there is maybe a chance for Apena Orchestra to get in somewhere quickly, but the Cypher traps are always a pain to deal with.
And if they need Kalkina to sort of frontline, the blades are there also. But if the smoke dissipates in favor of Devo here, maybe a good old chance. Oh, potential for collateral, but couldn't dash away in time. And that allows Apena Orchestra to start walking in. This could be a really important recon, especially if Apena Orchestra are looking to flood the site. Spots out to it, and Rex gets away. Shot through the smoke, and scratch that. Won't be surviving that fight. Bully with the paranoia. This actually could be incredible. It comes in right on time, catches as both of their players, and NXT take over the site. This ultimate was forced out of Apena Orchestra's hands, and Kalkina tries to regroup with his teammate as soon as possible.
There's still all of that Cypher utility over there, the trip and the camera to play retake. Kalkina trying to catch some of these rotations that might go through B, but NXT playing this super carefully, all going for the run spawn. It means that Garage is still in control of Apena.
Well, the cam does spot out Viti, but did it spot out anything else before it was shut down? Viti gets one for his troubles. Kalkina. Angle. Nice for him. Oh, couldn't connect the first shot. A very crucial one. Bully recovers it on time. And it's going to be NXT to grab the dub here. It seems that Apena Orchestra, yeah, they've had, you know, some nice comebacks here and there, but NXT don't feel this confident.
I mean, there's good things coming out of Apena here, like even losing a player, there's trades coming in instantly onto both Devo and Rex when they're playing on the A site. And NXT was a nice like retake. The paranoia that came out through Bully was amazing. The peaks afterwards to get the kill on Drog, I think it was. NXT are playing around this defensive side really nicely. Just the macro control, but also having just good utility for the right moments. It's making Apena Orchestra's life really difficult, but I don't think they're playing this map that badly. They're just being diffed.
True. Transform has been a big reason of this diff. We'll have to vacate the area as soon as possible, but I think, no one's been left behind, actually. Good recovery by both of the defenders to get out of dodge. Still, look how far forward Kalkin has placed himself. The dash hasn't quite spotted him, but there's a pre-fire from Bully that completely dismounts them. It felt like Apena Orchestra might have a chance here to do some extra damage, but these Sheriffs are only good for a single kill as Devo looks to dismantle them and rip them all to shreds.
Everything's looking good from this defensive side. It was a low buy for Apena Orchestra, but just Kalkuna's position, you would have thought they'd be able to get one. It just seemed that NXT dashing and waterfalling past him didn't necessarily clear that spot. Devo's not even top of kills. Like, Transformer's got him beat with less deaths, and Drog is 10 and 6. But just this whole team performance from NXT, there just feels like there's little gaps, and you're only playing with one initiator. Two duelists is working out really nicely.
Not bad. It's allowed for a lot of versatility, whether that's aggro early or on the retakes.
Stolen got down instantly.
Kill. Oh, no way. Oh, insult to injury for Apena.
How do you find these opportunities now for Apena? It's a full buy and you've lost a player literally in the first second. Oh, the ping is good.
It's really good. And it's Maxim to return. And Transformer's found himself into the back line. So even if Apena Orchestra look to hold their place and standing, they don't really stand much of a chance.
Good proactive.
That's very fair. But Vitti's on an island. And NXT have got free gates all around.
I have the spike.
Quite literally surrounded. Actually, the seaside is barely open for him to go in. Now they know where he is, but you've got the camera all the way down on C long. NXT happy to just keep these retake stats over on C quite high. Literally no movement on the map from any of these defenders, letting Vitty plant the spike.
Cam pops up. Probably doesn't quite, well, Vitty rather, doesn't quite find where it was. I mean, if it does get a pick against Transformer, it could be one isolated kill, but Transformer is not giving him that chance. They need to figure out for certain where they are, make sure that his team makes a lot of noise on their entry, and then be there in the backstab if it's required, but it doesn't even come down to that. NXT have sized up quite the advantage now, and you know, the closer round was one with Sheriffs, but this was a buy, and it, you know, Apena Orchestra weren't given a chance to play at all.
Yeah, it's not even NXT just getting a first kill and sitting back, right? NXT get that kill over onto Stolen, and immediately, because Transformer's playing aggressively towards C-Long, he's like, well, I'm just going to push this. The alarm bot's going to be down. The turret's going to be down. I might be able to flank. Technical pause cropping up again. Just might give a chance for Apena Orchestra to sit down for a second, but actually, tactical timeout, the second one in 10 rounds. Feels like it has to come in, otherwise this could be a very quick first map. Apena Orchestra not looking that comfortable with the re-addition of Haven. And ironically, it's the one time that they're playing the domestic comps. This is the team that loves to cook out some pretty unorthodox stuff. But here, they're going for the tried and true, and it's actually not working.
I mean, they know it's sort of a final chance for them. They know this is a really important match. And losing this has put a lot of pressure onto them. Yeah, okay, time to work things out here. See if we've got a read. Pace themselves a bit. But it hasn't really been their attempts, like you mentioned, Ryan. It hasn't really been them lacking in many ways. Sometimes it just comes down to the duels. They haven't been together on that front. Maybe it's time for them to bring it back here. We already see an operator from Devo, but we'll be seeing it again.
3 people over towards A.
Time to jump.
Actually, the Euro maybe getting a bit aggressive. Still looking to TP back. Maybe looking to TP back because, like, Vitty does have the Omen ultimate. So there could be, like, an aggressive Omen TP play with the execute, and it's looking like it's going to be towards C.
Yeah. Transformer gives a call straight away. He was very close to that fight, realizes there's a lot of commotion going around here. And he doesn't waste a second to go all the way around, by the way. He was super fast. Knife out to get himself close to that C-long position. And if it wasn't enough for that, Maxime gets a spray down kill through the smoke. Why not? You can feel the pressures mounting here for the Apes.
Oh, and this Fury.
Maxime saying, shoot at me, shoot at me. And it is working. Transformer finds himself the back line. He's struggling a little bit, but the pressure is enough. Viti will end up dropping as well. And this is like clockwork from the NXT side.
Yeah, it's great. Like, even with the Yoru Sova play not necessarily working out with catching the kills, it takes all of Apena's focus and attention. And with all of the chaos ensuing, it allows Transformer to just peek around to flank, get the 2 kills, and really stick the knife in. Like, this is an amazingly well put together map for NXT, but to be fair, the core of Human Tripwise has been around a while. This isn't a new map for them to build up a strap book on. Even though they have done it with a crazy comp, this team has had a lot of experience on this map, especially in Northern Europe. Seeing Brady that low as well is surprising. He's usually such an instrumental part of what makes Apena Orchestraria a strong squad. Not only the lack of kills, but the lack of assists as well. The breach just hasn't really been breaching on Apena.
Hasn't really been finding its mark, has it? NXT always finding holes to hide within. Now we're seeing a bit of an adaptation here from Apena Orchestraria. They took out an early fight to this A site, and now for the NXT side, this is treated as silence. Question marks. Readjustment. This is a Sheriff round, but we've seen Sheriff rounds succeed before, but if any should succeed, it's this one. It's their way back in. The Saldrone, exploring C-Long, realizes that the coast is clear, spotting out where Transformer is.
I think it's
not without
actually.
assistance. Yeah. Oh, so... Oh. Oh no, I just feel sorry for them at this point. They don't even get to see their opponents. At least they'll find an open B site to hit.
Yeah, they broke the trip that was over here. There's no ultimates to go for this retake here. Drog might be able to find an opportunity in the late leg, but there's still 2 players towards C. Surely one of them's going to catch him.
Here.
Well. Not at this point, they won't. Maybe later. Oh, Transformer sticks around. So smart. Oh dear.
Last player standing.
It was a world. Definitely was a world.
Yeah, some world. Not this one. Not a hint of damage taken from the side of NXT. As clean as possible, as they put already 9 on the board for themselves.
Maybe 10-2 by the end. Apena Orchestraria have been really struggling to get anything on the board. Transformer 12-3. Like I sort of mentioned in the first series we saw with Haven, a lot of teams are moving over towards the Cypher here instead of Killjoy. Especially with the buffed trip since like last year and the nerf to the turret radius, the Killjoy. Not been a great time to play them.
For sure. I mean, one of the reasons why Cypher was weaker than the Killjoy is because they could easily be broken by a Prowler, by a Trailblazer, by a Boombot. You know, those trips weren't finding their value.
Yeah.
But now they definitely are. NXT, they're taking matters to their own hand this time around as well. Not allowing Apena Orchestraria to calm down at all.
Cover going out.
Maybe they should, though.
Yeah. One time that Apena Orchestraria just default a bit more. They don't make a lot of noise towards A or C. They just hold. Devo, well, with how well this map has been going for him, it's no surprise that he's wanted to go and take a quick fight. It's even expecting that there might be a little bit more because usually Maxim has been there to support.
How many kills does Maxim get away with here? 1 and TP out, sure. Back to even ground. Scales level. And Bully even has assistance in this endeavor.
You know where the Omen is now with the Odin.
No, and the Paranoia thrown in as well. There's not much Apena Orchestraria could hear in that endeavor either, so Bully is closed up. Oh, great Nano Swarm to lure him out. TP'd away. They at least know where he is, but the smoke comes in again, and reinforcements have already arrived. If it's not going to be Rex to come in from the front line, it might as well be Transformer, but Stolen has come alive. The new addition to the roster, making its mark.
Spike planted.
I wonder if it's too late. I wonder, but for this round, it will at least allow them to end the half on a high. Transformer, stop making it so risky. But still, a win for Apena Orchestra by the end of the half.
Yeah, great round from Stolen. Big kills to get NXT trying to, you know, really ask some questions over on that C side, just TPing around, making some of these angles really difficult to clear, opening things up for Transformer to go for his umpteenth flank. Yeah, Raymond knew just how close it could have gone.
That's a new addition. I think this is Stolen's tier 2 debut, because over in on the DACH leagues, I think he was mostly working under Project V. Those are the type of tournaments he was running, which was the Beacon equivalent of this region, if you're aware, sort of the tier 3 system. So a new stage for him, new stakes.
The pistols from both sides, isn't it? Just going for those B executes. The Lambot and Nanoswarms are there. It is going to separate the Yoru and the Jet from the rest of the team. They're just pushing towards A.
They are.
Spike planted.
But it feels like Apena Orchestra is sort of anticipating it and have set up in response to it. Does it matter though? I don't think it does.
Not at all.
Devon just pops off. Rips a head apart, a couple of shoulders, and 3 remaining for Apena Orchestra. Kalkinen might have given them the saving grace here, making sure that Devo can't shoot anymore. The smoke fades out. Rex is there to stop it all from happening. And yeah, Maxim is low, but the crossfire setup is going to be difficult for Apena Orchestra to handle. Ooh, Kalkinen was hoping he could have connected a random shot there, but no. This is not this world. Sure, find a kill as a consolidation, but NXT with this pistol, they've just increased their chances twofold of closing out this game quickly.
It's always a little bit scary, right? You see that NXT, they go for that A-Link push through the B side. The Alambot Nanoswarm separates everybody else up. But just having the Euro being able to TP and give support for Devo. Even if Devo, like, if he goes down there, nobody can trade. He's, you know, removed from the rest of the team. He's disconnected. Maxim just always been support. Those two playing together as that duo has been one of the main reasons that NXT have been absolutely farming this map. Almost like a supportive Yori more than a second duelist for Maxim.
And you can see how proactive Apena Orchestra are with this. And I mean, proactive is sort of preemptively reactive.
I guess that's kind of how it works, really.
Yeah. Especially in a situation like this with just mere pistols. You've got to give him the benefit. I did say that, but then I saw NXT move towards the C side.
Might have been overthinking it. It's just a silver towards A. He's recon that, seen nothing on A.
That's a weapon. Oh, second shot will make it work. Paranoia. Kalkinen forced out. NXT surely should know there's something up here. They've spotted quite a bit of utility. Transformer's found himself a luck, and it's perfect. Viti expecting it, but the shots do not connect on either end. Instead, it's Transformer to drop low and uses his own cage to go aggressive himself. No way you expect that he's walked past like this. Oh, Transformer! Not like this! That's a kill! The B-side taken over by his teammates, and Transformer's still behind. Insult to injury. Jog, low on health, without a teammate. Without any sort of anticipation that they're going to be coming out on top in this round. Maybe this map, NXT are closing in on that end.
As absolute rat former behavior from him. Just, it's so smart to use that cage to just flank all the way around. And it buys so much time for the rest of the team to go for the plant anyhow. NXT definitely feel like they've used these last couple of weeks of break that we've had to just get the most in this map. You can understand why they wanted to play it. It's pretty much been at a clinic.
Scanning ahead.
There's another map for Apena Orchestra to sort their act out on. There's a lot of them, unfortunately, right now.
And it doesn't really help out when they have a buy round and they get dismantled by weapons that should be inferior. Well, pings go in the direction of NXT with Apena saying, this is where they are, guys. Yeah, well, what can they do about it?
It's a full dedicate up as well against a bonus for Apena Orchestra, so they lose this round, it's 12 for NXT, and you've got so little to work with, but you have to buy regardless. NXT can just sort of use the clock a little bit. And as that goes on, Apena Orchestra has started to separate and isolate themselves more and more. Brady is just completely alone here.
He's got to get away with 2, and he won't get out with a single one. And the ice light is open now. That was, Brady's position was the final saving grace.
You got to save, right?
You've got to. There's no other round, right? You just destine yourself into a map loss if you go for this fight here.
30 seconds left.
But I feel like, is there really another option? It might be GG go next. Bind. Try and work your magic there.
Up to NXT hasn't been necessarily too bad on form-wise either, I don't think. I'll have to remind myself. But yeah, it's concerning to say the least for Apena Orchestra. Not the way that you want to end this year as well.
Revealing area.
No.
Actually, no, NXT, rough results on Bind. 13-5 loss to Formulation. 13-11 loss against Metasport. Changing up their comps, no idea what they're likely to run at the moment.
I think they had player trouble in both of those matches, to be fair. As in, like, unavailable teammates.
Yeah, true.
So, I don't know. I think, yeah, of course you'll take that into consideration because it's how well versed you are on those maps, sure. But you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. I guess today is the time that we'll get to see their full capabilities with this roster. We saw how much of a difference their form looked on against Requiem in comparison with the rest of the matches this year. Our questions are for them, was that a fluke? Was that a one-time thing, or is it repeatable? So far, it looks very repeatable, given they can do it against an Apena Orchestra side. Can they continue in this fashion on a map such as Bind, where, like you said, and this split at least, haven't had the most of fun?
Yeah, neither team have. For NXT, it's, like we mentioned before, a bit of a revenge game. NXT had to play up against Apena Orchestra in the last game of last stage. They won, they made playoffs, and they lost. It felt like they sort of lost to themselves a little bit. Apena Orchestra played great, but NXT just maybe got away with, played the occasion a bit too much. Here they're playing the series.
Stolen's gone. Peeked that corner well before he was capable of seeing Devo. An early kill to catapult NXT ahead. And thinking out the defensive resources, really, thinking out the players, it's a 3-site map, so you've got to give something up. Apena Orchestra might have made the right decision here. Could this keep them in the game for a little longer? 3 defenders,
30
not too
seconds
shabby.
left.
Pings indicating what sort of paranoia we'll be looking at from Bully. That's exactly what will happen. Doesn't catch out a single player. Is Stroke now to the back of sight. That will be challenged. The Recon sets out perfectly. Viti does take one down with him, but it seems that NXT have just overwhelmed with numbers. And Drog isn't even allowed the delicacy of retreat, even with the white flag waving high. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And I think it's curtain call already here, Ryan. End the show. Bow. Do a curtsy. Kalkanut isn't given an inch. And there you have it, 13-3, 2 digits is what separated the two teams by the end of that map. I'm just impressed.
Yeah, for NXT, you gotta be. It's sort of the best luck of heaven we've seen so far. Granted, we've only seen it twice.
Sure.
But it was really a team performance from NXT. Like, you've got Devo going crazy with 15 kills, only a couple of first bloods. Maxim making the Yoru work, transforming not only impressing individually, but also the calling was superb. That's the kind of team that you want to be seeing top 4 in Northern Europe. That's a team that's trying to make up for past mistakes or rough or early starts from like previous stage. Here, they're out for blood. They're out for revenge and a dominant display to start off the series.
Yeah, and it's back to basics when it comes to the maps, right? The good old trifecta, the first 3 maps of the pool. I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong here, but it is Haven, Bind, and Split, correct?
Yes.
Well, there you go. It's a perfect 3 maps. I'm glad we're seeing them all bunched up together. But for Apena Orchestra, this is their chance to bring it back to an equalized point with their own map pick Bind. We'll be seeing how that goes right after this.
I could be strong survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, you move, there's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself, and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it's you, there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, don't make you move, there's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry, hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move, there's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry, hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. You got the best of me. You got the best of me. You got the best of me.
Well, Echo, what a map that was to see. NXT just looking to be the more dominant ones. I mean, they had really good conditioning on their defense to begin with, being able to show that presence along most rounds until they could get Devil onto that open up and hold this space. Even still, they had that capability of being able to switch that position up due to having really good control of the map.
Yeah, no, the map control throughout the entirety of the defensive side was just absolutely incredible. They were rotating around perfectly. We can see Raymond getting super excited there. And this is exactly why. That was one of the most dominant, like, first map performances we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and speaking of having control of the map on defense in particular, Transformer being able to utilize that Cypher pick, you know, adds to a lot of having that control on the map on defense, and even being a nuisance in the little rounds that we've seen on the attack by being a lurker as well. So although they might not be the top one up there, that's still pretty decent stats for a Cypher pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, Chan got the most kills for his team, obviously just didn't kind of get the top of the leaderboard by ACS. Devo managed to take that away. Like you say, Chan, Former's Cypher was just absolutely incredible. The amount of lurks and flanks he managed to get off successfully was crazy. Like, he was almost always just down C long spamming down. We saw him almost get a 4K clutch there at one point, and he just looked so good.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of what happened on NXT's defense as well was these confidence in their retakes, which I do believe we have a replay package to show all of the viewers at home. But yeah, just being able to sort of dismantle any part of Apena's attack, a lot of that was particularly in the retakes, or as you said, pre-takes in the green room. So tell us a little bit more about those.
Yeah, no, they were rotating around the map so perfectly so that they were able to come in, as we can see here, and as we'll see in the next one as well when that comes on through, to just come in as the spike was being planted or before it was planted. Whether it was with ultimates, whether it was bodies, they just came in for these retakes and the pre-takes beautifully so many times, and it was probably the most successful part of their defense. Was the retakes, was the pre-takes. For those that don't know, pre-takes before the spike goes down, and they kept catching Apena unaware. And when you're trying to set up for those post plants, you're most vulnerable, and that's what we saw getting taken advantage of lots. And Transformer, you can see on this flank, like we noted beforehand, always doing this.
Yeah, definitely. And in those rounds where Apena could maybe not even get into the site, you know, it was getting shut down very quickly, very early. Do you think that's perhaps because Apena weren't creating enough question marks around the map with the amount of control that NXT had?
Yeah, it felt like Apena, this is the standard composition, but they weren't really using it to its fullest advantage. They weren't, like you say, creating question marks, probing, attempting to, you know, insert lurkers or that kind of thing in the attacking side. It was a little bit one-dimensional. They floated this map in the veto, which is a dangerous thing to do. We talked about it a little bit in the green room as well. Floating new maps is dangerous, but it can work in your favor. And it didn't this time around. It didn't look like they were prepared for it.
Well, speaking about maps, we are coming up to Bind next, and the main thing I'm starting to think about is, do we think that NXT are going to be able to keep this pace up given the results that they've had on Bind so far?
NXT's Bind hasn't looked the best, so I think you're right to call that out. Whether or not they're able to keep up the pace, that was a dominant map 1 performance. Their Haven looks absolutely incredible. It wasn't just the macro and the way that they were playing the retakes, but they were hitting shots. And if they can continue hitting shots like that, then yes, Bind should go their way. But their Haven, or no, their Bind, sorry, wasn't good beforehand when they lost it. They play the kind of KO Gecko standard composition, pretty good comp. We've never seen this from Apena, or at least this split. So whether or not they have something cooked up, I'm excited to see. But I'm expecting something special to be coming out here. Otherwise, I can't imagine why they would have picked it, unless they're picking into the weaknesses.
Yeah, it's literally just what I was about to touch on, you know, like Apena potentially playing into NXT's weaknesses, which we always say when you go into a map veto, you should be thinking about playing your own game, but of course teams will try to counter other teams on top of that as well. So, I don't know, what do we think Apena are cooking going into this Bind, considering that we've not seen them play at this split?
We've not seen them play it. I'm hoping they go for something unexpected and try and play around the firepower that we know that they do have, right? People like Drog can entry. People like Brady can entry. Whether we see, you know, some kind of Euro composition like we used to see coming out from teams like PaperX, or if we're going kind of down the Neon route, I want to see aggression, because they can take sites and they can really push onto sites really well. We're seeing here NXT's previous Bind composition. This is pretty much standard, you know, no Sentinel, but you've got that Viper as that pseudo Senti. What Apena pick, that could really mess with this.
Yeah, definitely. What are you expecting to see come out of Apena when we get into that agent select then, to actually go against this double controller composition that NXT are running?
I'm expecting to see, at least at the very least, we'll probably see the Viper, we'll likely see the Raze, but we've seen Neon be worked here to quite some good extent. We've seen interesting picks like Reyna, ISO come out as well. I just want them to go aggressive. When they were taking sites on Haven, they were taking the sites really well. Obviously, a lot of the time NXT were holding back to play for the retake, but they were taking the sites. They had their utility combos to take the sites well, and they were playing quite a lot of set executes, which looked really good when they were doing it. I want to see that kind of thing on Bind as well.
I think because like we've obviously not seen a Bind from this split, do you think that Stolen has come into this team and decided, you know what, guys? I've got something that we can do on Bind. Let's run it. Do you think that could be? I'm just theorizing at that point.
New players can always bring new things to teams, right? And that's the kind of thing that you'd want to see from someone like Stolen, who's performed really well in Project V over in Dark. And bringing over that kind of the confidence that that player has to play because they've been doing so well, their stats are so good. They probably have a little bit of that, the confidence to bring compositions, to bring ideas. But I don't want to see Stolen on something crazy. I want to see Stolen on a Cypher or on a Viper. Nothing more than that, because their Killjoy looked really good. And they got caught out a couple of times when they were going for slightly more interesting plays on their attacking side. I want to see Apena leaning into Stolen's strengths, because it was working so well when he did.
Yeah, definitely. And we are actually going to see NXT start on that attack side, which obviously they started on the defense in the previous map and got off to such a dominant start being on that defense. So how do you think starting on the attack is going to play into this map?
When you're starting on the attack, you want to be looking to keep your momentum, right? And when you have that momentum built up from the previous map, if you can keep that going forward, if you can keep pushing on as aggressive as you can, it can work so well for you. And we're going to jump into Agent Select. Naturally, standard mirror compositions here. There's nothing crazy going on. NXT have switched it up a little bit. They've got the fade in there instead of the KO, but this is looking really standard.
Yeah, I like this. I always love to see that fade raise, the things that you can get away with those two agents and their little combinations that they can do. And yeah, I mean, mirror matchup, surely, if anything, that's going to test the fundamentals of each of these teams because they're playing the exact same comp.
Yeah, same composition, same, probably likely very similar play styles as well. Like I say, it comes down to fundamentals. It comes down to how well you understand the composition and how to play against the same composition. So it comes down to that understanding and that player skill. But if it comes down to aim again, I've got to go for NXT.
Well, Echo, it looks like I was talking rubbish earlier when I said, how are they going to counter whatever composition that they've seen NXT play on? But either way, Pavlos and Ryan are going to jump right into this one for us. Take it away, guys.
You're muted, boy.
There we go.
This is going to be a great map.
That should work. Production, am I heard to the wide audience? Am I still muted?
You're fine. You're good. You're back.
All right. Well, hi guys. We're back, and yeah, it's fine.
Just start again. Yeah. Go back to the desk to throw back to us. Yeah,
sure.
I see.
Thanks, guys. Perfect analysis from before. It's time for Bind. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, Ryan. Obviously, Apena Orchestra know that they weren't where they had to be on Haven. Maybe they didn't have enough time to prepare into this map coming out, right, Haven. But Bind, there's no excuses here. This is their own map pick as well. If there's any point in time that will be coming back, it will be now.
Yeah, and I think this is a map that both teams will be looking to perform better on. Like Apena Orchestra, it's been a couple of wins here or there, but not necessarily against the best teams in the region. And then for NXT, it's 2 losses so far this whole year for them playing on this map. So both teams going for the new meta, it feels like. That 100 Thieves, that Team Heretics, Gecko KO, the Gecko Fade, really is all about like how you want to default, the execute utility, everything being timed well. Both these teams looked good in that capacity over on Haven, but now it's about like map control, the lurks, the timing, and it's NXT that's going to kick us off on attack.
For sure, and it feels to me that this is not going to slow down as much. Both these teams will look to explode, and we already see some intent here from NXT as they're looking to attack into Hookah. At the same time, Apena Orchestra, outside of that B site, are taking the long approach to try and drop in a bit of a surprise. Maxim hasn't quite crossed, neither has Rex with a spike. But the fact that NXT have been so silent and slow about it, Apena don't know a thing.
They're actually really struggling to get information here. Viti caught backside. He's alone though. He's completely isolated from the rest of the team. So this Jules an important one to win.
Whoa.
He does have that support from Brady. I think for the haunt in the air, like all of the smokes getting the kills just up to Transformer.
It is indeed, but a lot to do. Not quite finding finishing damage on to Drog. The Snakebite will do it. Oh, there might even be a chance, but no. The spray across the smoke allows Sterling to get the win here for Apena Orchestrary. And you're right, Ryan, those smokes didn't matter for anything as Apena Orchestrary just walked right past them and shot everyone they could find.
Yeah, it was hard to sort of see exactly what went right there for Apena Orchestrary. It really did just look like Viti was on site alone. You got the two players from Apena taking long with part of their like defensive default on that pistol. It's actually Brady that just gets all of the kills and the assist as well. Must have been something, and NXT just sort of fell into the trap a little bit. In a moment where Apena Orchestrary, it felt like they were just struggling to get that information. But they've lost the Antigua last time against the Thrifty. Want to be a bit more clinical here than they were on Haven.
Kalkin holding the line. Successful in finding the first pick here. You can see NXT looking to try and bounce off the back of the Prowler as well. Haven't quite been able to do it. It's going to be the Dizzy that initiates for Devo.
The plan's bad. The plan's really bad.
It's tremendously bad. And Devo is going to have to go and retrieve it. Instead of no, it's going to be Rex that finds himself some cover within the smoke. For how bad it could have gone,
yeah,
it didn't go that bad.
Crisis averted.
But this is a full investment by NXT, so they're expecting they can do quite a lot of damage here. And with the spike down, there might be a real possibility. Apena Orchestrary, though, if they can win this, would be great. Could guarantee an even third round. Maxim, good spray against Brady here. Devo is keeping the slams under control, not going to allow anybody to cross him. But the fact that he's moved a little further back could complicate the endeavor. Paint shell towards a spike. Super important. And now with time becoming an issue, Apena Orchestrary will look to be making a few mistakes. Rex couldn't quite find a shot. And Maxime is doing everything that is required for him to do. The spike will explode, and NXT will be winning the round with no survivors.
They just managed to win another Thrifty after the pistol. I mean, that feels like it's been such a huge difference. It's just this NXT, like, some of the series that they had in the early parts of this year, even when they signed to NXT, they looked down and out when it wasn't going well. But here, this was around where they almost, like, effed it up to right at the beginning, right? With the wingman planting super deep into the A site, not on default. And they just win enough time and Apena Orchestrary trying to make sure that everything's lined up with the utility for the retake. But it just ended up taking too long.
That allowed NXT to get right back into the game as quickly as possible. Quick little TP here from Troll. Just guaranteeing the orb secure. I got you.
One rifle that they have.
Yeah. One away from the Nightfall.
Here.
NXT haven't really made any adjustments. They've sort of held their own. Defaulting to see where that aggression might come out from Apena Orchestrary, and now grouping up, looking to just go for that de facto like A split. Showers is such a good part of the map, and whilst they're setting up to go A, Apena Orchestrary are looking to flank. It is at least being watched by Bully, but there's so many players.
It would have been much better for him if he stuck further behind. It would be a much more favorable trade or position for him to engage in a fight with, but still crisis averted. Apena Orchestrary definitely know the B site isn't being hit. They've covered every single one of these corners.
Not that much time. Brady's seen pretty much everybody as well, and there's 3 players looking to flank, even noise baited to try to make NXT feel that they're not coming in. But the plant's going to go down. There's not really going to be anything to stop it for the time being, and Apena Orchestrary on this eco need to find a retake.
Brady's position is the most crucial one, which doesn't last very long. Yeah. He is.
As you said it.
2 on the back, flank. Clean work from the NXT players. Quick to find their shots. And without a single casualty, they'll be moving into round 4 with a lot of confidence after a round like that.
They've had it in droves today. Like, even the way that they handled that round, they didn't look panicked. They took their time. putting pressure in the right spots, and really it has felt like Apena Orchestra really trying their best to keep up, and they feel forced to be aggressive, to take space. And like that round on the pistol, it felt the same on Haven in some cases of Apena just trying to get something. And NXT are just defaulting, holding the lines and making it very difficult for any success to come in from this Apena Orchestra side.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Grenade!
Thrash will be thrown in. Clearing
He
out
actually
ramps
got
for
the
now.
brim up on the
Fitty
box.
a high level. It did indeed. Devo. We'll look to line things up. NXT haven't been able to drop around on the state side just yet. Vitty's sticking by. Chilling. Just be careful though. Doesn't get overwhelmed. As if that showers is breached. First, oh, Bully reads the position in time. So NXT have got headway here.
Apena Orchestra have 35 seconds to wait for the haunt, which is a big piece of their retake kit. So they could get stalled out again, and it allows a bit of an opportunity for NXT to just reposition. The Thrash is going to clear a lot of lamps, but everybody sat back from NXT.
They are. And they know exactly why. They've got Incendiary waiting to be thrown onto the spike position as well. A lot of utility that can keep throwing out the problem. Nightfall drops. They knew that was coming too, so another extra piece to that puzzle. The Incendiary finally drops. The Wingman will be stopped, but at least it gets the fuse halfway, and that puts a lot of pressure on them. And it's Apena Orchestra that are winning most of the fights, but they need to get onto the spike and they need to get to it quickly, and I don't think they really have the time to do it. Caught in the middle, sandwiched in, and it's going to be NXT to keeping themselves on that win streak.
The same thing again, right? Apena Orchestra, the retake looked good, but it's just too little too late. Either the utility just being out of sync that they have to wait for key things like the Haunt, or just a really nice Nightfall that came in from Maxim. Slows things down, the Brim Molly as well, just making sure that the Wingman can't dedicate to the full thing. Eco required for Apena Orchestra, and this is where things started to snowball massively for NXT on Haven.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't think I need to describe it with words.
I shot.
Spike down, B.
Sure.
A lot more to do.
I dropped the spike.
It's just, if Apena Orchestra fall into the rut they were in on Haven, they'll be in big trouble. It's like they try to take matters to their own hands this round, and NXT just held up a big stop sign and dropped them off the cliff.
Okay.
It's just the mechanics, the macro, the micro, the calling, all being outmatched. And like Apena Orchestra, do you take a timeout after this round, or do you save it for a bit later?
Kalkina. If he gets one kill and gets given time to use a showstopper, Kalkina, what is this? It doesn't even need the ultimate. All he has to do is put that share of the good juice, and all of a sudden very doable because Bully has been softened up as well. One shot anywhere on his body, it will do it. Nightfall still available. Apena Orchestra might just make this work. Bully just needs to stay hidden because the orbital strike is available also. Transformer might be in trouble. They've been softened up so much, but somehow still standing. Somehow still able to shoot their weapons.
Poison orb emitting.
And crossing this poison cloud will make things so much more treacherous. You can only assume that Transformer has walked past his opponent. Brady, that's a good first shot. Bully. No incendiary here, just the ult. Oh, the incendiary's been used already, that's why. Yeah, he's being closed in on. Brady doesn't take the next corner. That's the round, everybody. That is the round. Crisis averted. Well done to Kalkina for bringing things close, and Brady as well. But yeah, this round wasn't meant to be.
You don't even really see that from like 100 Thieves or Heretics to an extent. No. Like just the post-plan setups. It feels like NXT taking what's been really popular at the moment and then still being able to add on to it by playing that very old style of play with just post-plant lineups. It makes sense when you got the Mosh, when you've got the Snake Bites, Brim Mollies. Bully's just not like anything past him today.
Yeah.
It was a good effort from Apena Orchestra, despite losing 2 players very early. Kalkina and Brady making it a bit closer, but still not getting the rounds.
We're seeing two different calibers of engines. And NXT's running squeaky cleanly. They'll be walking out into the site quickly. Defo flying through the skies there, basically Superman at this point. Wingman making sure the job's done with a spike, as a good little bro can do. And again, Apena Orchestra had guns. It feels every time they get guns, they get brought to an economical disaster and having to bring themselves back in again. So they're not losing round by round, they're losing 2 rounds by 2 rounds. Which just allows NXT just to run away with this advantage.
Is it a save? Looks like it.
Should
moving
be,
away.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
I don't even think this is really Apena Orchestra playing badly. It doesn't feel like there's as many like individual mistakes as say like OnlyFins earlier, right? Just is that NXT are on a next level of play.
They're looking clean. They don't seem to be making too many mistakes. They change their positions as well, as in the ways they've been attacking sites, the way they've been holding them. And they're all in line with what they're doing. And it seems to be working like a charm. With Apena Orchestra struggling to find the answers.
Okay, Seago's not really had a great day. Like the timeouts have not really added too much impact in, right? And I do think that is like they're making the right calls and making the right adjustments based on a lot of the issues that they're running into. But then Raymond and NXT are a step ahead. They managed to just change stuff around. They'll have a think about what have we not shown? What do we feel that we've done a bit too much? What do we think naturally they're going to try and shut down? So let's start to go for a straight A execute, because that's something that NXT haven't done yet. We've got stuff like the showstopper. You can do like the close brimstone smokes, have the raise satchel from short, and almost crunching onto showers with the rest of the team going through like showers on that side. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, and if I'm like NXT, I'm like, okay, what set strats can we pull out now that go against the grain of what we've just been doing?
It's a good question. I don't have the answer. Let's see if Apena Orchestra have got it. Both teams have the same ultimate in hand, the showstopper. I think Viti is one away from securing the orbital strike, so it looks like that's what Apena Orchestra are going for. Not the orb! Instead going a little bit aggressive. Okay, and the orb. Never mind. So
NXT just defaulting right now to get information, see if Apena Orchestra are going to get aggressive with this full buy. Especially with the show-stopping orbital strike. You don't know if they're going to just crunch and push market. You don't know if they're going to try and fight long. Everybody just holding for little bits of information, but NXT, they have taken showers. They had the Fade Haunt in there, use a Prowler to take that space. I don't know if they've picked up the ult orb there or not, but you can see the workings of where NXT are looking to head next. The Prowler going for the TP to check towards Sand, gets nothing, and if it went down short, I don't think it would have caught anything anyway. A little bit early, but there's still a Haunt, Prowler, and Seize in hand for Brady.
Yeah, there's plenty in store here for Apena Orchestra, not too bad. Viti's a little bit out of range to get the orbital strike out and ready, but they'll have to use it for the retake. They're fairly far back into the site, so that opportunity could be there for them. Devo, very far forwards into this. Has to go the suicide, right? The kamikaze. That still ends up with a kill. Spike goes down, and we're looking at a 4v4. Viti still available to use the orbital strike, and he uses it straight away. That's the clear lamps, but no one's there.
Yeah, they've tried to fight short and then taken showers, but look how passively Canform is sitting. Still has a snake bite, still playing post plants.
I think the incendiary is in the sky as well. Only just landed. Rex shut down, so Apena Orchestra, at least they've got some players that they can start returning against to. Onto the defuse though. Not halfway as the wingman has dropped. That's going to cause them a lot of trouble when it comes to the timing. Maxim with the double kill. It's already being defused, so Transformer needs to close up the gap. But it doesn't require Transformer to be there. Instead, it's Maxim that has done everything by himself. A quadra by the end, and Maxim makes it look easy.
He just can't do any wrong. That was probably the closest opportunity that Apena Orchestra had to win a retake outside of the pistol round. And there was no molly this time. There was no Brim ultimate. Devo getting the first kill, but also taking himself out. Maxim just getting 2 by lining up and then cleaning up house from short. Like Kaiser is frustrated, needs to eat, you know. I love that was thrown in. That's me streaming, I swear. Just watch parties, just...
Yeah, I feel that. Look, the frustration is adding up, and I imagine not only for the coaching side, but for the players as well, right?
I'm just struggling to, like, not choke in real life.
Pansy with a hot tour yesterday, and you with this. Cool. Add that one to the tally. Sure. I was going to go for a serious point with the Apena Orchestra's morale and the dirt, and I can't now. You've broken.
Don't blame me. It was the animated frustration, and then and now I eat. Brief snack.
Yeah.
Look tasty,
Food is
whatever
my
it
coping
was.
mechanism. Something I'm working against now, so maybe that's his. Oh, brilliant thrash. The fact that the showstopper is brought off the back of it, questionable, doesn't pay off. And the Nightfall does a lot of damage and allows the quick cleaning up of the back line, and Devo's just feeling it. I think NXT just said, Devo, go kill. That's exactly what he did.
And Kaisugo might be taking his food to go because this map, like the last, might not be lasting very long. Oh, it's just NXT look incredible today. There's really like no notes. There's nothing that Raymond can say, I think, that like could be better. The Maxim's utility for the fade has been insane. He's 11-4. Like Brady is also top fragging on the other side. He's 7-6, but it's still like nothing in comparison, it feels like.
Well, back to the second timeout.
In 9 rounds this time instead of 10. This is on their map pick as well, so there's like almost less of a excuse for it, you know? This is a map that NXT have not won all year. They've only played it twice. They've still not won it all year.
Well, if Apena Orchestra managed to get themselves a comeback, I'd love to get Kaisugo on the interview slot. Because I'm sure he's got a lot of strong feelings about what just happened and how it's been happening. I really do. A comeback can be brought back into this. Look, Apena Orchestra, yeah, they haven't been the best in the region, but they've been competitive. This match right here does not illustrate that.
Yeah.
It's not doing justice to their capabilities.
It's also like they have had to make a roster move. Like Chuckle's gone out, Stolen's come in. One of the things before you'd say would be like Apena Orchestra would overcook their comps a little bit and frantically change them when it didn't go well. You can't really say that with today if it's these two maps because they're playing the most meta comps on these maps and it's still not working. And here it's a mirror comp and they're still losing. There's something else that's just missing for Apena Orchestra. Whether it's just what you do when you're in free fall, they don't have the answers.
You know what is odd? Never mind. That's pretty damn odd. Kalkin was barely visible and Jock is starting to line up shots through the Viper's pit. What is going on? If this is the round that Apena Orchestra wins, so be it. So be it.
Oh, they're getting crunched on for the TP too.
But somehow they're all kind of low. And if Chamformer can find a good angle to work around with here, he's walked past his opponent. He's going all the way around the world. He doesn't have spike access, sure. But there's no way, there is absolutely no way Apena Orchestra will expect them to be behind. I do say that, and Jock turns around. Okay, there is a way. Apena Orchestra win a round. How about that?
After losing the first player again. And good timeout, good setup. NXT maybe just almost arrogant to just go and face into the Viper's pit. I mean, you get the first kill, but you're all stuck in hookah. You're just like fish in a barrel to an extent.
Now we're looking to see if this trend can continue for Apena Orchestra. Oh, taking matters to their own hands. How about that?
Very nice.
Proactive with the Viper spit the round before, and now again with a Thrash. Is Cal going to get a kill? And they're out of there.
You also see a lot of teams do something like that with the Thrash, but they go the other way to go through market to try and crunch on people. So just the pathing was very different, and NXT almost caught by surprise. Calcuna playing off the back of it was nice. The downside is you're not going to be able to pick up that Thrash to go for a second go.
That's true.
One round where NXT weren't really holding a strong default to deal with any aggression.
Stolen is forced back here, lining up his snake bites to deter any aggressive movement from his opponents. And there's still 3 rounds remaining in the half. This could very much be a doable affair for Apena Orchestra. 7-5, still on the cards.
Maxim now needing to use a lot of utility to clear showers. Because of the Viper going down, it meant that he had to watch short. He's used a Haunt, he's used a Prowler. It's not really an area that Apena Orchestra have been deeply contesting in showers. So Maxim has been getting his space for free.
And it's not like NXT can recommit to anything else. Maybe it is, but
But
just on time. With Devo opening up the site, if they realize where one of the players lie, they're committing to this. Maxim trying to be the gatekeeper and disallow any sort of rotation, and I think the fact that Brady's found himself at the back of the site, it may allow for the plant. Wingman trying to go for it, and I think he will be able to do it. NXT low in players. On that count, not doing that great. 2 versus 3. Brady lining up together with his teammates. They're moving in as a unit. They don't quite know what the placement's like, but surely they might have a hint. Jogger's being noisy with his swing. Bullet to throw an incendiary to shut down any sort of defuse. Full shot. The wingman does drop, but it's Brady to end up with the final 2 kills, eventually totaling up to 3 this round. Apena Orchestra capable of chaining a couple rounds together.
Good grief. NXT just flanking all the way around. Even with the molly missing, it still came down to close moments. Now Brady's starting to climb up the ranks. He's 10-6, just behind Maxim now. All off the back of some really nice plays from Apena Orchestra now to get stuff on the board. Set play with a Thrash, Calcuna pushing, NXT seeing if they can adjust off of it. All off the back of Devo walking onto the B side, gets one, gets traded, but NXT have already opted to go in that direction, so they can't really change their minds. Operator now in the hands of Drog.
I don't expect...
Oh no.
Stolen, oh dear. Yeah, it would have been a great opportunity if Stolen could have gotten that kill, but no. Ends up all being in vain. NXT would love themselves an extra round here. Build up quite the buffer before they enter the defensive. Although 2 rounds remaining in that affair. Bit of a standstill. Calcuna not spotted, so if Brady looks to move away, Calcuna could do a lot of damage here.
Oh, Devo.
Oh,
He crunched on him, but this corner does get cleared by Maxim.
Spike planted.
Welcome to
yeah, that didn't go
my
to plan.
world.
Didn't go to plan at all. How can this be salvaged from Apena? Maybe some random sprays, a bit of a miracle, really. Let's be fair.
Do you even maybe save for the next round, especially with the operator?
Stolen low. Mosh doesn't help either. Viti closing up. It's Stolen to find the first kill in this endeavor. Find any more, and it might just be doable. Champ former though. Spots out his opponents. Good little launch from Maxim to give him the information available. And Jog has to vacate the area, surely. Makes a classic work for another extra kill. But Maxim is padding up his stats this round. With 1 round to spare in the half, NXT are right back into the winning seat.
Hey, it was really nicely played from NXT, dedicating a lot of the Prowlers over towards showers. Apena Orchestra, getting a little bit coy with the idea of just having a player tucked in, but it felt like NXT were also using that as a bit of bait to put a lot of focus on showers. It allowed Devo to satchel in behind and flank them. Just like I keep saying, Apena Orchestra, the ideas aren't bad. You can see some of the things that they're trying to do, but NXT are just 2 steps ahead of them consistently.
Face your fear!
And that's not even being harsh.
Devo's gone down, ult's gone.
I mean, an explosive taken to the side, but they really haven't found too much success. Scratch that pulley. As soon as I say that, begs to differ. Now, Spike out into the open. All but a try to make sure Lamps is clear. And Rex will try to follow right after it to gain that space for themselves. Bully goes for repositioning on that spike. The smoke phase, wrong timing, and Brady will capitalize upon it. Rex is able to keep things to a standstill. Has a thrash to throw right back into the issue. Kalkina can't shoot away. At least he's got his teammate to save his life if it's needed. And there's still time to play with. Jog swings and he hits. Is it a home run though? So far first base and 2 more places to stop into.
They're gonna go for the TP.
They are thinking about it, but the fact that Rex is out exposed, second guessing themselves. Looking at the grand scheme of things, taking the TP isn't too bad of an idea, given that Apena and Orchestra have not gone to the B site, but no.
Kalkina's watching for the flank. Chanforma's pushing with the op.
That is nutty and ballsy, and Rex won't be winning a shot. Chanforma gets surprised by Jog's presence to his side. 8-4. I think it's safe to say that Apena Orchestra have brought things back to a doable standing.
Yeah, and took a second timeout on round 9 and won 3 out of the last 4 rounds. Felt necessary, but it does mean that there's no timeout on this attacking side at all for them. And there's a lot of good things that you can do utility-wise, but sort of said the same over on Haven. Apena Orchestra's utility was good, but NXT, theirs was just a little bit better. Pistol is an important one to get. It's nice to see instead of Devo being at the top, or even Chanforma from the last map, it's Maxim that's having a great performance from Yoru, now onto the Fade.
Very aggressive. Rex, how do you even find shots through the smoke like that? Stolen gets
oh my god.
A bit of a boost in energy. Brady somehow finds himself at the center of the site, but it doesn't matter. Wait, wasn't Devo like low? Wasn't he like 1 shot away from death and he still ends up with the kill? Yeah. Do we draw the curtains here?
There's a cat in somebody's background there, I just saw it. It's gonna be tough. Not outside the realm of possibility, but looking like a 10-4 scoreline, unless Apena Orchestra can have some of their own thrifty magic like they did on Haven. Granted, it was few and far between. Maxim 16-7, the 2 Fades winning it out on this map. First time that I think either of them have played this comp too.
Well, it's Kalkina to lead the charge in this endeavor. Apena Orchestra have called in for desperate times. Oh dear. I'm still very confused with all these kills. They're quite sporadic, but Maxime is still able to hold his ground quite amicably. And it buys time for Devo to reposition as well. So double digits hit. And this is not making things any easier. If you take your minds back to the previous half, NXT lost the pistol, but they enforced into the second and end up winning 7 rounds in a row. I think if Apena Orchestra want to get back into this game, they need something similar.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. The problem is as well, because of the pistol rounds being very quick, they're not built up to any ultimates. It's not like they have a thrash to go. In fact, Devo's actually the closest with the showstopper. Bonus is a pretty solid one. A couple of curveballs with stuff like the Judge, but while he's making his presence known, you're not going to be able to take the space. And also, now Devo's going for the fight.
Well, it's Brady to open things up here. Finally, Apena Orchestra have got something good going on for them. The Judge from Bully, though, makes me scared. Why not Stolen? He's calmed down a bit.
And Former overextending slightly. Footsteps made to get out of Hookah, but they're leaving Bully in here. Surely Apena Orchestra, they know better to not go through Hookah against a low buy.
Smoke's down.
Brady, just leave it alone, man. I can't. I'm so nervous watching this.
Get back.
Right? Same. Like, players could lose their lives anywhere on this map. Isolated, alone, and all of a sudden, if you lose a few of those in a row, it could be destructive. when Maxim is involved, you're always at the edge of your seat, but this time, it's all held under control here for Apena Orchestra. They get guns online and they're able to succeed getting around. Only one casualty, not too bad, but there's a 5-round difference between themselves and their opponents, a mountain to climb.
One long way to go. The full buy is there as well for NXT. Ultimates again looking slightly closer for NXT than they have for Apena Orchestra. But both fades frail orbs away from having a Nightfall. Both got good value out of it so far. Naturally, NXT changing around the default to have the fade over towards long. A lot of noise being made. The 3 players on A just sitting pretty, other than the Gecko that's starting to rotate around to help.
It's not too bad of a setup for NXT on the left-hand side. Keeping things slow, and it's Chamformer to open things up on A. So NXT aren't going to be lured to spend an extra player in that direction. They've only just realized that there's presence outside of long. Now, of course, the TP is nearby, so you've got to respect it by keeping the extra player on A.
Cutting noise, they can't really go for the TPI because they don't have that space secure. Riley now having to watch short because the Viper went down on the attacking side. Transformer seeing the action, just putting up the poison cloud and just buying so much time for this defensive side.
Yeah, didn't look too comfortable taking that fight. The smoke is well timed, especially when Kalkuna is looking to collapse out of it.
30 seconds left.
But it's likely going to be a double blast pack play. The smoke coming out against Maxime here. Good little haunt to delay them even further because time is being an issue here for Apena Orchestra. The longer they wait, the more they'll be in trouble. Kalkuna back side. Bully is able to trade. Viti enters, but Bully is still there to save the day. 14 seconds. They need to get onto the case quickly. Jog has the wingman and has the spike. This might even be doable. Finds an extra angle. They've just realized where Jog is hiding. NXT walking in together. Great blast back from Devo, but Jog readjusts perfectly. Chamformer couldn't quite find himself into the open in time. And with a Thrash available, this shows that Jog might actually be favored in the clutch.
That window, though, is going down very quickly. Devo's just pushing it.
In, and Jog is looking the other way. Devo has got the wider angle. But no one's connecting the shots. Oh, the bullet through the wall, but eventually Jog gets it done. Triple to save the day. Not done just yet.
And smiles finally on the faces of some Apena Orchestra players. A great clutch to win. Drog still having a thrash is massive for them. NXT forced onto one of the few eco rounds that we've seen from them. And one of the first timeouts that we've seen on this map. At least from them. It was a split second of Devo coming in with the nade and killing the wingman just before it plants. You gotta say as well, like Kalkuna, just the entry, the first kill that he got going onto that B-Execute was insane with the movement that he had. And some of these moments coming down to just be a little bit brawly in places, which is going to suit Apena Orchestra fine.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when clutches like that can be won from Drog. Great composure in the moment as well, just to keep those angles narrow, to not overface, to not be out in the open, to make himself an easy kill for Devo. Just keeps it nice and tight. Makes it a really difficult fight for Devo to be taking.
It's not... I mean, the way that Jog approached it didn't seem like a team that has only won 9 rounds for the past 2 series.
Yeah, exactly.
They're well and truly back in the game. It feels like, at least on the mental aspect of things, Thrash wasn't even used. NXT back to reset. Well, they themselves have gone a little bit on that exploring side, taking up that early space, hearing out the Prowler movement. It's good that Brady is turning attention away from the A site. Apena Orchestra wouldn't mind having a couple of easy rounds, bulking up the economy, could allow for a long run of rounds to try and catch up, because let's be fair, that one round, how much of a difference can it truly make? Lovely pick up there from Kalkuna. And Transformer's looking to find an optimal gap, especially with Bully moving in.
No, nobody's blocking.
Transformer, that is absolutely superb! And out of this world play! Seizes the chance to take over. Rex has been isolated, so Transformer's going to have to make it. An ace, a headshot connects, but he got a phantom.
Nice try. It keeps Apena nervous, right? That's not going to be a comfortable round from any of them. Just because the TP went off free, people turned around to face, and Transformer was just allowed to walk up. Full eye contact with the game. He didn't even blink.
No. Well, if you're
Just
watching,
having
do
an
remember
assortment of
hydrate
clip
yourself.
of just dinner with Kaisigo, just him eating and drinking.
Yeah, we should make that into a content piece later on season with him. Why not?
Gotta stay hydrated.
Gotta stay hydrated.
Posture check as well. I'm like sat with my... I always sit with my right leg like up on my left one. It's not good.
Yeah, casting online does that to me as well. Oh, it was together with the C's. That's why Kalkina couldn't get away. Oh, rough one. And they've sort of been relying on Kalkina to take up this entering position, right?
Brady taking it upon himself to go fight for Hooker aggressively. Well, he's not necessarily seen him just yet, but needs to be going a bit careful. At least it is going to keep NXT over towards B a little bit, but it's still strong side for NXT is on an A site. The rotations are moving away. They are just leaving Devo alone with the operator, and he collapsed too.
And that is not what Apena Orchestra needed. They were already down a player with one bullet to drop onto the floor. It puts Brady and Viti in a really tough spot. 35 seconds on the clock. They can't get to the spike, and NXT will allow them to do that. They just want to make sure they're hitting the right site, and then they can play the numbers game.
Still waiting.
Showstopper
don't have
too.
much to lose.
Poison Cloud up, Snake Bite. Good luck trying to plant it here. Drog was one of the players that went down, so the wingman's not there to help you. They're going to fake plant to just try to get stuff out early. But they're going for it now. NXT happy to play for this 5v2 retake.
Viti, watch it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay. Behaving himself eventually. Wouldn't mind him going a bit more naughty in that endeavor. Brady, no! Why do these rounds have to be so explosive and so coin flippy?
Welcome to Bind. Welcome to this comp. It's chaos, and there are so many rounds that this could be an out of the possibilities of thinking kind of levels of clutch. But they just miss out a little, just enough.
Yeah. 7-11. Ultimate's built back up. 3 per side, and things start to complicate just a little bit. 4 rounds of difference isn't that bad. And I think Apena Orchestra know that Bind is a must for them.
Face your fear.
And I'm not talking about the series, I'm talking in their whole endeavor in Challengers North this split. If playoffs is something that they are gunning after, this is a must win right here, right now.
It's a weird execute from Apena Orchestra. The Nightfall just used before everything else. Showstopper through the gap in the wall doesn't really do that much damage.
No. Oh, orbital strike drops. Devo throws a showstopper into Kalkina's face, but he still goes up in flames. 1v2, it's Brady left. This is all so shaky.
Not planted.
Find you.
And the fact that Maxim can wait for his teammate Transformer to arrive onto the site feels so much more time.
8 bullets.
Last player standing.
Transformer misses the shot. Down to a duel, and Brady closes up the gap. Anyone's game. It truly is. Maxim doesn't need to pick. He needs to wait for the spike to go down, but he doesn't! Gets impatient, a triple for Brady to clutch things up for Apena Orchestra.
Find the weakness.
One of the few mistakes that we see in NXT made, just Transformer just sending it in a 1v2. There's still a timeout left for NXT if they want it. But a major mistake now that has allowed Apena Orchestra back into this map. A map that they were looking down and out on 10-4. Apena Orchestra now starting to give it, but it does feel a little bit too little too late. You just never know. No, NXT are on an eco themselves.
NXT just looking to make it a little bit more difficult for themselves, I reckon. But it's good to see Apena Orchestra back on the server.
Go get him.
Took him a damn while. All performing on the clutches, on the entries, on the plans. Seems like they find comfort on this attack. Good incendiary by Bully to deny the space that Apena Orchestra were going for. And it's a good read by NXT altogether.
I'm so nervous with how these 50s have gone for NXT.
It's a good molly to the back of sight to deter NXT, but it's an even better paint shell thrown by Devo. Spike not going down just yet. Buys time for NXT to maybe walk in again. Chanformer taking his time to go on that rotate and be relevant. Could be their downfall eventually. I don't think Apena Orchestra are thinking of a TP pursuit, especially with the spike being planted right now.
Oh,
Rex
no.
was ready and waiting for it. This was never going to be a missed shot from him. A couple bullets do connect onto him through the wall, and the spike plant interrupted yet again. Wingman going in, but Rex isn't allowed to do so. And are they going through the TP? Is it going to pay off? That Chanformer is waiting, because that if that
He's
happens,
going in with
that
the
will be
spike!
mad! Solon makes it work though, a double kill, and Chanformer left to pick up the
10
pieces.
seconds left.
Oh my god.
Did.
Chanformer 1-3-3 with a stinger. Stolen's low, he's taking a bit of damage.
Yeah. Call it over, this will be 9 for Apena.
Poison orb emitting.
Don't know if it's an easy first pick, and it is. Oh no.
Poison's off.
He's running out of time though. Thankfully for him, Apena doesn't really have much utility, but they have to swing simultaneously from different sides, and Chanformer isn't looking at the right direction, realizes that one is nearby.
Poison's off.
And Apena are scared. That
Oh,
is on the
my
DQ,
God.
Chanformer!
There's no time.
He doesn't have time. You can see the disappointment on his face because he was so damn close, half a second quicker, and it could have allowed him the clutch.
Oh, so close. It keeps the money honest, at least for Apena Orchestra. Look at it, just basically all out for Brady. Even this round, they might not necessarily have that much money to work with. Half armor for a lot of players. Barely keeping it together.
Ryan, I'm having an out-of-body experience. I feel like I need to give myself CPR.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Safety's up.
Yeah, but there's not much to do.
I feel like Bind is becoming like the new Split with just some of the rounds. And it was a world for NXT as well. They had Rex with the Thrash. If he gets a gun, chase up in the Viper's Pit. But he just got wallbanged as he took a brief peek.
Get in my way.
Wow. All the Apena Orchestra streak of rounds end here. Stay tuned right after. No. We'll be finding out right here, right now. No messing around. Oh no, even the spike is stuck by to this B site, while the team of Apena just
Right here.
circumnavigating towards the safe side.
Poison orb emitting.
No ultimates for this execute.
Poison's off.
You don't really need them though. Sending both the controllers over towards Showers though. The Fade actually keeping the Prowlers and the Haunt over towards Short. Devo needs to be very careful. He could get crunched on and isolated here.
30 seconds left.
Devo realizes a strong presence. And Kalkina
Oh
swings
my
past
God.
him. The spray isn't quite there for Devo. It's Apena Orchestra to stay in charge, and they're winning all of their fights. All of a sudden, it's NXT that's losing these trades. That's quite different to the first map and maybe this first half as well.
Spike planted.
Grand old topsy-turvy. Rex in trouble, but can he salvage the situation? He squares things up in numbers. Viti finally swings out to give the advantage back to Apena Orchestra. Stolen once to appear as a surprising call, but
Oh my God,
Chanformer is
Chanformer.
not missing his shots. Viti turns it around, and it's a back and forth with one player remaining alive for the past 3 rounds. And it's Apena Orchestra to keep on winning, to catch up with their opponents.
NXT are on another eco too, so it could be an evened up scoreline. Oh man, Apena Orchesteri. There's no reactions really to them at all either. They're just so dialed in. And they have to be, because some of these rounds are just coming down to just individual fights. Players losing a bit of composure, like Stolen peeking just then. Easy kill for Transformer, but the trades are coming out. NXT, their second and final time out of this half. How do you really get this over the line for them? It seemed done and dusted. But it's 6 rounds out of the last 7 for Apena Orchesteri.
And I'm going to be honest, this timeout is coming out a little bit too late, right? This should have come out a couple rounds ago. But this also gives an opportunity for Kai Sigo to get right back onto the mic and talk his magic. I wonder how this is going to change the status quo. You're right, it feels like NXT are nowhere close to where they were before, mentally. And it's the exact opposite for Apena Orchesteri, dialed in entirely.
You gotta say though, every single round that we've seen Apena Orchesteri do well on, Kalkuna's just accuracy after he satchels in is like, out of this world. It's like the Neon buff, but to raise for Kalkuna. Because it's twice that he satcheled in and won a duel against a player that was just watching him the whole way across. And he's still middle of the pack of his team when it comes to kills. Vitti's at the bottom, which is something you just don't really see either.
No? Right. But he still saved the day moments ago. He's starting to find himself. And at the moment that it's most required, like we said, this is do or die for Apena Orchesteri. This is a mighty important series for them to win. First map wasn't the showing. We thought, sure, NXT can close us out, no issue. We've got it all covered. It's another bad day on the server for the Apes, but no. They beg to differ. Show us what they've got.
Does Bully get one here is the question.
Oh, what a round would this would be if that was the case. Bradley's so sneaky in this angle.
Oh, the Prowler messes up too.
Oh my lord. Oh my goodness. Bully. The question remains, can you get one? You can hear all the commotion rough around the edges there. Thrash thrown out, on for the chase to see if anybody's left on site. A good clearance of it. Maxim seized also. Trying to make sure no one is running right after him. Devo finds himself to the back line, but there's a smoke there, and Apena Orchesteri are wary of it, and they're going to be playing it outside. Look at the circumnavigating happening over into elbow. Shouts down Kalkuna. But here come the rest. NXT looking to walk in, but it seems that the superior weaponry will be winning out this one. Who would have thought? We are at equilibrium, 11-11.
This attacking side continues to give both defensive sides for these two teams have not really boded well. You look at the stuff like a Nightfall and Orbs will strike. Kalkuna 2 Orbs, I think, away from a showstopper themselves. Maxim, a Nightfall. Not too far away from Devo having a showstopper, but outside of that, really not too much.
Well, again, it's Apena Orchesteri to come out on top here. Forced back due to the Nightfall. Prowler's going in for the chase. Transformer looking to reposition, and he gets caught off by a Prowler himself. Uh-oh, this is not looking great. And with Stolin's ability to pre-fire in that position, Transformer tries to conceal himself within his own poison cloud. It does pop out, but he can only get one in that endeavor. This is the whole turnaround that Apena Orchesteri were waiting for. The grand turnaround. The finale. And NXT will be in dire straits after this round as well. Maxim finds one. Many clutches have allowed Apena Orchesteri to accumulate these rounds. Many clutches have gotten them here. And the clutch is required by Maxim to get NXT right back on track. Good Prowler. Expects Kalkuna to be close, but he knows Vitti is also there to assist. Wants to bait his opponents out to peek him, find some damage, but the pre-fire from Vitti is good enough. Who would have thought Apena Orchesteri would be the first team on this map to be one away from closing it out for themselves.
Yeah, and NXT are just in free fall with the ideas. It went from playing the better macro style around the map on both maps this series, and now it's just they're pushing short. It's the Gecko, it's Rex that's finding like the first contact there. It just feels like NXT are getting too impatient to put this one to bed. And they're losing the rounds before they even realistically start.
Well, that's an interesting angle for Bully to hold. He's held it before. Can he make it work now? This is when they need it.
There's no Crowler here to check him either.
Feeling it. They can sense the danger. They're like, this is a shaky buy. What are the chances there's a shotgun in there? Fast pack out. Reposition is there at least. It's good for one. Nightfall drops. And it will spot out a couple of players. But in the meantime, look how fast Apena Orchestra are on their pivot on the A site. And Transformers alone, he's let this cross come through all the way around. Lamps taking fight control.
He's about to walk in front.
Completely unchecked. Transformer will prevail, putting NXT in front. But without Lamps control, NXT won't have much killing pressure and pushing pressure, so they need to take this attack step by step. Great paint shells, and the spray down keeps stolen out into the open and allows them to get picked up. Onto the spike. Vitty hasn't quite shown himself, but Devo's got the read. Joe can't do a thing. NXT are right back in it.
Just a bit more patience, wasn't it, from NXT? Transformer just on that angle. Sort of let Apena Orchestra make the mistakes. Let them get over-eager. Let them overextend.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Apena Orchestra are going to be a little bit happy with how this map has gone, but now it's in OT. Whoever can get these two rounds together, and Apena Orchestra actually taking extra time out that they get from reaching overtime instantly.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, it doesn't feel like NXT, even if they win this round, even if they won this previous round, are in the right mental state to win an overtime. The team that had the straight faces, taking the fights correctly, not overcomplicating and keeping things simple but clean, that's been Apena Orchestra. So in my eyes, if a team is going to be winning overtime here, it will be them. NXT have got to use this timeout to perfection. But what do you say?
There's a lot, isn't there?
What do you say?
Is there any set strategies that you have yet to use? You can't really rely on ultimates that much. Well, I need to go over. Generally, it seems that the body language so far, NXT is a little bit, fills me with a little bit more hope. Brady especially just looks tense. He looks focused and dialed in, like I mentioned, but I haven't seen him smile today once, I don't think.
I mean, look,
he should be smiling on this map. He's 24 and 17.
Sure. But there are stakes involved, like we said. This is mighty crucial. Like, I don't know the permutations 100%, but if you want to stand a chance, this is the match you win. They're already 1-4.
Let's make some chaos.
It also echoes back to the last series that these two teams played. NXT lost kind of off their own backs, their own performance.
Sure.
I feel like we're seeing echoes of that a little bit on the latter half of this bind.
It's like the demons have come back to visit them in their nightmares, but they're living them right now, wide awake.
The apes are living rent-free. The orchestra's been rented out in NXT's head.
Yeah. Creepy music playing, though. But what's the read that they have? It's back in 4 players. They're like, they either come to us and we win, or we retake and we win. But Transformer's gone all the way out in Lamps. There's no way he doesn't call his team to come and join him. Oh, Stolen figures it all out! A massive kill! The catalyst of this round! And you can see Apena Orchestra dropping back right back into the B site, thinking that NXT might be heading in that direction, but no. The A site is being handed over. NXT will plant, but they will be one player down. TP.
Yeah, Apena Orchestra, they were trying to go for like an aggressive B-long play, but nobody was there. Now everybody goes for the TP though. Sees is great to just buy Maxim a little bit of time. And NXT trying to be aggressive, take that space. Devo, it's a great trade. The Seas is going to keep him planted there alongside the Gecko. And Brady just holding on for dear life with a shorty.
Of course it's a shorty to find another kill, but still NXT on the back foot here. Maxim's position is superb, but he needs to hold the line furthermore. You can see that Devo has rotated to a higher end, and the spike isn't exactly planted for him, so he needs to do a lot here. Kalkuna held back to the left side. Paint shells could do damage onto Viti, but can he get him off the spike? Yes, he can, but Kalkuna is the one to put his opponents into the grave, putting Apena Orchestra on their second map point.
And it's the new player, Stolen, that pretty much might have secured the round, just finding that lurk from Chanformer, all of that brief bit of fighting over towards B. Chanformer finds space, but he can't find the opening that he needs. Stolen just holding the line of Apena Orchestra, going for the TP. I like NXT's like proactiveness to try to push backside, to push Metal, to take some more space after being flanked, but the spike wasn't planted for them. It made things incredibly uncomfortable, and Apena used that to their advantage. No timeout for NXT here. It could be a third map if they lose this one.
Oh, it really could be. Can't be comfortable if you're NXT. You're pretty much hoping on a miracle. What, out of the past 10 rounds, maybe they've won 2? It's been a Apena Orchestra show for quite a while.
He got hit by the Seas.
It has.
Find you.
So no kill. And you can see that NXT have turned their attention towards this B side. Still Apena Orchestra, plenty of margin for transition.
Is Chanformer going to try and lurk up short again? It didn't work last time. Sorry, Stolen's going to be lurking up short. Chanformer has showers control. It's a good spot. NXT's sort of knowing that if the fade shows themselves towards long, usually the fade is defaulting towards showers, so it means that that space is clear.
Back to silence. NXT need to make sure that Apena have got no idea the extent of this defense.
4 people here.
Got nearby. Rex is the first player to find a kill. There are 30 seconds, so they can go to the TP, but look where Chanformer is. He's waiting for that TP to open straight up. So smart, but so ballsy at the same time. It could have gone wrong, but still NXT are the ones on top here. Apena Orchestra requires something different, and Stolen might be there to provide it for him. Because you can't feel comfortable to hold out Lambs. Jock needs to cross. Now it's Stolen's turn to turn it around. 9 seconds. The cross could be there from Rex to try and stop it all from happening. But no, Apena Orchestra, the comeback successful. We're heading over to splits.
It was 10-4 up NXT. They dominated on the first map of Haven, and it just fell out of their hands. Even that round, just in the places to take those fights, overextending, over-engaging. Brady absolutely locked in with the fade, top of the ACS there. And NXT, they're going to be frustrated. At least like Chanformer's trying to keep the vibes clean, but it's a tricky one, right? Also, Brady looks super sunburned. What's he been doing?
Yeah, and it looks like there's a line where, I don't know, sun cream didn't get to him, or he was lying down maybe with his hand on it. You know, I don't know. Wow. A good thing we're not the analysts here, because there's a lot to be broken down. But yeah, any final words here, Ryan, before we draw things to a break?
Get us onto split. Might be the last time that we see it for a while, so hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. Damn, what a story so far. Apena Orchestra giving us a fight. They only won 3 rounds in the first map and then take us to overtime with quite a tremendous comeback to turn things all around. Splits coming up right next. You don't want to miss it.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love will It's gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows, nobody knows, nobody knows, no. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to Should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Well, we are going all the way to the third map in this second series of the day. NXT, in the start of their game, they were always a step ahead of Apena. Rounds 2 to 8 kind of got a bit of a momentum going, giving them a decent lead on their attack. But as soon as we got onto that defense, we just kind of let it slip away from them. Echo, how much do you think mentality plays into that when you've lost so many rounds in a row?
Well, you've got to imagine for NXT, as soon as you start to lose that lead, and that was a big lead they built up at that point, right? 8-1, they must have been feeling so good. As soon as they start to lose that, it's just going to snowball in their minds. They are just going to be feeling worse and worse. They could probably feel it slipping out of their hands, and they managed to bring it back a little bit in those last couple of rounds, but over time, as we see there, being won out by Stolen, that just looked like it was hell there for NXT in that second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about individual players coming out on top, Stolen definitely is one of those ones that we've got our eye on, having some serious impact kills throughout that map on their VCL debut as well. And I mean, we did see some great rounds from Brady as well, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, both of these fades, Brady and Maxim, both looked absolutely incredible. Maxim getting multiple 4Ks, including one of them where actually they didn't win the round because of it, but it looked incredible. There was just so much good play coming out, and I was a bit worried about Apena's aim, if it could really hold up after Haven, and they came out shooting.
Yeah, absolutely. And although Apena did play well, we did see a few mistakes coming out from NXT. Round 12 in particular was one that we kind of watched in the green room and we were like, hold on, what's going on here? Obviously, being the last round, you want to commit as many ults to it as you need to before the sides change. But I mean, this was an example of having absolutely everything in your pocket and still fumbling. And in my mind, you know, it's mistakes that NXT are going to have to fix when they're coming up against a team like OnlyFins on Monday. Is they're going to be a bit of a stronger opponent compared to how today's been.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like you said, they had so many ultimates in this round, all of them just coming out one after another, and it's just not working for them. You can see they're still hitting shots, right? We're getting a lot of kills coming on through, and then the final ultimate of the round, Thrash, comes out. But at this point, it's a 3 versus 3. The health is pretty low. You get the detain, but now you're just in this really difficult position, and these difficult positions, they weren't playing together. They weren't playing how they needed to, and they didn't even get the spike down. Like I said, these little mistakes, they need to be fixed when they go up against OnlyFins.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's rounds like this that you think, okay, we've got it under our belt. Do you think that NXT maybe had false hope going into a lot of these rounds? You know, we kind of mentioned it when they had that round lead on attack. Do you think it's something that they've suffered from throughout the series so far?
I think so. A little bit of overconfidence, maybe, especially after Haven, especially after this 8-3 kind of position they're in here. Final round of the half, you think we've got 3 ultimates. You're feeling good. You feel like you have no risk of losing, no risk of dying. And then it just doesn't go their way. It feels like they need to kind of like lock in a little bit harder, to use, you know, the common terms at the moment. They just need to lock in, and they just need to kind of play together like we saw they can do on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even a couple of rounds, we've seen Bully kind of pushing down B long and sitting in a smoke or sitting in hookah with the judge. Do you think NXT maybe started to make things a little too complicated by being too proactive? Can you even call something too proactive? I mean, to me, it looked as though they were maybe just making it a little too complicated.
Yeah, overcomplication is definitely something that happens, and when we talked about Bully beforehand, I mentioned him as kind of a feast and famine player, and I think we saw that come through in that map. Like I said, overcomplicating things, especially when you have the feast or famine players, can lead to downsides like we saw there, where actually you might get one with the judge, but then you go down and then B-side's open. Overcomplication definitely came through there for NXT, and moving on to the next map, overcomplication, you've got to make sure to avoid it.
Yeah, well, before we dive into Split, I just did want to touch on the fact that you mentioned the word economy snowballs. So what do you mean by that for the viewers at home, and which team is it currently working in the favour of, would you say?
So far we've seen a lot of economy, things that we wouldn't expect. Forces and ecos lost, and ecos won quite frequently. Typically these snowballs, like we saw that kind of, that round 2 to round 8, go in favour of NXT, and we saw it kind of go similar on Haven as well as Bind. There's a lot of these economy snowballs go in favour of NXT, and they seem to be really good at, as soon as they get that advantage, they keep pushing it themselves, and it works out really well for them. Split, well, that's one of the most snowbally maps in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a map that both of these teams have picked as well. So there will be coverage on the roles that each of them play, but with NXT playing that double Sentinel and Apena having a Sentinel join their team, do you think we could also see them pull out that double Sentinel to go up against NXT's double Sentinel?
I'm not expecting it to happen, because actually they played double controller beforehand, so they played Astra Omen, no Viper, Astra Omen with a Cypher. So that composition itself, we've seen that come out a few times already in Tier 1, in Tier 2 it's quite common. Double Sentinel, it's an interesting way of playing Split. You might see that with something like a Chamber, but like you mentioned, NXT, they use a deadlock, and that to me is an interesting point to go into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we can dive right into that when we get into Agent Select, but before then, we're going to have a quick little break, and then we'll be right back with you for Agent Select. Oh, apologies, I've just been told we're not going to a break, so hey, do you know what? Let's expand on that deadlock pick, Echo. Why do you think it's a little bizarre?
Well, Cypher is usually more than enough of a kind of holding power. On Split, you typically want one strong side where you hold, you just fight and anchor for that site. Meanwhile, on the other side, you can then kind of play a little bit forward or back. You can move your team and rotate them around. You can play that push and pull. Deadlock changes that a little bit, and it means that you kind of want to play more layered defenses, which doesn't usually go with the Cypher. So I'm very interested to see how if they decide to go with it again, how they're going to play it, because it looked really good for them before.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, when you have this raise that they usually play, because you've got that double Sentinel, you're not necessarily needing the sort of aggressive initiator. You've got a more information-seeking initiator with the Sky, whereas previously you would probably pair this raise with a Breach or a Fade on Split, which, to be honest, I actually quite like. I like seeing the crunch plays that you can have in Vents. It's a very sort of dangerous area on the map that a lot of teams, they do get punished for pushing into that. But of course, Split, it's in the name. A lot of teams aim to do splits when they're going into these sites. So how do you think that NXT are going to adapt to the fact that they have two Sentinels? Where are they going to be seeking out that early information?
So especially on the attack side, they're going to be wanting to play quite slow. Obviously, since the Sky changes, I know that came through earlier in the year, Sky isn't as good at playing those long-term games. But you can kind of creep and crawl forward with this composition over time. You can just slowly move forward. You've got the Cypher cages to help you get forward. You can watch behind with the trips. You can move further forward, you can wall something off, and then you get the spike down. Once that wall is down, that's when you're looking to win. You get the spike down, the retakes become incredibly difficult against someone like the Deadlock, because she is so good in those post plants. So you're going to be wanting to play mainly executes out onto a site, and then the post plants.
Yeah. And we did just have a quick look at Apena's comp, and they usually opt for the double controller, bearing in mind this was before they had Stolen on board. So what do you think? Do we think that they're going to stick with what they know, or just you know, we've got the last map. It's the last map of the series. Let's just have fun with it.
I don't think they'll want to just have fun with it because they want to win this. However, they are, like we said before, a team that changes their compositions most times they play maps, and Split they've only played once, so according to, if we follow kind of their Lotus and their Sunset, they should be changing the composition here. They should be looking to play something else, just based on history. Whether or not they do, definitely uncertain. I hope they do, because I think Astro Roman isn't the best way of going for it. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what they play. If they do play the Astro Roman and with that Cypher Sky, we're going to have 2 solo Sky initiators, crucially, against each other.
Yeah.
And it all comes down to those Sky players, how well you do as a team.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting for me of having that Astra instead of like the Viper, I don't know how I feel about it, having those 2 sort of dome smoke agents on the side of Apena. But then I can also see why they've gone for it in the sense that you could combo things with Raze. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting by the time we get into Agent Select. But Echo, the one question I have for you at this moment in time is, what player are you keeping your eye on going into this one? You know, we've seen the players throughout the past 2 maps. Is there anyone that's at the top of your head as to you're going to be looking out for in this last map?
I think it's got to be Chanformer, because Chanformer is an absolutely incredible Sentinel. We've seen him work so well. We talked in the green room about how good his Viper was over on Bind. The little picks he was managing to get in, the timings he was getting was so good. And even back on Haven, the flanks were perfection. It was so good. As we see him leaving his chair, hopefully he'll be back soon. On the other side, I think Stolen, actually, this is his chance, right? We saw moments, we saw kind of glances at how good he can be. I want to see that come to full fruition here on Split.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that on the Apena side. I think like what we've seen from Stolen so far has hopefully an insight as to what we're going to see from him throughout the rest of this stage. But yeah, I think from the side of NXT, I want to see Devil come alive a little bit more. I want to see if they're actually going to pop him up on that operator when they're playing through Split as well. You know, he's obviously the duelist for this team. So it'll be interesting to see, like, how are they going to activate him? How are they going to make him come alive when they only have that solo initiator to help do that?
Yeah, no, I mean, Devo did play the Sky for them here before, so we might not see him on that duelist. Like, his Jet looked incredible on Haven, like you said, really, really outstanding. The Sky, his performance was really good when they played this last time, but it's not the agent you can typically go and pop off on. Oh, we got some fun though.
Well, it looks as though they have mixed it around, and although Devil hasn't played the duelist primarily, they're looking to set him up somehow and opting to go for a solo Sentinel this time instead of the double with that Astra coming into play.
Yeah, Chan going onto the Astra 2. So we've actually kind of switched it over. The double dome competition for NXT here. That's really interesting. That's a really fun switch. And Maxime did play that Deadlock beforehand. He looked okay. His setups weren't amazing. But we've got to talk about the Apena side, right? We've got the ISO.
We can't just glance over that. The fact that they're playing ISO, I just know Ryan and Pavlos are screaming right now. I mean, fair play.
Yeah, I like, it's one of those picks that it can work for you really well. It can go terribly wrong. But Stolen is on the Cypher. And we've seen Cyphers work so well before, so I want to see if that's happening here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see the full potential of what Stolen has to bring to this roster, being on that comfort pick of a Sentinel role. But, I mean, we're going to jump right into it anyway. Pavlos and Ryan, let us get away with it.
Did you see the agent select, Ryan?
I did. Yep.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. I'm actually not quite sure where this is going to go, because obviously ISO is not the fully buffed up version of it, but still stronger than he was at the initial stages. The Deadlock is maintained, but there's an extra piece of spice with the Astra in there. What are your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, seeing the nerfed version of ISO to see how credible it is at the top scene, that's the key aspect of it. You know, maybe it being orchestrated, we're practicing with that version of ISO, and this is sort of a bit of a tamed back version. So it really is a good test. It's the first few times, I suppose, that we've seen a Deadlock and an ISO both in the server together. But what a map to do it on. The innovation is through the roof on a map that's on its way out. Both these teams are coming up with some crazy ideas for NXT. This has been moderately successful for them. For Apena Orchestrary, naturally the first time that they've played it.
Well, it's safe to say that these two teams might be a little bit fatigued after these two maps, but this third map is where everything is determined, and their fight for playoffs continues. It's NXT on that defense, and Apena Orchestrary on attack. Let's see how much of a difference this double duelist comp from Apena Orchestrary can do. We know they were feeling it on the previous map they were playing over on Bind. So maybe they can just carry on with that bravado and aggression, but so far they just show their presence early. With a Deadlock set up over to this B site, would be the easiest that holds. Solo Sentinel, by the way, seen it doubled up before, but this is now Solo Endeavor.
Yeah. The double controller is very like FPX coded, right? Omen Astra just sort of acting like a bit of a sentinel, and then the Deadlock in between. Actually throwing this like wall over in mid, stop the late flank. And Calcuna on his way through. ISO's shield naturally gone. The plant should be going in, but look at these players ready to waterfall.
They are indeed, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Devo is the first player to find a shot, but the fact that Apena Orchestrary is spread across all the entire site, it might make for good crossfires or quick isolated kills. It's NXT getting the first round with a brilliant and quick retake.
Really didn't think that Apena Orchestrary had too much to work around. They activate the ISO shield very early on, and because the duration is, what, 12 seconds now, down from 20? Really, if you're NXT, it's like, all right, just don't peek. Don't peek. Just wait. 12 seconds. All right, now their big ability is gone. But still, Drog did get a kill. It was a little bit more of a scrappy fight, but the utility definitely leans towards NXT with the stuff that they have to work with.
So I wonder how many of these retakes we will be seeing. Apena Orchestrary will definitely hope that they get some early kills first. Good setup for Maxim here, tailored for this mid play. And Calcuna goes aggressive, so it catches him. Stuck in place for now. And they try to find another angle of attack or an opening, but NXT are giving them the respect. Holding back, grabbing it thrown again.
Gets two. So many audio cues for Apena Orchestrary that have given up the game a bit. Also NXT throwing the barrier over towards B main, so you can't really have the split activate. It is just a stinger in hand for Calcuna. You have to wait for this wall. More time's been bought, and Apena Orchestrary just aren't able to really play the map at all. The space that they've got, they're just holding. And Devo and the rest of NXT are looking to re-clear it.
Last player standing. Right there.
Let me just say, so far, the placement of the Deadlock utility has worked out every single time.
It's been stellar.
Right in the position where you expect the attacking side to be
30 seconds
quick
left.
on their feet and noisy. Do you reckon Deadlock's uses are underestimated?
Sorry, Manu.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just scratching the surface of, like, her potential, really. I don't think it really is there to compete with the Cypher or Killjoy, or at least that level. But I do feel like teams can't just use it as a bit of a gimmick pick. What's he drinking out of a straw? Why is he drinking tea out of a straw?
Iced coffee, maybe? Iced coffee?
Maybe.
If it's a nice coffee, I take it.
I always get so thrown off when people are doing, like, weird stuff.
You know, sometimes I'll have lemonade, right? And I'll drink it with a straw, and then I fill up the same glass with water, and I still drink with a straw.
That's fine. It's just, why would you drink? Why would you drink out of a mug with a straw?
Maybe he's run out of clean glasses. You never know. Keeping the fact that we're judging the glasses and mugs of use, the beverage consumption. There's a bit of movement going on for Apena Orchestrary out in mid. Some chip damage towards Viti.
I do think that the Gravnet's probably one of the more underrated bits of a kit. Just when you combine it with, like, combos of utility like that, but also having to remove it, give that noise cue. Apena Orchestrary not being able to do anything so far this map.
Alright. NXT have had the perfect reactions to it. They feel that the pressure has been released over on mid, so they drop back. Now turn their attention to the focus of the B side. Sonic Center broken out. Transformer waits for Jog to push out of the smoke, looking in the wrong direction. And they're looking to get it back into a standstill. NXT though grouped up very, very quickly. Transformer takes Viti down as well before he drops himself. It's Devo to look to swing past. So damn strong with his approach. Apena Orchestra again denied, crippled in this round.
And that was the bonus. NXT. At no point have NXT looked under pressure, that they've looked, you know, put into uncomfortable positions.
Sure.
This has been just a routine for them. It's been a retake server. It's been just how they want to play these mid rounds. And like Apena Orchestra, we've seen examples of an ISA being incorporated into a team. Granted, it was the worst version, the better version. It was recently nerfed.
For the meta, it might have been the worst.
Yeah, but if at least it was sort of connected somewhat, there was some plays around it. This just feels like Drog activating the shield for the first 12 seconds, and then there's not really much else to follow up on it.
And it's another thing where NXT play an Orthodox comp, and Apena Orchestra having to play against it without too many reps.
I just can't help but feel like using the shield for the first bit of the round is a bit of a waste. Like for the execute and stuff, surely. Because now it's gone.
Over there.
And like with NXT's comp, the Astra and Omen, like Deadlock, they're just going to be sat back. They're going to be passive, right? So really all NXT need to do is just sit pretty for 12 seconds. And it's all done.
Yep. And Apena Orchestra haven't pressured that A site at all yet, and that's not where Deadlock has been hiding. So it might just be saying an angle of attack here. But again, NXT are playing this chill. They keep Bully to the back of the site, and obviously Apena Orchestra on the back foot here with less weapons in their arsenal. Especially when Devo moves up so aggressive. Maybe a gun to be collected here. A mistake, perhaps, given that 3 out of the 4 players of NXT are lying nearby. This one-way smoke seems to still favor this NXT side from screens.
B1.
Brings us to a mini game, which he loses. And Viti's left to himself. At least he draws it to a duel and clutches. Oh, a clutch to put Apena Orchestra on the board.
It finally comes through on the low buy for them. And Devo using a showstopper gets traded. Becomes a bit of a brute force farm. Even with Drog losing the duel, the cover is there. And finally things looking a little bit better for Apena Orchestra, but still, it, for me at least, leaves a lot to be desired. It just feels that a good portion of the play is missing, or at least not seen as of yet. We're only 5 rounds in. Vulnerable actually being thrown over towards B main, but like I said with the last round, with these shields being used early, NXT are not being aggressive at the start of a round. They don't need to be.
Devo onto the open. It would be his second mistake if he does get caught off there, but thankfully saves his life. How? I don't know. There were 3 players that peeked him, and none of them could pick up that kill. You can definitely tell mistakes are starting to be made, given how the previous map went.
Yeah. Feels at least that NXT bounced back really nicely with the rounds that we've seen them win so far. And now here with a full buy still, it's just Viti's from the shadows to keep an eye on. Kalkuna's not too far away from a showstopper on attack. Transformer doesn't want to overcommit because he's been doing it a little bit across the series.
Oh, he will overcommit, and for good
God.
reason! No way they expect him to move out of the smoke like that and end up with 2 kills.
30
I don't
seconds
think
left.
anybody did.
How has he managed that?
I have no idea. Still doable for Apena Orchestra though. Have
Spike
3
planted.
players, but NXT have got the numbers. Thing is, Bully still has his paranoia, and Devo Blast Pack that could help him explode onto the site like he did the previous time he was retaking this site. Mitty behind the box, 2 players grouped up. Cosmic Divide to ensure that at least the efforts are disjointed. Kalkiner throws down a showstopper, but I think he was sort of stuck in place from that Endeavor. Vitty is able to stabilize, but Bully turns it around, can't escape. The giant rocket heading directly at him. Gravnet thrown to the back of the site. Maxim finds one, and Chatformer on the other side. NXT's retake is successful, but there's no time, is there?
Oh, there is.
There is.
My bad.
Plenty. Sure. Yeah, it's okay. I saw the circle as well. We all got baited by it, but it's NXT's win. Could have gone either way, though. It could have gone either way.
All around for Chatformer. Just pure caster's curse. Like, he shouldn't be peeking through. He's not going to get that much value, and he ends up getting all of the value.
How on earth did he do that? I'm still there. Let's see it again. It doesn't show the fact that he exited the smoke to do that.
Even the Astral just separating that 2v2 up into its little pieces. Maxim having the Annihilation, the Deadlock ultimate. I don't know why I know the name of that ult, to be fair. I don't know why it's called Annihilation either.
Guiding Light to hinder the attack.
There's the shield gone.
To walk through in close proximity and find some damage. And the fact that Jug has a Vandal, don't call this round off. Now you might. Yeah, you definitely might want to call it off now.
Last player standing.
And the fact that NXT aren't taking many of these fights, forget about Chatformer going hyper-aggressive the previous round and getting 2 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They play the retake game. They play it together, grouped up.
You say something?
Know what they have to do. And yeah, of course their spirits are high after these 2 rounds.
Devo's 9-3. Rex having every player, I think, on this team for NXT today has had their moments. And Apena Orchestra forced to take out a timeout. Usually at this point, a couple of rounds time, it's usually when they've had both of their timeouts used on the last 2 maps.
Yeah.
Here, they've gone this far before they've timed out for the first time. It's not been an easy day for Kaisigo or Apena Orchestra. Even with winning the last map, it felt laboured. It felt hard work. It looked like hard work. At least it showed the promise of the players overall. But NXT, I think it's fair to say across the series thus far, they've been the better team.
That is fair to say. I mean, if you look at the ease in which they gathered the first map, they were ahead on the second. They've had more consistency, but when you do end up dropping the ball at some point, then the other team starts bringing it back and being the one more confident, then you deserve to lose, right? So
yeah.
The fact that they're able to bring it back from behind after a small break, 10 minutes, being able to readjust, not too bad. But they can't drop the ball again.
Annihilation's used. It did catch the Cypher. Great lineup. Stolen's trying to break it. And it's in a weird position where I don't think it's actually going to get the kill. Yeah, the duration just runs out. Little bit unlucky.
Yeah? Didn't know it could do that. At least in that corner.
Yeah.
Well, Apena Orchestra are looking to aggress inwards. Rex is the only defender, but at least now Chatformer's there to help out. Not that he's really needed. Rolling Thunder to the back of it hasn't really paid any dividends. Somehow Rex unchallenged, barely exiting that fight with a graze. And now finally silenced. This neural theft could change this endeavor for them. And realizing 3 players are moving in, that stun could be perfect, but somehow avoided by all. Neural theft ticks again. Aftershock forcing Devo out into the open, and Apena Orchestra slowly gaining a grasp of this round. Vitty has got a very dirty position. The one that could change everything for them. The smoke dissipates in time, and Maxim will capitalize upon it. Brady alone. And maybe there's a world where his opponents group up against him. Oh dear me, Brady is here to clutch up the day.
Yeah, Kaisigo, he's got, he's gone. He's done, he's out. Oh no, he's back. Oh man. Why did we not have coach cams until now properly?
I mean, historically, we all know there's those coaches that are just unreal to spectate. Maybe Alex from Paper X. Maybe it's Barbar from Koi.
I've never seen a coach just leave after they won a clutch.
Well, actually, who was it the other day that just did a full circle around the coaching room?
Probably
Anyway,
Pipson.
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, it was Pipson. Milan was just standing there.
You just see the fear in his eyes, like the peripheral vision of like, what's Pipson gonna do now?
Yes.
Crazy round though. Great
by the way,
stuff,
this round is
Brady.
also quite crazy. Already 2 kills per side. Look how far forward Stolen is, and NXT is still aware. Somehow this is still within their comfort zone. Devo goes in before they deal with Stolen! And Stolen will punish because of it. Devo needs to be careful for his right-hand side. The smoke might help him out for a little bit. Transformer looking to save the day. Your theft expended again. This time for Apena, Orchestrary's side. It's Brady to secure it. Again, the final player alive.
Also, Brady stole Stolen's ace.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and 4 kills. I mean, the Apena Orchestrary are working well, working nicely after their timeout. I mean, the first timeout usually from Apena Orchestrary still feels that there's like bits and pieces that need fixing here or there, so a second timeout's needed. But here, no, straight off the rip. Granted, a lot of it has come down to like individual clutches and some of these fights, but you are running double duelist with an ISO. That's pretty much the game plan. NXT us to reconsider their options, but I do think a lot of it is just NXT overextending, overfighting, not taking these engagements as well as they probably should do. So maybe Raymond's just giving them a bit of a bollocking, right? Just like keep that composure, because that's how we've been the better team today. The reason why we were on this Fed map in the first place is because we overextended, we got overeager.
And it has to be translated on the server as well. The thoughts relayed. Because you're right, it all has come down to overextension. And I remember Transformer did get that 1v2, but what if that didn't work? Right? What if he didn't end up with those 2 kills? We'd be criticizing the fact that he tried to go for a fight on his own while they didn't really need some heroic work. And it's that balance they need to strike. Easier said than done.
Vulnerable actually hitting the sky. Some moments for NXT, yeah, unlucky, like the Annihilation sort of running out with its duration. I do think that, like, Brady, especially today, the breach is looking a lot better than it did on Haven. I think a player to shout out, really, is probably Maxim. Yoru on the first map, Fade on the second, Deadlock on the third. There's no more eclectic group of agents that you could possibly play in a best-of-3 series.
I'm loving the fact that Split is a final map here. NXT have got a good line of
Got a
defenders
shield
nearby. Transformer stuck behind. The shield, yeah, the shield must have saved the day there. And it saves the day again. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we're on patch 7. Just ISO things. And Bully alone.
Spike planted.
Such a great character. Not in the easiest of situations right now. And he's being chased after. Oh. Brilliant player as well, I might add.
Oh, Christ. Droggers is kill contract ultimate again. Saw a lot of like nice ideas, I think, at least from the brief bit of VCT that we've seen. See how that really like comes together. Who's the interview if we have a Apena Orchestrary win? Is it Brady? Can we ask him, like, what have you been doing in the sun this week?
Let me check.
It is Brady. So, yeah, that's the first question is, like, did you fall asleep in the sun? What happened? I burned super easily, though, so I went outside for groceries and I came back like this. I could genuinely see that, especially in Northern Europe.
Yeah, okay, sure. You want to survive a day in Cyprus.
I barely survive a day here.
That's fair. Devo doesn't survive the A site. And Drog on a higher level will be able to catch NXT by surprise.
Last player standing.
It feels like all these fights are very uncomfortable for NXT. Apena Orchestra being able to catch them, you know, moment after moment, player after player. It's been individual fights over and over again, but because it's Apena Orchestra that's choosing them, they are the ones that are winning.
Yeah, it suits their style, right? They just want to be taking those fights. That's one of the things that at least they've been going sort of pound for pound in on for, is that they have been like winning duels even when they're on ecos. They're making sheriff shots work. Here it's just a little bit more gung-ho, a little bit more send it. So worrying about how they play up against Thrifties is just not really something that they've had to worry about on this map. Feels like they've turned their brains off a little bit, and because of that, they're not playing with as much pressure.
No, can't afford that to happen if you want to be going for playoffs. Devo, though, opens things up. Of course, it's going to be Devo with the Sheriff to do it. But Apena Orchestra have garnered slight control. Vitty's been left further back. Showstopper doesn't find his ground. Devo. Hang on. Oh. Okay. Well, that's the end of that round. Unless Maxim does something extraordinary with the judge. Yeah, there's no chance. Down to 5 HP as well. And the Grav net doesn't prohibit you from shooting, only if when you're trying to get rid of the net around you. Boom.
Oh my god, John Farmer. He's picked up a gun. There's no time, but it's still not really going to do much for the money either because it's round 11.
Yeah, it's getting uncomfortable. You can tell. Look, they are battling for the final to try and deny. I mean, for the final weapons, trying to deny those guns. Like, it's uncomfortable for a reason. It's because they try and make it uncomfortable, but boy, does it make it entertaining. 5 in a row for Apena, and final round of the half.
Even losing a player early on this Antico. Like I mentioned, the panic just doesn't seem to be there this time. This was a map that Apena Orchestra beat NXT on when they had that upset result. Kill contract missed. Nobody was playing on site. They want to go in fast and aggressive on B. NXT sort of knowing, like, their reticks have been good. Looking to play the same. Seekers is going to get some bits of information. And Omen used the ultimate to try to be aggressive on the top of B side, but he's backed out. Post plant positions underway.
Ooh, Rolling Thunder coming in as a response, and it's greatly timed as well, because that was the moment NXT were thinking of pouncing.
Deadlock ult missed.
Also, from both sides we had a few unoptimal moments. Kalkina left to the other side of the Cosmos. The smoke allows them to take a deeper and a more explosive stance. Maxim, good little shot early, so it's NXT to open things up here. Can Apena Orchestra garner a reply? Devo to the back end, has to read Brady's position, but a smoke can conceal him to do some heavy lifting. Brady is the final player remaining for Apena. All he has to do is weave in and out of battle, but cannot do it in time. And I think the defuse will be going to NXT, and we'll be looking at equal ground garnered from both teams in this half.
6-all, kind of what you want to be seeing when a series goes this close. But now you've got the double duelist having to defend, and the double controller Deadlock having to attack. So this is maybe where things start to fall off a little bit more. But at least should give some interest in Valorant to watch.
So, look, Apena Orchestra, obviously playing with Stolen here, new addition. You often do have shakes when you also have a new player involved in your routine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is why we're having these issues today? I mean, probably not for NXT, maybe for Apena. Oh, great paranoia. Backed up with a stun. Oh my
god, Apena.
Gorgeous setup. Scratch up, no issues here. they were just shaky at the start. Now they've warmed up.
Elias, pick your poison, died to the nade, died to the aftershock.
dropped.
At least got the Rays trying to push B main, get the timing on the smoke, but there's 2 players effectively watching it. It'd be hard for NXT to turn around this 3v5. Could be both pistols lost on this map.
Didn't NXT win the first pistol on this map?
I think Apena did. No, you're right, NXT did.
Oh, mistimed there from Kalkina. It gives an in for NXT, but not before Jog has a say. Oh, great flash as well. Devo won't be able to be at his optimal stance, but doesn't even matter.
What?
And Maxim somehow destroys Jog further away. And the new addition is called to do it all.
Again.
Not taking the upfront confrontation, instead going from a back alley.
They're not expecting it. They don't expect it at all.
And it's a double kill clutch for Stolen to give Apena Orchestra the second pistol of the game.
I almost feel a deadlock wall made it worse for NXT. They just sort of boxed them in. Stolen at that point, he's seen that they've both ran in. They've put the wall down. He knows that they can't push and flank around, that they are basically stuck in this spot. Frustrating for NXT. 3v5 and you almost win out. This play though, the stun, the paranoia, nade aftershock. Rex and Bully don't know what day it is.
30 seconds left.
They just do not expect it at all as an option.
And this is a chance for Apena Orchestra to start netting a lead, build a bit of a buffer. Now they need to make it sure it's clean. That's the thing here. Can't lose too many guns or else NXT can get right back into the action come round 15.
Especially on Thrifties. They've been going pretty well for them so far today, although it's been a bit quieter since Haven and since the start of Bind. What a time for those things to start coming back into favor for NXT.
I dropped the spike.
Oh, Drog's potential position has been pinged. Mitchell's going for it. Shield broken. Drog backs off. NXT's positioning has been respected. But I wonder if Stolen can do something about this. Well, with Jog joining in, they might as well be able to do so. Spike going down safely, but Transformer has to draw his final breath because of it. Stolen keeping the pressure up, but somehow Devo continuing to find damage. Oh, they're really going to stick onto the Spike diffuser here. Yeah, why not?
Grabbed him. Yeah, Drog's just on it.
Though. Can still stay on the diffuse. And it's actually a fairly clean round from Apena Orchestra. Respect to Jog having the confidence to back up his teammates at the back of sight there.
Even then, like, NXT to be happy to get the plant down, but for Ultimate Orbs, it was Bully that had to plant it. So it's, you know, you're on your way to your From the Shadows. Great. At least for Maxim, Annihilation isn't too far away now that you have this full body anti-bonus. And for Apena Orchestra, they're looking to get aggressive? Not really. Just fighting on ramp with the 2 duelists to breach for a bit of support. NXT, however, looking to go towards B into the Cypher utility, which pretty much caught everybody in the last round.
It's a matter of finding comfort. Start chaining some rounds together, start feeling that you've got control over the game.
Shadows.
The only instance we've ever felt that this game was NXT right at the beginning, having that early lead. But ever since, it's been a bit of a risky one from both sides now. Apena Orchestra trying to disturb the waters a bit out on A main. Drop back just in time for NXT's approach. As they've got question marks in mid as well, they've got to be curious about everything.
Willing to give it up. Just fight for the sites. Ultimately, that's where NXT need to go. Bit of a spray, the nade thrown in. Drog actually goes down from ramp. He was playing alone. Even with the shield, he loses out against Transformer.
Kalkin is thinking when he's going to be pushing, but Brady loses his life, so no potential for an extra flash there. Good paranoia, and that's when Kalkin can come in. But how many kills can he find? Dropping into a cage as Vidi to find the 2 kills for Apena Orchestra, but Stolen doesn't have the real estate to make it work. But what they do have going for them is that the spike is stuck in the middle of no man's land, only just collected by Bully. Can Devon be isolated while the spike will be going down? I mean, they know of it, but they're stuck as well in him. Without breaking this barrier here,
Oh no!
they can't go anywhere. And they can't just freely shoot upon it because then they'll be exposed. They have to wait for it to drop, which is exactly what happened. Stolen does push by, super aggressive on this front line, but Chanformer just reveals himself from the heavens. And even if Bitty just tries to keep himself as close as possible to the wall, there's no saving him from Bully's bullets.
3 kills, bonus, decent damage for Apena Orchestra, NXT. They have the full buy now. They have ultimates pretty much underway. Devo 1 orb away from a showstopper could be pretty major, as well as the annihilation for Maxim if they have some pretty good lineups with it. And Apena Orchestra really was just like NXT seeing what they'd find in mid. Didn't see the Cypher, went towards the other side. Much more aggressive from Apena Orchestra. ISO, Omen, Breach, Paranoia, throwing it all out, looking for fights. And yeah, the aftershock off the back of ISO's vulnerable. Insta deletes Bully.
Goodbye, Bully. No more.
Bullied.
Orchestra determined to go aggressive here. It's Kalkin to hold his ground. So still favorable trades coming out from Apena. But this A site is where NXT are going, and I am scared for them given how good of a stronghold Stolen has got on it.
No help as well, he's just on his own. 1 trip's already broken.
Stolen back of sight, able to find a shot onto one, but it isn't quite what we expected.
Got one.
They caught Drog, but his teammate saved his life. Chanformer tries to come in from the side, not there on time. Still though, NXT lacking the numbers.
Sound sensor up.
Where the Deadlock can find a lot of success though, those traps in a post plant make it very difficult.
Because you're not going to be quiet pushing through that corner.
That be.
Broken. Stun off the back of it. Drog front lining. Will be using a shield to approach a little bit further forwards. And you've even got Brady keeping by at the back line as Maxim to find the first shot. Somehow Apena Orchestra through this chaos have isolated themselves, have put themselves into different positions, which allow NXT to come out on top. A mistake that will be costly. Equalization 8-8.
This has probably been one of the best series that I think we've seen from Chanformer, just start to finish. Like the RGL in the calling, just the individual performances. Seems to always have a smile on his face, even when they lost the last map of Bind when they were 10-4 up. Might have just been flaming the whole situation with a smile on his face. Hard to know. I can't lip read, but they looked in good spirit. And they've brought the scores even, and the Apena Orchestra on an eco again.
Tripwire destroyed.
Drog could potentially give them a numbers advantage if he places the ult correctly.
Who are you looking to fight? Who do you want to catch in this ultimate for one?
True.
Who's
You might as
losing
well
these
do it
duels?
when you want to open up a site.
Putting a deadlock trap over towards B main. Either they just want to see if they go towards AP and Orchestra are going to re-aggress, but more than likely protecting the flank.
And in the meantime, you see Chanformer going for a bit of a stroll over in mid. Now, there is a trap wire between him and
He's got past it.
movement. He got past it. But
How
if
has he got
drops,
past it?
He'll make noise. But it's off the back of his teammate Showstopper, so he's been allowed free row over this B site. Just having full control over the upper ground. Now, Apena Orchestra are trying to get there frantically. Speeding their way to this B site. NXT haven't dropped a player just yet. Defensive positions all across the site. And Apena Orchestra only 2 rifles.
Vulnerable right into that corner. Is there going to be an aftershock there too? Dog finds the kill, the cage and the shield is up, and Maxim puts him down.
And it's Brady all by himself, but the show is already over. It's been stopped in its tracks. And this is where NXT will be able to gain a lead here. And the economy just gets a little bit difficult here for Apena Orchestra because they expended 2 rifles into this, and the buy next won't be exactly comfortable. They'll have a bit of loss bonus fall in. It'll be a half shield buy. But it's a dangerous game to play. Living on the edge.
Really is close now. Money at least good enough for now for either team. A bit more to work for NXT, winning 3 rounds in a row. Apena Orchestra. It does feel like if they lose this whole series, and their chances of making ascension and playoffs might be out the window. But they have 4 ultimates, almost got 5. Something needs to come together.
Well, Drog might have the best position for this. NXT look to move in very aggressively. No one's yet been caught, but Drog is fancying a 1v1. Devo, what happened there? Wait, what? The ultimate got cancelled? Or did Drog die? No? Huh?
They went in. He got Bully instead. He closed his target.
Ah, he got Bully instead. I didn't think Bully was in that periphery. I thought Devo was the only player there. Anyway, 3v3.
Without a concealment.
This Transformer to hold down this line. The smoke is actually perfect for him. If they overstep, they might all just be dead. Oh, spots out the back of Stolen there.
Oh my god.
And he will be able to find 2 kills. What is this from Transformer? You sing his praises around the go.
Oh my god.
And make sure to keep it rolling.
He's not losing. He's just these fights. Some of the cleanest Astro. Like, he must be like a Berlin fan from FBX. Just the double controller IGL is just hitting the shots. Nothing's getting past Transformer today, it feels like. Either like theory-wise or mechanically. I think that's one of the few times that we've seen Drug actively win in the Battle of the ISO.
My only concern here, Ryan, is the fact that NXT have been pretty damn good on the start of halves, but haven't been able to close them out too good. Apart from Haven. We just leave a Haven in a different chamber on its own. Lock it into a box.
That was their defense that they had problems with too. On attack, they can just send it, and they are just winning those duels.
Well, Devo hasn't quite been able to cross the smoke just yet. Off the back of his teammate's flash, it's allowed him to cross deep into deep waters and be able to stay afloat. Now Apena Orchestra, though, are in trouble. So this allows NXT to gain. I think this is going to be a 5th consecutive round, isn't it?
I stopped their race.
Unless Drog can do some crazy work. O'Connor just with the Sheriff gets double peaked.
Yeah. No charges. This is the NXT we remember from Haven, right? Moving in together, taking peaks together, coordinating. They've got to be able to keep this up.
Everybody peeking together.
They take the fight in unison. 11-8. A lead is growing. 2 rounds remaining. I remember this moment before when they were 11, I believe, to 5 against Apena Orchestra on bind. And a timeout is being called for Apena Orchestra to try and replicate the madness they performed a map before.
One of the players that you were looking at was Brady for sure. Started off this map really well, I think, with just some of the individual bits. He is playing Breach, 11 and 15 so far, 10 assists, exact same actually as Viti. 2 players that usually off the back of Calcutta can put up pretty big numbers. Like, nobody individually is really under the line for Apena Orchestra. It's 4 kills to separate top from bottom. But they don't have Devo that's on 23 kills. They don't have Transformer that's on 19 kills. There's not one player from Apena Orchestra that's necessarily stepping up to the occasion to help this team over the line. Because nobody's really been given an opportunity for Apena. They get a kill, they get traded. There's not much else that they can do.
Definitely doesn't feel like it. Maybe now something's being relayed upon them, something that they're hoping can help them get an early kill. You can see a bit of a group up over to this left-hand side, a stun potentially waiting here for Brady. Maybe a paranoia paired with it as well. Viti will TP actually. It's a stun. To follow off the back of a paint shell toss. But a one-way being placed, and Viti's position has been realized. So Apena Orchestra spend a lot of utility without gaining much ground.
Here.
All people have rotated over here, but that hasn't really mattered too much. Apena Orchestra have had the bodies in the right spots, but the duels themselves, like you mentioned, NXT don't really have as much to work with. Have a rolling foot that's used on the defense, but it doesn't get onto anything, but at least it's good information. Should allow these rotations to come in. Seekers is going to be used to get that information from mid, but already Apena Orchestra having the Omen TP over 3 towards A now.
But the decision hasn't quite been made by NXT. They've stayed quiet and they haven't really approached this A site. So Apena Orchestra will be a little bit hesitant on putting all their players nearby. The fact that they've taken so long here, NXT, to push into this A site, it's called Apena Orchestra to overthink yet again.
Yeah, no. So like Apena Orchestra, it was the Seekers. 3 of them ran on site for the Seekers to follow them, then they broke them, and then they reset to have more people towards B. As if Apena Orchestra want the Seekers to basically say to NXT, hey, there's 3 people on the A site. But it has, like, NXT have not fallen for it. It's like a double bluff, and they're still going for the A site. Where there were 3 people before, now there's nobody. They're all outside of, like, CT and screens.
And they've got plenty of time to get the spike down as well. Never really got in trouble here. Now Apena have to make the decision how they want to take on this attack. They don't even have flashes available. Only one on Brady's hand. It's going to have to be dry peek galore, or very well played. No, it's not even a flash. It's the aftershock, isn't it?
No, it's the flash.
It's the flash. Okay, well,
it missed.
The cocoon doesn't connect. And Apena Orchestra can trade equally here. NXT to the back of the site are doing quite a lot, but Viti has come alive. The retake has been superb. Chamforme able to pull them off the defuse, but with the stun coming out, there's nothing that Chamforme can do to avoid it. Looks at the higher level. Brady is low, gets dealt with. The Falconer nearly dies, but they keep it going. Look, this round had so many layers to it. The fact that Apena Orchestra came out on top in the end, they are just thanking their lucky stars.
High Seas just wanted to really go to bed, I think, at this point, win or loss. Apena Orchestra, you could just sort of see, like, in these sort of moments, Dolan, just full-on round of applause for winning these rounds, but it's the first round in 7 that they've got, and it took everything. A little bit lucky as well.
I will not die today.
A Deadlock Ultimate missed. I don't know how it missed. There were 4 people there.
I have no idea. Did it have a weird bounce off a wall and not go in the right direction? Maybe something to check up on later. Oh, could be a quick little play to put Apena Orchestra on top here. Stun is there, and it allows Jock to push by. He goes even further. He's feeling confident, but with 3 players against him, not even a shield would be enough to save his life. Thankfully, drops back for Apena Orchestra.
He's got his ult too. Great for the retake. Even if he loses those fights, just take somebody out of the equation for the time being. Should be aiming for Chanformer. You might lose the duel, but just get Chanformer out of the server for like 10 seconds.
Got a tank obscuring vision.
The smoke will allow quick maneuver inwards from Chamformer.
He is just using it like a Viper, right? To just scale up and lurk up. All of this space on A. You got the camera there for at least a tower.
There's the effort to try and pincer in anybody out in vents, but no one lies in that area. And I think NXT have got the perfect read. Okay. From the shadows to the back of sight, but that was just to gain information and lure players in that direction. Jog here to try and stop any cross from happening, but oversteps his welcome. And Rex was very deep there for him to be read. And Rex still finds more kills. The spike plant will not be interrupted as much as Stolen would have liked to do so.
He's on his own.
To go for the reload. Kalkanes too far away to help out an NXT. It takes one Apena Orchestra overstep for them to find map point. And as Kalkana brings out a magic wand,
Sky's out.
Says Leviosa, and makes everyone disappear. And he might be halfway there.
Probably needs to save. His clutch is unwinnable. He might not even be able to. Transformer's going to push and fight him early.
And that's going to kill him off.
Remaining.
Sure. One orb away from getting the showstopper. Not too bad for Apena Orchestra, but 3 rounds required in a row, or they're out.
Match and series point. NXT, I mean, especially with how quick that first map was, probably weren't expecting it to go on this late and to feel this long.
Definitely taking through their paces.
Showstopper on the attack, one away, like you mentioned. Pavlos for Kalkona on the defense. Drog having that ultimate, got it in the last round. And he's actually just looking for that duel over on A main. Nade breaking the shield. Double tap still going if he can get a kill. There is somebody towards A main, but nobody's going to give him that fight.
Instead, NXT are moving towards this B site, where the Cypher setup is scary. Paint shells do break the first trip, and Devo gains full access to the site. The camera does spot him, so he needs to make sure he's behind a wall so he doesn't get shot upon.
Oh my
Showstopper
God,
chunks
Vitty.
Vitty down.
5v5 retake to potentially finish us off today.
You are divided.
Yeah, this could be it. Cosmic Divide dropped. Bully to the upper level. The only player from NXT here, so he's going to make sure that his life is well lived. Apena looking to push through. All of them together. Brady, an only different location. It's Jog trying to enter a different realm to win his own fight. The TP comes out, 2 defenders here for NXT, trying to isolate these fights. A crossfire is pretty damn good, and Rex is finding so many kills. They don't even know Transformers nearby. Classic shot by Rex to finish this ordeal. It's gone too far, it's gone too long, but NXT guarantee the win.
I like the way that ended. Transformer with the dissipate smoke just catches everybody off. It's just genius the way that this whole team played today. Like, I've been critical of Human Tripwise, the way that they started this year, even under NXT, just some of the series that they had, they looked absolutely lost. One of them was against the Apena Orchestra the first time in Stage 1, but they got their revenge. It went a little bit longer than they might have been comfortable with, but they played with such tremendous, like, power, I suppose, overall. Apena Orchestra, I think they played really good today, like a lot better from them, but I think their chances of making playoffs and therefore ascension are pretty much done with that loss.
Yeah, I think so too. Doesn't really help in that endeavor, so maybe that's it for them in their playoffs run. But for NXT, it's still up for grabs, right? They didn't quite make it playoffs last time. I think their spot got stolen in the last match. But yeah, we'll have to see how things unfold. Folks, thank you for joining us today, but there's more to come. An interview is up next, so don't you miss it. Let's gain some extra insights.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one. But now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow.
Well, Echo, we mentioned it in the pre-show that we're starting to see that upwards trend from NXT now that we're getting into the later stages of the season, but do you think they're going to be able to keep it?
I mean, the way that they're looking, especially in the latter half of this final map, I've got to expect so. But they are going up against OnlyFins next, right? That's going to be a very tough game, but they look so good. NXT on this map, incredible in every way they were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of moments in here that we can deep dive into later when we look at that scoreboard, but I mean, it's really nice from my point of view to see Devil back onto that duelist. I did see it before we went into Agents like that. I wanted to see him being set up, but Transformer, the way that he's been playing that Astra as that sort of secondary sentinel with the supportive utility, I mean, it's just been amazing to see him all throughout this series.
Yeah, no, and like the switch over to the Astra, the double dome comp coming up for NXT, it was a little bit uncertain for us as to how we were expecting it to go. You know, we kind of mentioned Astra has two ways of being played when you have her as that secondary controller. And like you said, Chan played her exactly right as that kind of second senti. The supportive utility for the team, perfection at every moment, and keeping people alive so that then they can get the frags. But also Chan was getting the frags himself anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking into that map, you know, I think it was round 21 in particular where we actually got to see NXT start to come alive and kind of get to grips with what they were trying to do on that attack. A lot of the times they were going for set plays or just rushing in, but then we started to really see them let the time run down on the clock. You know, we seen them kind of going up mid as a pack and getting whatever space they could get. I mean, once they had Transformer kind of lurking on that A ramp and being able to provide all that information back to the team. You've seen them kind of fake and be heaven on that round, and it pulled the rotate out of Apena and it allowed them to then go back, group up the Transformer, take that A site because it was only stolen on the Cypher at that point in time. So I think letting them run down the minutes on the clock is kind of what helped them get back into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The way that they were, like you say, running down the clock, draining the utility out was incredible. And yeah, I love that entirety of that second half of that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have spoken about them enough. We do actually have an interview ready with Transformer. Let's bring him in and ask him a bunch of questions about the series. Hey, how's it going?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. We've been enjoying watching that series, although it was probably longer than you would have liked. How's the energy been in the team since being picked up with NXT? You know, obviously you guys were human tripwires before, but is it nice now having that sort of org backing that you have with NXT?
Yeah, it's always nice. Every little helps. They do try to send us stuff to try to help a little out, but the team dynamic is really what makes us. We're all friends as well, so that helps a big bunch.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And I mean, like the entirety of that series, you could see the synergy that y'all have built up over such a long time coming into play. But I've got to ask you a little bit of a question, because what did you have for breakfast to be able to pull off rounds? We've got a clip, you should be able to see it on your screen. What did you have for breakfast to be able to pull off rounds like this?
Oh, I didn't win this.
That's something.
This is so sad I didn't win this. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I didn't change anything. I just woke up and did what I normally do. Warm up, play. I don't know. Nothing changed.
Yeah, I mean, it was working. Like the shot there onto the raise when she was mid-air, beautiful work.
Thanks.
Obviously, we did just see a clip from Bind, but we did also see a couple of mistakes from you guys on Bind. I think that last round in particular, before you switched sides, was one that we highlighted as, you know, kind of throwing everything at the round and hoping that you'll get the best out of it. What are you planning to kind of iron out those mistakes and get ready to face OnlyFins in your next game on Monday?
Yeah, Bind was a map that we kind of had on the back burner. We're comfortable, but it's nothing too much on that. So we'll just go back on it and look back on that. We had all our ults that should have been around.
Yeah, no, and we were talking about it in the green room as well. Like, you had a lot of ults. It could have been, but it looked pretty good. The rest of the map looked pretty good. There were a lot of highlights coming out of Bind. Did you have any specific prep that you had to go up against Apena here? Because obviously you lost to them last split. Was that revenge sticking in your mind?
Honestly, no, not really. I don't really look at who I'm playing. I just come on the day. Of course, like, we should anti-strat, and maybe they are anti-stratting us, but our main focus leading up to this game was working on ourselves and our communication, because that's a big, I would say, mistake that we make a lot.
Yeah, amazing. And I mean, just for the fans at home, do you have any kind of final words to say anyone that's been watching before we let you go?
I mean, if we have fans, keep supporting us. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chamformer. It's been really lovely speaking to you, and best of luck in your game against OnlyFins on Monday.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
The difference in interviews that we've had today is quite something. For someone that was popping off so much in the server, just came across so humble.
Yeah. I think humble is a really good word for someone, like I said, that's been popping off, but I think that's the team player, right? And we talked about it, supportive utility coming through so much. The team player that Chanformer is coming through in the interview, and yeah, that was an incredible series. And I think it closed out in the way it probably had to after that first map. But we've got to say, Apena, they came back pretty well, and they looked strong at many moments.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Apena being able to take this all the way to the third map shows the kind of mentality that team has, you know, being able to build up this sort of resilience after having really tough score lines and coming back into an overtime in the second map. You know, it's only going to help them the further that they go throughout this week. So yeah, I'm expecting to see some big things from Apena in the next matchup that they go into. But I mean, speaking of what's to come this week, why don't we have a quick look at what actually is to come just right now on stream for all the viewers to see at home.
Yeah, it's a long Super Week to go, so there's a lot more games. Obviously, the first two we've already seen for today. Tomorrow, the rest of this week to see the remaining teams playing. Do you have anyone you're kind of highlighting here?
I'm intrigued to see how Sweet and Sour go into that game tomorrow, especially off the win that they had against Apex. You know, they'll be going into that one probably feeling confident, but also feeling re-energized after that break that they've had. So yeah, it's certainly a very exciting one for me. And to be honest, it's Super Week. I mean, there's so many games coming up this week that it's really sad to only highlight one, but that's the one that I've got my eye on.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, mine has got to be OnlyFins and NXT, because we saw how good both of these teams could be today. Obviously, the win wasn't there for OnlyFins, but NXT, they're coming off of good momentum now, right? And going into one of the better teams in the league with that momentum could be so good for them.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's been a fun day, Echo. It's been such a great day. I want to give a huge shout out as well to Pavlos and Ryan for going all the way with that last series. They were amazing today, and it's been an absolute honor being on the desk with you as well. First time us working together is crazy to think about, but do you have anything that you want to say before we sign off?
No, just thank you everyone for watching. The players did outstanding. The production behind the scenes have been great, and I cannot wait to watch how the rest of the Super Week goes.
Yeah, well, everyone at home, be sure to tune in tomorrow, because we have 3 more days of back-to-back games here at Challengers North Polaris, and we can't wait to get stuck into it. But for now, we'll see you next time.
look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy.